رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه، سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم، برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم. به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما. در این گذار رنج و درد و آه، بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی، وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه، سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم، برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
نام جاویده وطن، صبح امید وطن، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من، شور و سرمستی من، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان، همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان، به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. نام جاویده وطن، صبح امید وطن، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من، شور و سرمستی من، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان، همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان، به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000, 6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
Across Iran, ordinary people took to the streets in peaceful protest. Millions of citizens, more than 400 cities. Their demands clear: dignity, justice, freedom. The response from the regime was absolute brutality. Security forces opened fire on unarmed protesters. Tens of thousands of innocent men, women and children were killed on the streets. But the killing machine did not stop there. Despite what the regime has told the world, the machinery of terror has only intensified. Dozens of detainees, many of them children, are being forced to confess to crimes they never committed.
الان میدونیم چه حکمی به شما دادن؟
چه حکمی؟
حکم شما محاربه است.
خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا.
اعدام.
تو رو خدا اعدام بده. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خوردم. تو رو خدا بده.
با غلط کردن تو چیزی درست میشه؟
به خدا من اونجا بیکار بودم. من برای جامعه به خدا خطری ندارم. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خوردم.
Right now, at least 8 people are at risk of imminent execution. Their lives can be taken at any moment. These are not criminals. They are peaceful citizens who dared to hope for a better future. The world must not look away. The world must not negotiate with a regime that has an insatiable lust for blood. The world has a moral obligation to stop this cycle of terror, now and for good.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. more than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Raise a la vie, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door, stability in Middle East. We're longing for the people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's with your hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame from broken streets to freedom strong. The new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته ایم قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه، پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه. رو زبونم اسم شاه بگین عشق بی انتهاست، هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست. فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار، بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو. بگو از بخت مادرها شیر زنا و دخترامون، بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه.
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی، منم همون هوادار قدیم.
سید سلام چطوری مرد کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک سلام به محفل قرآنیتون سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت ساکتش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم ایران مردمش وطن پرستن از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی توف به هر چی مرسی است توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفتی هست سر کردستان همه برپا شدن بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما برقی جعلیا تنها شدن شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن کور بشه چه شهر چی اهریمن رخه رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن آبادی باشه لحظت کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا
فاهنگ به این خوشگلی با نوایده بود اسم این عشقاین رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم با نوایده
آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده حق به حق دار میخنده تو خیابون رکبار و شلیکه آینده این جانی ها تاریکه فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم نمیذاریم این کشور رو به فنا بدیم اینترنت و برق و آب رو قطع کردن توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن مال دیگه از این ناخوندا گریزن ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذاته توی خاک ما نیست وقت مجازات تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران شما تروریست و قاتل و دزدید گلوی ملت رو با بیراه می جزید با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم، صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم، دوباره بیگان و مستی و لبخند، بدون سانسور و زور و این بند. خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه، پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه، ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره، ته این شب تار نزدیک نوره، مردم ایران و دامه بدین، راه رو برای شاه باز کنین، این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین، جا بدین به عصر طلای ایران، روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو، آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم، تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس، ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم. این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، صدای ایران بلنده، پهلوی برمیگرده، با بازگشت ایران بهش میشه، تقدیر ما از نو نوشته میشه، عدالت و افتخار زنده میشه، دشمن ایران شرمنده میشه.
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, leaving our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back.
Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we said an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness, golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
سلاسل سنگر است حاکمی جنگیم و cut from the light. Sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. Bossy cheetah on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried, unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. We stand with you. One name rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi, our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through our whole life, we will be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. Iranian, stand with you. God bless the USA.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel and all our other neighbors. are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اشکم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
به امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران
داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شان هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
تو ای خاک پربار ایران من، تو ای مظهر عشق و ایمان من، تو ای زادگاه نیاکان من، تو ای مهد آزاد مردان من. به خاک تو بود از دیوان برابر حقوق سپید و سیاه. یه دوران کوروش در این بوم و بر شده پای ریزی حقوق بشر. زهر پیر و قوم و کیش و نژاد بود بین شارشته اتحاد. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، بدین بوم و بر زنده یک در نهاد. جهان آفرین تا جهان آفرید، نیاورد جز مهر و نیکی پدید. بداندیشی و کینه و دشمنی بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی. زمیندار گفتار و کردار نیک، همیشه پدید آید آزارنی. چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است، ببین سرزمین اهورایی است. دلم می‌کند هر دم آهنگ تو، که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، بدین بوم و بر زنده یک در نهاد. چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز، به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز. بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس، ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس. از ایران زداید نشان بدی، بر افروزدان پره ایزدی. سپروان کند بزم ناپاک را، کند بارور از هنر خاک را. هنر دانش و رامش و شادی است، اما
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 60 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, the wonderful Armin Navabi.
And your amazing host, the wonderful Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much, Armin. Armin, how are you?
Good. Just powering through. What about you? I mean, I just basically canceled so many things that I usually do in my life. Really hoping that we get more good news. And today we did get some good news from United States, and also Princess of Pahlavi put out a new message warning us about the separatists, but some updates are coming from United States that shows that shows Goldie was right. Goldie was always right. So again, more confirmation today that Goldie was right. Okay.
I love that. Why don't we get right into it? Why don't we start with King Reza Pahlavi's message, because that's really
Okay.
important to talk about.
Right.
And then we can go to the updates coming from the United States. And we should also
Right.
probably play the part of President Trump's State of the Union address where he spoke about Iran and the Islamic regime as well.
Yes, and yeah, exactly. And then we could also talk about Marco Rubio's behind the scenes talks to the American politicians. What is Amir saying? Amir saying huge love for our amazing and wonderful host. Oh, thank you. Okay. And also huge love for our amazing and wonderful viewers as well, and
Yes.
supporters as well. Yes.
All of our Hammihans, all of our Dusts and Hammihans who have been with us for the last 60 days. And guys, I know 60 days sounds like a lot, but Armin, do you recall how long the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat lasted?
Oh. Yeah, it took more than years. It took years. Yeah.
No, I think it was about 11 months maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on when you think it started, like when you consider it starting, because it did start, like if you consider the communists terrorist attacks against Muhammad Reza Shah as part of the revolution, then yeah, it would be more than a year. But if you consider, yeah, you're right. If you consider the Islamists and the Marxists at the same time, it took 11 months. Yeah.
It was so we're at 60 days. I know it seems like a long time. I wish it would, we all want it to happen overnight, especially in, the age of like rapid information and people just want results right away. You want it, like I want it to happen overnight. I wanted this to happen like months ago, right? But it is what it is. And so when you look at it in its entirety, right? 60 days, I know it's a long time, but the one thing that we know for sure 100% is that the Islamic regime is over. The revolution will be successful. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take, and hopefully it's going to be sooner rather than later. Armin, can I share a quick meme with you?
Yeah. Chunky yoga. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. Okay.
Someone posted that under one of my posts about my Piers Morgan interview. So
oh my god, that's fantastic.
Apparently chunky yogurt is now a viral thing, so everyone knows him as Chunky Yogurt, which is great.
Goldie, can we tell people that you are quote tweeted by Prince Reza Pahlavi's #1 advisor? Should we tell them that?
I don't know if I was quote tweeted. I think he quote tweeted Elisa Lebon.
Well, I mean, but she tagged both of you, and she basically admired both of you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, guys, look at this. This is Saeed Qaseminejad. He's the Princess of Pahlavi's main advisor, and he's also the main editor of the Iran's transition plan, the emergency booklet, and the IPP emergency booklet. So he quote tweeted both Goldie and Elikal Lebon. I don't know if I pronounce her name. I always mispronounce her name, but I think I did right.
Elika Lebon.
Lebon, yes. And look at what he said. He said 2 Iranian lionesses against 2. ... I think you could put some swear words here, I think. Okay, guys, look, we're getting this is a good instruction for how we could swear by Princess of Pahlavi's team themselves. So yeah, guys, we could just leave it up to the imagination of the viewers. Okay, but let me actually play the part that he quote-tweeted. By the way, guys, this is amazing. You guys, when it comes to people close to Princess of Pahlavi, it doesn't get higher than Saeed Qaseminejad. And look, he also tagged Elika and Goldie. He tagged both of them. So this is great. So let me just see how many.
You still have to finish giving your. You still have to finish giving your commentary on.
Yeah.
We might have to do that after the discussion group though, because I don't know if we'll get to that in time.
Should we tell people now?
Sure.
Now that
Why don't you tell them? Why don't you tell them?
Guys, Goldie said that she's gonna come to the discussion group today. So in about an hour and a half, Goldie is gonna come to our discussion group. Let me actually post a link to it so you could go. Guys, everybody from the Atheist Republic channel, we guys have to be very well behaved today, okay? We have to be very well behaved. I'm going to meet you immediately if you're being rude, okay?
Only because I'm gonna be live streaming the discussion group on Iran Revolution Live, right?
Yes.
Because I can't end Iran Revolution Live. So for those who don't want to participate in the discussion group, I'm going to be live streaming it while I'm participating.
Yeah.
So that's why. Goldie's no swear rules when I'm there, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So the link to the discussion group is now in the chat. So you guys get to come and talk to Goldie as well. And the rest of us there, okay? So we're gonna be there in an hour and a half, okay? So I'm not gonna. Should I play this as 2 minutes, or should we just leave this? Okay.
Well,
so
you know what? I think it's important to play it because, again, this goes to show that everything that we have been saying, Armin, you and I, everything that we've been saying in our interviews, in like the media, on Iran Revolution Live, and then of course things that Elika are saying as well. These are things that are basically it's the same message as what His Royal Highness and the team is putting out, right? With respect to personal opinions aside, but when it comes to like the perspectives and views of the Iranian people in general, right? And so again, Saeed Qaseminejad, as the top political advisor to His Royal Highness and the architect, the main editor and architect of the Iran Prosperity Project, he's not going to retweet or share something unless he just like any other politician, right? Unless he agrees with the message in one way, shape, or form. So for him to share this, right? So this is also basically the same, sort of, the way that all of us are thinking.
Yes. And guys, also, this is a confirmation that what's happening here on Iran Revolution Live and everything that Goldie is doing is on the right track. As if we needed more proof. We already knew that, but this is just on top of all of that because this is like a stamp of approval by Princess of Pahlavi's team, right? So let's play this.
The only people who want this war are Israel and the Israel lobby, essentially.
That's not true.
Elika, I can see you frowning there, Elika. What's your response to Dave Smith?
First of all, the idea that Israel wants this war and therefore that negates everything else in the universe just proves that this anti-Zionist ideology makes Israel the sun around which they orbit. And when they orbit Israel like the sun, nothing else exists to them anymore. It is perfectly possible for multiple people to align in a shared goal. Of course, Israel wants this war. Why would Israel not want to take out a regime that has been terrorizing them through their proxies, not just for the past 2 years, but for the past decades? Of course, it is in Israel's interest, as it should be, because why wouldn't you want a terrorist state that has an eschatological vision of eliminating you for justice to arrive on earth to be eliminated? Okay. Yes, we all understand it is Israel's goal, and good for them that it's their goal. Okay. Second of all, the Iranian people also have their own sovereignty, their own national interests in mind, and those are aligned goals. Now, it isn't just the Iranian people. It isn't just the Israeli people. If you do not eliminate the Islamic regime, you end up in a forever war that ultimately implicates the US. And so if you don't want war, you take out this regime. You said you could do diplomacy with the regime all of these years. You tried to do the JCPOA. You tried to do this Obama-style diplomacy. And then what happened down the line? Their proxies just kept getting stronger. They continued to do their attacks all over the Middle East. They did October 7th. And what happened when October 7th happened was that Israel had to go to war with Hamas. And guess what? The US had to be implicated to defend its ally. So if you don't want a forever war, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, you have to eliminate the source of the forever war. You have to eliminate the people. You have to eliminate the people who make war inevitable. Israel has only ever responded to the acts of the regime and its policies. And to go even further, it was actually very popular at the time to say no to war with Germany, to say no to war with the Nazis. But guess what? All of those deaths that ensued, those were deaths that were made inevitable by the Nazis because they were relentless. You had the peace for our time, the Munich Agreement, where everyone was like, finally, we're going to have peace. Then they invaded Poland. And you can see these people who are ideological extremists will always inevitably pull the entire world into war. So if you are anti-war, fantastic. Let's eliminate this regime so there's no more wars and no more threats to the United States and the rest of the world.
I'm so glad that this is the part that he quote tweeted, which is another confirmation of how pro-Israel Princess of Pahlavi's team is. This is the part that was being quote tweeted. So let me actually repost this. So that was amazing. That was really good. So Goldie, should we go to Princess of Pahlavi's message, new message? You're muted.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me just close this. Wait a minute. Let me just really quickly make sure that I have my eye on something. All right. Oh, thank you. We got a super chat saying, thank you, Armin and Goldie, for all your tireless efforts to increase awareness. Javid Shah. Well, thank you, Javid Shah, to you as well, Sayed. I appreciate that. Let me see here. Okay. So, just need to make sure I have this up there. Fantastic. All right. So, here. Dear compatriots, in recent days, several separatist groups, some of whose records include collaboration with both Khomeini and Saddam, have made baseless and contemptible claims against the territorial integrity and national unity of Iran. As I have emphasized time and again, the preservation and defense of Iran's territorial integrity is an inviolable principle. We will neither negotiate nor concede even an inch on Iran's unity and territorial integrity to anyone. Such claims merely provide the Islamic Republic, the greatest enemy of the Iranian nation and of the country's territorial integrity, with an excuse to falsify present itself as the defender of this principle, whereas this regime, from the very first day it came to power, has been the primary agent of all forms of discrimination and division within Iran. Iran's territorial integrity is the ultimate red line of our great and united nation. Any individual or group that crosses this red line or collaborates with those who do will face the resolute response of the Iranian nation in the days and weeks ahead, along with the complete dismantling of the Islamic Republic and the driving of this regime from the country. We will be more vigilant, more resolute, and more diligent than ever in defending Iran's national unity and territorial integrity. By remaining committed to this fundamental principle, we can expect the Iranian army to fulfill its national and patriotic duty to stand with the people and to defend Iran against both the Islamic Republic and separatists. Only in a united and democratic Iran, under the rule of law, can individual freedoms and equal rights for all citizens, regardless of belief, religion, language, or ethnicity, be guaranteed. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi. So this, I have a, by the way, Goldie, what do you think about this? Because I also have a theory for why why this is happening.
Well, this is because of, I think it was like the announcement yesterday of like some of the separatist non-Iranian Kurdish groups that are claiming that they're going to like fight Khamenei, and then they're going to like take land away from Iran, right? This is just the separatist groups trying to scare Iranians. And we already know that these separatist groups are basically funded by the Islamic regime. They're also, some of them are backed by Turkey, even though there's like a weird relationship there. So I have a feeling that this news is coming out as one of the ploys of the Islamic regime to try and scare people into not overthrowing the regime, because the regime likes to pretend that, oh, the only reason that Iran hasn't been separated is because of the regime. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's because the territorial integrity of the Iranian people, territorial integrity of Iran is very important to the Iranian people. And there are no separatist Kurds in Iran, right? This is the narrative of Kurds that are outside of Iran, who, and they have been mistreated by, the Arabs in the various countries that they are. And I feel terrible for them. But there's no talk of separatism in occupied Iran. In fact, Kurds are very, very loyal to His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. We've shown so many videos of Kurds. But again, this goes back to the whole separatist narrative that is contrary and counterproductive to Iranians, because we've always said that we're Iranian first, right? Like, I'm also from a small minority, ethnic minority in Iran, but I don't talk about, oh, I want to create like a separate country for lors, right? Like it's a ridiculous concept, and no Iranian, like no Kurds living in Iran ever talk like that. It's always the ones that are outside. And of course, there is also, a very small element of them inside of occupied Iran. But Armin, this whole notion of like the Balkanization and separation of Iran, this goes back to the Soviets. It goes back to the Soviet era, where back in the 50s, 60s, for a long time, actually, for over 100 years, the Soviets were trying to Balkanize Iran in order to bring Iran under the Iron Curtain. And so they thought that by pushing and promoting various separatist factions, they would be able to bring Iran under the Iron Curtain. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, so we have like Azaris here. Guys, like, so all the Iranians in the chat who are commenting and those who are watching, right? Like, we never talk about like what we are, because it's irrelevant, because we're all Iranian first. That's really, really important to us, right? And so, all the Iranians here agree. We have like Iranian Lors, Iranian Turks, Iranian Kurds, Iranian Arabs, Iranian Armenians, Iranian Azari, like anything and everything that you can think of. But it's just not something that we speak about, because we're united, and our Iranian identity takes precedence over anything else. It's always the separatists. It's always the outside separatists who try and take advantage of this. And of course, that propaganda is funded and promoted by the Islamic regime, because that's another tactic the regime uses to try and scare Iranians into not overthrowing the regime. That's my analysis on it. You're muted.
I was saying, yeah, exactly. That was fantastic. And the way to the Islamic, like a lot of people might think that, wait, why would the Islamic Republic be supporting the separatists? Aren't the separatists the enemies of the Islamic Republic? Well, yes and no. They are the enemy that the Islamic Republic wants. The Islamic Republic, the enemy that the Islamic Republic doesn't want is Pahlavi. There is the enemy that the Islamic Republic wants is the separatists. It's kind of like a It uses them as a fear tactic to suggest to the Iranian people that I know you hate me, but if you topple me, ooh, whoa, the separatists, oh my God, the separatists are so scary. They're going to come and tear apart the country. And again, guys, that's not going to happen. The separatists are very insignificant in Iran, but they are the most effect that they have is the basically the fear mongering by the Islamic Republic. And I would bet money on the fact that the separatists, first of all, the Kurdish separatist group, again, not a representation of the Iranian people, as Goldie mentioned. I mean, guys, like you guys have heard the city of Abdanan as one of the main cities that we constantly talk about. That's a Kurdish city. Like Abdanan is one of the cities that has become the role model, one of the role models for all of Iran when it comes to this revolution, this Pahlavi revolution of Lion and Son national revolution. And Abdanan is a Kurdish city. So you can see how insane it is to suggest that Iranian Kurds want to secede from the rest of Iran. They're very patriotic and they're pro Pahlavi. But reason here's how you should think about it for why it's very, very likely that a few Kurdish separatist groups, parties, which is, I think it was only 5 of them, if I remember correctly. And just guys, remember, there are like a gazillion separatist groups. Like they are not united. Like there are so many of them. Like it's not like 4 or 5. There is like more than 100 of them. And they can't get united because they're too busy fighting each other. So out of more than 100 of these parties, 5 of them managed to get together, 5 of them. And I promise you, within a few days, they're going to fight against each other again. And even this 5 is going to break apart, okay? They're going to, like 2 of them is going to take a position against the other 3. And 5 of them got together and they had this statement. And the reason why this is happening now is because the Islamic Republic wants to happen now. This is a deal between them and the Islamic Republic. Because guys, put yourself from the perspective of a separatist group, would it make sense for you to come out and put out this statement now? Wouldn't it make more strategic sense to wait until the Islamic Republic has fallen and then come put out the statement? Why are they doing this now? Because the Islamic Republic is terrified that more and more people are becoming revolutionaries and is trying to use any possible propaganda technique to convince people that this is a bad idea. And because they're just grabbing at straws and there's nothing working, they're going with like, okay, guys, let's get some separatists to put out a statement as well. I do want to show a few something about the separatists, if that's okay, Goldie.
Yeah, that's fine. Go for it.
All right. So this is, but guys, look at this. This is, for example, one of them that is very famous, Hossein Yazdanpana, who looks like Stalin. He literally looks like Stalin. And a lot of people are saying like, oh, Princess of Pahlavi needs to like be united with this guy, and if he's serious about minority rights, he needs to create a coalition with people like him, which is insanity. Because first of all, let me show you what he posted and what he retweeted. Let me go down here. Let me show you what he retweeted. Not here. This one, right? First of all, he retweeted this. Like Hossein Yazdanpana is saying, a message from East Kurdistan. East Kurdistan. You know, this is they're calling the Kurdistan part of Iran East Kurdistan because they don't consider it to be part of Iran. They consider it to be the eastern part of their delusional, their made up, the non-existing country of Kurdistan. So it's saying a message from East Kurdistan. The Kurdish people in all of East Kurdistan are ready to liberate their land from the Iranian occupation. Not from the Islamic Republic occupation, from the Iranian occupation. Okay, so this was posted by Hossein Yazdanpana, and this is the video that they're posting. Okay, so, and then he posted something else. Yeah, let me show you this. To show you how these people are anti-Iranian. They're like, oh, why is Princess Pahlavi not meeting with these people? Because they're anti-Iranian. Look at this post. It's saying, Mr. President Trump, That he's posting the bodies of Iranian people being massacred by the Islamic Republic, and look at the way he frames it. He's saying the Iranians do not merely kill, rather they kill collectively. Look at this. Not the Islamic Republic, Iranians. These people, these separatists, they don't consider themselves to be Iranian themselves. And the crimes of the Islamic Republic, they basically consider that to be Iran. I mean, a lot of these people are not even Kurdish. These are the victims are Iranian, you goddamn idiot. And let me just see if I have this other video of him, which makes him look like a clown. Yeah, so look at this. This is him acting like I don't know, a leader or something. Look at him. Wait, let me actually not play the music. It might be copyrighted. Look at this. This is how they're going to. This is their numbers. This is the entire force that they could show.
They're also very communisty. They're literally like
they are.
They're all communists. That's the thing. Like they all want like a communist Marxist state because they are like they're initially funded and trained and promoted by the Soviets, right? So Iranian Kurds. Like I hate to even say like Iranian Kurds, but
they're not Kurd. Yeah, the betrayal of the Kurdish people. Yeah,
yeah. Like these people are like the ones that are out. Like I feel bad for the ones who are outside of Iran because all those areas used to be part of the Persian Empire, and like Kurds are part of the Persian Empire, right? Like we've all been the same, right? But because of like Balkanization, those territories were kind of carved out, and then the Kurds have been stuck there with like the Arabs, you know, the Arab invaders and whatever, and they've been dealing with the Arab invaders, which is a completely different culture as well. Which is why like Kurds in Iran, right? We still have our like Iranian identity. So let me just like share a post here, for example. And this is the stuff, guys, that you don't see, right? So when I say that we're united, this is what I'm referring to. So here's a post from, one person, and he's like, this was in Persian, but I translated it. So he says, what you see in virtual spaces or some media does not necessarily reflect the realities inside Iran. Today, the Iranian nation has developed an inclination and attachment to its identity more than ever before, and in a strangely profound way. So, here's a Kurd in Iran, and he's saluting the tombstone of Cyrus the Great, right? And there's and there's a very famous phrase in amongst Iranians, and this is something that the Iranian Kurds themselves have always said. They say "Harja Kurde Irane," which is wherever there's a Kurd, that's where Iran is, because that's how connected Kurds are to the Iranian identity and the Persian Empire. Unfortunately, there are those who are no longer living in Iran, and they've sort of forgotten and lost that identity. But Iranian Kurds never lost that identity. So like Iranian Kurds are very, very proud of their Iranian identity. And I mean, Armin, you and I, like, we don't even have to worry about whether or not like the outsiders would be able to like Balkanize Iran, because the Iranian Kurds themselves would not allow them. The Iranian Kurds would not allow that, because Iranian Kurds are Kurds are Iranian. It's just like, it's like me saying Lors are Iranian, right? It's exact same thing. Like there's no such thing as like a non-Iranian Lor, right?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, even if you go back to the post that I shared, it says right here that there's like, I don't know, about 700 of them, right? And like, you guys understand, this is why I'm not afraid of any separatist movement being successful after the Islamic Republic falls, because do you guys understand that if these people try to mobilize and take any part of Iran, we will have millions of Iranians. I mean, just from the Kurdish parts of Iran, they will basically be lining up in the millions to join the army of a free, secular, democratic Iran just to defend our borders, right? Goldie, this is what, you know what? I would love them to try. I would love them to try because it is basically the best way to get millions of Iranians to join, to apply, to become soldiers in the Artesh in a secular democratic Iran. It would be the best way to mobilize the highest number of Iranians to join the army as soon as they see that anybody dares to even think about challenging the border integrity of Iran. And I bet you that when it comes to the army, the number, if the threat is, I don't know, to the Kurdish borders of Iran, I bet you the number one people who would be wanting to join the army to defend Iran's borders will be the Kurdish Iranians.
Oh, 100%. Listen, all I'm saying is like, as a Lord Bakhtiari, and, I come from, a group of people, like a tribe that's, the warrior tribe, and that's what we're known for. As a Lord Bakhtiari, I would never want to be on the opposite side of an angry Iranian Kurd. That's all I'm saying. If there's an army of Iranian Kurds coming at me, I would just give up, because our Iranian Kurds are incredibly patriotic, incredibly brave people, and even like Mahsa Jina Amini, right? The separatists try to be like, oh, she was Kurdish and she was murdered by the regime because she's Kurdish. No, that's not why she was murdered. And even Mahsa Jina Amini's mother calls her the daughter of Iran, right? Because we're all united. So this separatism nonsense coming from the Kurdish separatists outside of Iran, that's actually upsetting Iranian Kurds more than anyone else. It's really, because it's offending them, because they're like, who are these people who are, they're not even in the country, they don't even hold like an Iranian citizenship or passport. Why are they speaking on our behalf? So you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I said, guys, I'm so glad that you pointed that out. Mahsa Amini, when she was murdered by the Islamic Republic, these Kurdish separatist groups, because she was Kurdish, they tried to use her as a way for their own, movement. And then Mahsa's family were like, we're having none of that. So they refused. They came out immediately and they basically bragged about Iran being Iranian and celebrating Iran rather than any of it's another demonstration how the Iranian Kurds really feel. That's such a good example to bring up, Goldie. Thank you for reminding us of that. That's such a good point. Should we go to President Trump's speech at the State of the Union?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. Well, not the entire thing. We're just going to play the Iran-related part. So let's listen to them. This was a big deal.
We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective.
Wait, there's a part that was missing here. This part. Let me play this.
1,000 protesters in.
Look at this here.
1,000 protesters in their own country.
32,000.
They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference.
So yeah, we heard the rest of it in the first clip, but at the beginning, if you notice, this is another confirmation. This is that the more than 30,000 Iranians have been murdered by the Islamic Republic. So this is now completely official. So I don't know. This person is saying, "Holy smokes!" I mean, he did that already once, but I don't know if this person heard it before, saying President Trump just revealed Iran has killed 32,000 of their own people and protesters. The Islamic Republic is evil murderers. So yeah, it hasn't been this public yet. So this is the first.
No, he announced it a few days ago.
I know. That's what I just said. That this is not the first time. I don't know if he's. But I was going to say is this is the first more broader confirmation to a wider range of an American audience, because that's exactly what I said. Like, I don't know why he's acting like this is the first time. He might have not noticed that because that was a smaller audience, but this is the first time that this is being mentioned to a wider American audience. So this is huge, that because many more Americans tune into this than compared to that press conference that they had. So for a lot of Americans, this is the first confirmation that tens of thousands of Iranians have been murdered by the Islamic Republic. So another significant part of this right now is that he's talking about the range of missiles and the fact that they are a threat to Europe right now, and that the Islamic Republic is planning to make the range of the missiles so that it could target America at some point. This is a significant part of the speech because the understanding usually, the common understanding is usually that President Trump doesn't focus on the missiles, he focuses on nuclear, and his Prime Minister Netanyahu that mostly focuses on the range of the missiles. So every time President Trump talks about the range of the missiles, that's a big deal. It shows more alignment with Israel. But this was significant because he was also talking about the missiles reaching the United States, which could be interpreted as President Trump slowly moving to making minds of Americans ready with the justification for why the attacking the Islamic Republic is within the best interest of United States. The fact that he's talking missiles being able to reach America is a significant new talking point that President Trump is adding to the lists of things that he talks about when it comes to Iran, because it used to be just nuclear, but now he's adding range of missiles and the brutality of the Islamic Republic on the Iranian people. Which is, by the way, something that has been reported that Prime Minister Netanyahu, in the 3-hour meeting that he had with President Trump, he spent 1 hour of that just showing the footage of the Islamic Republic's brutality to President Trump. And people have been reporting that it apparently really disturbed President Trump. That he actually had to get up and walk and then come back to finish the footage that Prime Minister Netanyahu was showing President Trump. So this has been something that people have been talking about regarding the 3-hour meeting that Prime Minister Netanyahu had with President Trump.
Armin, I have like the full 5 minutes of President Trump speaking. If we want to just maybe play that, and then we can go over and analyze it if you like.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
Okay.
President, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests, 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, in particular nuclear weapons, yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called Peace Through Strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies, have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 3.
There you go.
Perfect.
I mean, just from
So-
the way he's talking, Armin,
Yeah.
I have no doubt that they're going to strike. Like it's a done deal. They're going to strike. It's just a matter of when, where, and how.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty much how I see it at this point.
And the scale of the attack. Yeah.
I agree.
There are some theories regarding President Trump wanting to make sure that the attack is in a way that it does not drag on, that it's done as fast as possible, that we get to the finishing line as soon as possible, and it doesn't get broader in the Middle East, around the region. And the Islamic Republic knows that that's the concern of President Trump. And given that the Islamic Republic knows that they're not going to be able to defeat the United States in this war, they're seeing President Trump's concern regarding this war dragging on and turning into a wider regional conflict as a way to threaten President Trump by saying, like, yeah, we might not be able to defeat you, but we will make this a war that will long last, and it will affect more countries than you want if you start this. This is the way that the Islamic Republic thinks that they could threaten President Trump by suggesting that, yeah, we will not win this war, but we will try to make America pay a high price for this war if they start this war, even if we don't win it. That's the way that they look at it, which is very strategic from their perspective. But it also means that all of us here are responsible for making sure that the political support for, as soon as this war starts, a lot of us have the responsibility to politically support this war, because even if it lasts a little bit, the political capital being spent on this war could immediately could run dry faster than a lot of you guys think. Guys, remember, Thomas Messi, AOC, Rokana, and people like these, they are ready to just use this as an opportunity to attack President Trump, as soon as all of this happens. So all of us have to be ready when it comes to defending this, because it might, guys, as strong as America is, there is no magic button that America could press and then everything just gets wiped out. There is no magic button like that. So even though America has so much superiority, meaning that they will win this war, it is possible that the war could last longer than what President Trump wants. And that means that we need to be ready to be defending it if that happens. There's another theory that I don't think that I agree with. Some people are suggesting that maybe President Trump is planning to do a limited attack and then wait and then see if the Islamic Republic will then come to the table, and if they then don't give anything, then go on another full-scale attack. I don't see that happening, because if President Trump does that, if you understand how Khamenei is, what Khamenei's concerns are and how they operate, that would make them even less likely to give America what America wants, because then it would be very humiliating to them to give in response to war, because their model is that every time they get attacked, to demonstrate that nothing really happened and we didn't even feel that and we're all good, right? So in response to an attack, to be able to maintain the last remaining base of support that they have from their followers, is to double down on not being flexible. So if anything, it would have the opposite impact, thankfully, actually, which makes regime change the only possible solution. What do you think, Goldie?
Listen, I think regime change is the only thing that people are interested in, and I think President Trump and his team are slowly kind of like they're laying the groundwork and getting things ready. I mean, I think there's also a lot of things going on behind the scenes, but I mean, last night, Senator Lindsey Graham, Lindsey, he went to the State of the Union address holding his Make Iran Great Again hat.
Amazing. He always has that. He always has that. I love that. Oh my God.
I mean,
that's so sweet.
He wouldn't be doing that if he thinks that, there's going to be some sort of, limited deal or limited strike or something, right? Like everyone knows what's going to happen. It's just a matter of when, where, and how. And yeah, like I have a feeling that, because I mean, Armin, it's like Iran is not like Venezuela, right? It's difficult, and it is a little bit complicated, right? Because that Islamic dictatorship has has ingrained itself into the country for the last 47 years. When you look at Nazi Germany, for example, like how long did Nazi Germany last?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So compare
Right.
Nazi Germany. Now we're dealing with a modern day Nazi Germany that's been around for 47 years. So it's going to be a little bit more complicated to take them out. And, just like how, just how like someone who has stage 4 cancer, when they go in for an operation, in order to cure the cancer, you have to make sure that you take out all of the cancer cells, right? So this is good. This is going to be a little bit more complicated than Venezuela or even Nazi Germany, because they have been around for so long. And so the president and his advisors and team, and of course Israel as well, they have to make sure that when they strike, they go in for the kill, basically, right? Because they don't want anything to survive or stick around, because once America, like the Americans and Israel, do the strike, whatever it might be, that's basically going to lay the groundwork for Iranians to take over, and then King Reza Pahlavi comes back, right? Because again, like I've always said, one of the most dangerous and critical times when you're looking at revolution and regime change is after the collapse of one government and right before the collapse of one government and right before the emergence of another, that power void, right? And so that's why right now, that's another reason why King Reza Pahlavi put out his statement today about the separatists, right? He's basically letting the separatists know that you are not going to be able to take advantage of that time when the regime collapses versus when King Reza Pahlavi comes back to Iran, right? Now, ideally, that period of time is going to be very minimal, right? So the time between collapse and King Reza Pahlavi returning, the idea is for that time period to be as short as possible. I mean, if I was, a political advisor to the king, that's, what I would be talking about and thinking about and strategizing towards, right? Because ultimately, it's not the responsibility of the Americans or Israelis to affect regime change, right? The Americans and Israelis are going in there in order to get rid of a threat to their government, to their countries, which is perfectly legitimate. However, and this is what I was saying on Piers Morgan yesterday, the fact that we now have like the goal is aligned here, right? So the interests of the Iranian people are aligned with the interests of the United States and Israel, which is to get rid of the Islamic regime. Of course, everyone's doing it for a different reason, and it's not up to the Americans or Israelis to affect regime change, but because Iranians want regime change, Israelis and Americans know that when the regime collapses, they already know exactly what Iranians are going to do. So that's where I think, it's kind of happening behind the scenes. And obviously we want it to be done with as, minimal number of casualties as possible. And, President Trump being the kind of person, like you said, he doesn't like violence or bloodshed or anything like that. So, President Trump and his team, I think with these negotiations, they're trying to convince the regime to surrender, right? Because President Trump is hoping that they can save more lives by surrendering. But of course, these brutal Muslim Nazis are never going to surrender. I think President Trump is figuring that out now, because his State of the Union speech about Iran and the regime was very telling to me. It was very telling.
Yeah, amazing explanation. Something very significant happened with regards to what Schumer, Chuck Schumer, after his meeting with Marco Rubio. It's a 7-second video that I honestly think it's the greatest so far. I'm pretty sure some of you think that I'm exaggerating, but let me know what you guys think. I think this has, to me at least, this 7-second video is the greatest evidence for the fact that war is coming, even though we have already a lot of evidence. But this 7-second video, let me show you and let me know what you guys think, right? So saying Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer following the Gang of 8 briefing on Iran. So Marco Rubio just gave a briefing on Iran to the Gang of 8. These are the most important, most influential politicians in United States, and obviously Chuck Schumer is one of them. So he came out and he just said this. Listen. And by the way, the caption says, "Damn, what did Rubio tell him?" Okay. Listen to this.
This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people. What did you hear?
And then he moves away. And then he moves away. So Marco Rubio just told something to 8 politicians, including Chuck Schumer, and he came out, just said to the camera, this saying, and guys, remember, this is a Democrat. This is I know Americans know that. I'm just saying it to non-Americans. And he just said, this is serious. Whatever he heard, he's just saying that this is serious and we need to make the case to the American people. So to me, this comes off as if this is a done deal, but we need American people to understand why we need to do this, because there is no way that we're not doing this, but the American people need an explanation. What do you think, Goldie?
100% I agree. He wouldn't say this is serious and they have to make the case unless he's talking about the fact, like he's basically saying the United States has to make the case, or like President Trump has to make the case for why they're going after the Islamic regime.
Right.
Because you don't need to make the case if you just want to negotiate and maintain the status quo, right? No one ever said Obama or Biden or anyone else had to make a case for negotiating with the regime, right? So the making the case is only for like strikes and regime change.
Yeah. So I don't know, like everything shows that it's about to happen, but he's just one more time. He just came out, he just said this and he did nothing at it. Like this.
This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
So it was like, if you guys, yeah.
Well, I just want to say, like, as a politician, so translating that from political speak to plain English, he's basically confirming that a strike's going to happen.
Gonna happen. Okay. So he's more worried about the backlash right now from his base rather than stopping this war or anything like that. Right. By the way, Goldie, I have footage of the Hormuz Strait being closed now. I don't know if anybody saw this. Yeah, look at this. I have the footage.
Oh no, is this like a joke or something? Oh my gosh.
ایران فدای اشک و خنده تو.
All right.
I thought that was a serious update. I was like, oh my gosh,
No,
she got me there.
it looks serious to me. I mean, look at that.
You got me there. Oh my gosh. All right. If you don't have any other breaking news, did you want to go to the rest of the Pierce Morgan
Oh yeah.
watch party so you can comment? Because you thought it was crazy last night. It still gets crazier a little
Oh,
bit.
still? Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, let's do that. All right, let's go back to. Okay, guys, I cannot spell Piers ever for some reason. Every time I spell Piers, it tells me that I need to fix it. There we go. So let me go to 43. Yeah, we were here.
But I want to get Dave Smith's response to that. Dave Smith.
Okay, well, I mean, if the general who is on the record, not just on that Amy Goodman interview, but here on this show, Pierce, who said the plans went back a decade before that, and that they were resurrected in a study paid for by the Israelis. If he's walking away from that or saying, well, yeah, that happened, but there were 4 different administrations.
Yeah, I mean, this part I already responded to. Study paid for by Israel. Okay, so what? This was all a Jewish conspiracy. I mean, I already responded to the fact that, oh yeah, the people, the countries that Israel wants to be the countries that Israel wants the world to stop are the same countries the United States wants to stop. So attack. These are Israel's enemies, America's enemies. They both want to stop the same enemies. So a study suggesting that these are the countries that we need to confront, and then eventually United States confronting that is not a conspiracy. That's not a conspiracy. That is just a sign that America and Israel have mutual enemies. That's what that means.
In there, so there's no they there. Well, as Cenk was pointing out there, Benjamin Netanyahu's been here pretty much the entire time. The Israel lobby's been here pretty much the entire time.
Oh yeah, it's not the Israeli lobby. Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu is here the entire time because United States and Israel are about to destroy the main enemy of both Israel and United States, and Israel is an ally of United States. It makes sense for them to talk. I wonder if it's like during World War II. When America entered the war, like, oh my God, why is the UK and Americans talking so much? Maybe because they're attacking the same goddamn enemy. And also, AIPAC is not an Israeli lobby; it's a Jewish American lobby. And by attacking them, shows how anti-Semitic you are. I know you're a Jew. You're anti-Semitic because you're accusing Jewish Americans of being an Israeli lobby just because they're Jewish.
And you'd certainly have to admit, sir, it's an awfully big coincidence that you saw that there was a plan to overthrow 7 countries. And that since that time, now obviously none of us are arguing it didn't happen the way you said it was going to. Supposed to happen.
Yeah, again, guys, the conspiracy doesn't even work. So America attacked their enemies, who happened to be also Israel's enemies, and it didn't go the way that suggestion, that paper, which was one of among a gazillion papers and suggestions out there, it just vaguely went in accordance to that paper and not even accurately. I'm like, oh my God, there's a conspiracy theory.
In 5 years.
Can I also just point out, look at the expression on the general's face, General Clark, 4-star general. He used to be like the commander of the NATO army, like highly decorated, very, very well experienced. You know, he's basically dedicated his entire life to serving the United States. Look at his expression. He's just looking at the guy like he's probably thinking like, is this what I fought for? This is what I like get, I risked my life so that like an idiot like Dave Smith can like talk all this like nonsense. Anyways, like the general is not impressed here.
war in Iraq ended up being a quagmire that was unforeseen by most of the military establishment at the time. But Israel and or the United States of America have attacked all of those countries, maybe minus Sudan, which kind of collapsed.
Yeah, maybe because Sudan was not attacking America. You're talking about America attacking countries that attack Americans. That's what countries are supposed to do. That's the whole point of having a military.
Without those attacks, that would seem to be a huge coincidence there, and it seems much more likely that.
By the way, a huge coincidence is exactly what conspiracy theories like to talk about. Like, oh, this can't be a coincidence. First of all, it's not a coincidence because there is a gazillion reports, as I mentioned, in Washington, D.C. Of course, anything America does is going to go in accordance to some of them. And this does not show that Israel is controlling America. If anything, this just suggests that Israel and America are aligned when it comes to who their enemies are.
Those entrenched interests that were pushing for that continued to push for that over all of these years, especially when the fact is that.
Wow, guys, it was so horrible. There were some politicians in America that were suggesting, we should maybe attack our enemies? Is that what countries are supposed to do? People who wish us harm, people who wish our citizens harm, maybe we should, I don't know, attack them? Is that what a military is for? I don't know. Like, is that why we have a military? I thought it's just there to just put it out there for people to look at and be like, oh, so pretty. Wow, look at these pretty missiles. We just have them for no reason.
We can look at who's been advocating for all of these policies over the years, and it's been Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel Firsters and the Israel Lobby and all of them. I think it's kind of crazy to expect us to
show me the Israel. Yeah, I know.
I'm just like, oh my god. I'm like, this is so embarrassing. I honestly, I'm feeling secondhand embarrassment for like Dave Smith because like he's too stupid to realize that he's saying stupid things. Like it's literally the Dunning-Kruger effect. So he's too stupid to know how stupid he is. So like I'm feeling secondhand embarrassment for him for like saying the most idiotic things in front of a 4-star general. I'm just like, I cannot believe this right now.
Right. Yeah.
Israel Firsters and the Israel Lobby and all of them. I think it's
guys, when people say Israel Lobby, ask them to name you the Israel Lobby. And when they say AIPAC, I'm like, the members are American. The members are American. Like, what are you talking about?
Kind of crazy to expect us to somehow get them out of any responsibility for this. And in terms of, Pierce, just last summer, I was on this show. We were having a bunch of arguments. Everybody back then said it was about the 60% enriched uranium, that I was crazy for claiming that this was about a regime change.
No, you are crazy because people were talking about the need for regime change because of the 60% enriched uranium, because if you don't regime change, eventually the Islamic Republic will have a nuclear weapon. These are connected. These are not separate. I mean, you're not, oh my God, room temperature level, IQ level.
Operation. And here we are a few months later, President Trump has boasted that he obliterated their nuclear program, that it's no issue, and yet we still need to go back to war.
Yeah, because he also said exactly at that time that they shouldn't be starting it again, which they did. So he wasn't suggesting that the Islamic Republic is not doing enrichment of uranium or is not going to do that anywhere else. What he said is that they destroyed those 3 sites. I mean, I don't know. These people are either very ill-informed and they're not paying attention, or they're just doing this on purpose.
Or with Iran once again. The fact of the matter is that the impetus for the global war on terrorism to begin with was our beef with radical Sunni terrorist groups.
BS radical Sunni terrorist groups started to become a major problem for the United States because of the Islamic Republic. These people just, guys, these people just hear like, oh, these are Shia and those are Sunnis and they disagree. I'm now an expert in Islam. Okay, so these are 2 different groups of people, and that means they have nothing to do with each other, and these are completely separate worlds. And they think that as soon as they learn that, oh, there's 2 versions, Shia and Sunni, they feel like they have the expertise to come out and say, like, guys, did you know that the Islamic terrorists are Sunnis and the Islamic Republic is Shia? So we shouldn't even be attacking the Islamic Republic because Shia and Sunni are not the same thing. Wow, I'm an expert.
Armin, look at the comment and then look at my face.
All right. Goldie gave
Don't read it out loud. Just read just read it in your head.
Oh.
And look at my face right now as like Dave Smith is spouting his nonsense. Yeah, there you go. That's an accurate depiction of my expression.
What you're saying. Right. Yeah.
There's no reason for the United States of America.
Yeah. So look, there's no reasons. This is something that is completely uneducated about the history of the Middle East and the relationship between Shias and Sunnis. This guy doesn't even know that the reason why we have the Islamic Republic is the export of Muslim Brotherhood ideology, which is a Sunni ideology, to Iran through Nawab Safavi, which was a Shia mullah. That's the whole reason why we have the guardianship of the jurist. That's the only reason why we have the Velayat Faqih version of Ethna Ashari Shia Islam. It came through Sunni Islamic school of thought to Iran, and then eventually, when the Islamic Republic managed to, when the Islamic Revolution of 1979 happened, there's two ways where the Shia regime within Iran influenced the Sunni terrorist groups. First, because of the establishment of the Islamic Republic, that became a motivation for Sunni groups to try to topple their monarchies, and that caused especially Saudi Arabia to try to delay the divorce from the Wahhabis and merge with them and support them and accept them. And because the Saudis were trying to do a divorce from the Wahhabis back in 1979, but because of the Islamic Revolution, they delayed it, and they actually started supporting them so that they don't do an Islamic Revolution in Saudi Arabia the way it happened in Iran. So they started funding madrasas, Wahhabi madrasas, not just in Saudi Arabia, but all around the world, especially, for example, in Pakistan and Afghanistan and everywhere else. If you look at the number of mosques in Pakistan after the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which was a Shia revolution in Pakistan, like it's like a hockey stick. You could see the number of madrasas and mosques in Pakistan goes exponentially increase, and those are Sunni madrasas and mosques, and so they're all connected. And another way that the Islamic Republic, even though it's Shia, has some level of influence over the Sunni world is through the axis of resistance, is through the Palestinian cause. So the Islamic Republic knows that many Sunnis do not accept their ideology, so they use the so-called Palestinian terroristic movement as a way to make themselves the leader of the Islamic world by suggesting that we are the only ones who are addressing the Palestinian cause. So they're all connected, and this person is trying to save the Islamic Republic. He's trying to save the mullahs by suggesting that these are two separate worlds, and the United States only have a problem with Sunni terrorist groups, not the Shia groups, even though Islamic Republic is the main funder and supporter of all terrorism in the Middle East and beyond.
Can I say something?
Yes.
So first of all, the person saying hopefully hockey is in a sore spot, no, I don't care. Literally don't care right now. In a normal situation, I would, but right now there's like 90,000 people who've been murdered by Muslim Nazis. So go USA, good job on the win. I literally don't care about hockey right now. The other thing I want to say is Armin.
Right.
So let me before you continue, I just want to say something. So Piers Morgan's show, a lot of it's about clicks and views and whatever. And so I think that's one of the reasons why he brings on like Chunky Yogurt or whatever.
Right. He's a free show.
Do you think it's a good idea? Because like when he invites me, I go because I'm very grateful to him. Oh yeah, you want to keep it light? Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Honestly, like congrats to Americans for winning hockey. I love that. So happy for you guys. No, you guys did great. Well deserved. In any other situation, we would be going at it for sure. But right now, like kudos to you guys. Plus, Mark Carney is messed up in Canadian foreign policy. Anyway, so Armin, because Piers Morgan likes clicks and stuff like that. I don't even know if I should suggest this to you. Do you want me to like reach out to his producer and be like, let's get Piers Morgan to do like a battle between Iran Revolution Live and the Young Turks, and then we can have you and me versus him, and like that's screaming Anna Kasparian, and then you can
Oh my God.
and then you could just try to like school them, and I'll just sit there in the back, just like staring and doing like a little eye rolling thing.
Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, I would love that. Yes. I think I can. Yeah. I mean, I've been waiting for this opportunity to be able to school these people all my life. Yes.
The only problem is if you pay attention to the video, it almost seems as if like for some reason the producers have Chunky Yogurt's voice, like his mic, much louder. So whenever he speaks, he drowns over it. He like drowns out everyone else. But I mean I could reach out. I could be like, wait, how do I evaluate my performance in Piers Morgan? My performance is excellent. It's exactly what I wanted it to be. I did what I had to do, and I basically put Chunky Yogurt in his place. All right, Armin, I'll reach out to Piers Morgan's producers and see if they're interested in something like that.
Amazing. Guys, Goldie has a skill that is really hard to learn. I don't know. I think it just comes to her naturally because she pays attention not to just the information that needs to be communicated, but the way the audience will relate to the people who are saying it. Right. And the way, so that is something that people who have like social awareness, like a lot of people are, like we are one dimensional. Sometimes we're just looking at the facts and the information and who's wrong and who's not wrong. And I mean, that is good, but then your message is not going to get out there if you don't understand the psychology of the people and the way people would relate to a presenter and the way people will psychologically analyze what's going on and who's winning and who's losing. And that comes from somebody who has like a lot of high social IQ, which I don't have, by the way.
Can I share something really quick before we continue?
Yeah.
So this is from earlier on. I posted this, like 2-3 hours ago. It already has like 4.5 thousand likes. So the translation is, the moment I told him I don't accept his words and he doesn't deserve a response from me. When he started yelling, I just drank my tea and gave a little smile. This is earlier on. So this is why like Chunky Yogurt was so unhinged. Just look at this.
To be clear, I don't think Cenk has gone on Iranian state TV. They've used a clip of him, right? He hasn't
Exactly.
gone on
They used a clip of him to defend his arguments about how Israel is behind everything. So again, when your arguments line up with the
on the Young Turks, does that mean we agree with you?
When the Islamic regime is basically relying on the arguments of someone like Cenk Uygur, especially with these anti-Semitic tropes, I think it just goes to show how strange the situation is.
Okay, let me bring in Dave Smith. Dave Smith, welcome back to.
You're all anti-Semites if you don't go to war for Israel. Yeah, nobody's buying that crap anymore. Go fight your own wars. Besides which, you obviously work for the Israelis. So why should we listen to anyone who works for the Israelis?
Last time I checked, your name is not Cenk. Your name is not Dave Smith. You may like it to be, but it's not.
That was perfect, by the way. That would be so like when he does that, that's a trap for you to respond and just basically get in a shouting match, and you didn't fall for it. That was pretty impressive.
I just casually drank my coffee.
Yeah.
And I looked at him and I smiled.
Yeah, that was pretty smart.
So that's my strategy, but your strategy could be, doing the arguing and all that stuff, because you're pretty good at that too. So, all right. I mean, I'll reach out and see if they're interested.
Oh my God. Thank you, Goldie. That would be a highlight of my career. Okay. Thank you. All right, cool. Thank you. Okay, let's continue.
Sunni terrorist groups. There's no reason for the United States of America to be at war with the Shiites. And you can mention, by the way, I don't think
like he talks about the Shiites as if like the Islamic Republic is, first of all, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Islamic Republic is not the representative of all Shias, right? There are many different Shia groups. Many of them disagree with the concept of the guardianship of the jurists. The United States is not at war with Shias. The United States is at war with the Islamic Republic. So the only reason why he's calling them Shias is because he's trying to suggest that it's the Sunnis that are the problem, not the Shias. First of all, the leaders of Sunni countries are allies of United States. The Islamic Republic, they started waging war against the United States before United States did anything. So you're like, oh, if you change if you replace Shia with the Islamic Republic, listen to this.
The general is to be at war with the there's no reason for the United States of America to be at war with the Shiites.
You goddamn idiot. Here's one reason. Here's one, just one, not two, not three, not four, just one good reason. Let me know what you guys think. Here's one good reason for United States to be at war with the Islamic Republic. You ready for it? You ready for this? I don't know. Because the Islamic Republic declared war on the United States. I don't know if that's reason enough. What do you guys think? Are you at war with a state, with a regime that is declared war against you 47 years ago? Are you guys not at war with a state that declares war at you? He acts like the Islamic Republic was just minding their own business, just like getting along with everybody. Maybe they had some issue with Israel, but they were like, yeah, no, but yeah, we're good. Like, we're just some problem for Israel, but nothing. Yeah, United States, we could be buddies with them. Dude, the United States, after the Islamic Republic came into power, the United States under Carter immediately tried to have good relationship with the mullahs. You know what they did? They attacked the embassy. You know, the Carter was like, oh, new management? Okay, hi guys. They even sent their politicians to pray. The Westerners, they sent their politicians to pray at the Friday prayers as a sign of respect. There's video footage of that, of the Americans and the British going into the Friday prayers, praying behind the mullahs, doing a really poor job at doing an Islamic prayer to show respect. And what did the Islamic Republic do? They attacked the embassy. They attacked the embassy of the United States and they took them captive. That was the first thing they did. And then Khomeini declared war on the United States. Is that not a and you have been war with them ever since because they started it. They call you the great devil. They call Israel the tiny devil. You're the big devil. You're the big demon. When I grew up in Iran, I grew up in Iran for 20 years. When I was walking in the streets, death to America was on the walls. In school, they told us that one day they will take over America. Before any of this, they told us that they will turn the White House into a Hosseiniya. They will fly the flags of Hussein on top of the White House one day. They declared that. Unbelievable. All of these Sunni terrorist groups, they all exist because of the Islamic Republic. They would not exist. You're like, oh, these are Sunni. The Islamic Republic is Shia. Hamas is Sunni. Hamas was funded by the Islamic Republic. You think the Shia-Sunni divide? You think the Shia-Sunni divide is going to stop them? Guys, there's one thing. Tell me in the chat. You guys know this. You guys know the answer to this, okay? Because people are like, oh, Shias versus Sunnis. Yes, Muslims, not just Shia-Sunni, they disagree over so many things. They kill each other over so many things. But there's one thing. There's one thing that unites Muslims, all of these Islamic groups. What is that one thing? And it's not Tawheed, because they have been killing each other over Tawheed as well. What's the one thing that is the greatest unifier among all of these Islamic groups? And they will put all of their differences aside over that one thing. What is the best rallying cry? It's Jew hatred. It's Jew hatred. And that's why they need the Palestinian cause. That's why they want to keep poking Israel, so that Israel needs to defend itself, so that when Israel defends itself, some people die, and they use that as a rallying cry to unite. So it doesn't matter if they're Shia Sunni, they have a way to get united. And that's why they need Israel. They need Israel because without Israel, without the Palestinian cause, there is nothing to unite over. And this is why when the Islamic Republic is over, a lot of these unities will go over because there will be no more Palestinian cause. Let's continue.
And you can mention, by the way, I don't think the general is correct in saying that Iran was responsible for killing that many soldiers in Iraq. I think they were Iraqi
Look at Goldie's face. Okay.
Shiites, and I think most of those roadside bombs were made in Iraq. My friend Scott Horton has demonstrated this.
Yeah, made in Iraq, funded by the Islamic Republic. This has been proven, you goddamn idiot.
Yeah, that's why my face is like, what is he talking about? All those Iraqi proxies, they're the ones that are funded by the regime. They're the ones murdering Iranians right now. And he's basically saying, oh no, like they're not part of anything. It's so stupid.
This, guys, exactly, Goldie. Anybody that studies what happened during the Iraq War, after the Iraq War, after the fall of Saddam, for 5 minutes, they would know that the Islamic Republic immediately came and took advantage of that and used the Shia networks that it had built in Iraq for years before the fall of Saddam. For years before the fall of Saddam, the Islamic Republic had built its Shia networks inside Iraq. And as soon as Saddam fell, they immediately came and took advantage of that. And they had their own proxies and militia groups inside Iraq, and also as parties inside the government. Current parties inside Iraq are there are some of them that are more loyal to Khamenei more than their own country. And the fact that he does not know that shows that how uneducated he's not fit to talk about this topic. He doesn't know anything.
In his great book, Enough Already. But the bottom line.
Look at the roll.
She's rolling her eyes now, but she was just like,
oh my god. You're like, are you serious? Like, where did you find these people? Oh my god. Oh my god. Honestly, anybody who considers Dave Smith as a good source of information, like, you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed that this is your source of information. He's clearly confidently talking about things that he doesn't even know the ABCs of.
And it's just that.
What is this? Dear Hammy Hands. Oh, please like the stream. Oh, Hammy Hands. Oh, so sweet. Goldie, I love the fact that you told them, you taught them these Persian words.
Friend Scott Horton has demonstrated this in his great book, Enough Already. But the bottom line is just that we are $38 trillion in debt. Well, 1 second, General, and I won't interrupt you at all.
Yeah, $38 trillion in debt. Okay, you want to save money? You want to be less in debt? How about this? Get rid of the Islamic Republic, which is the main source of waste when it comes to United States having to be involved in using its resources to maintain stability in the Middle East and North Africa, and actually in other places of the world. If you want to reduce your costs, then finish the job when it comes to the Islamic Republic. Instead of just having to treat the symptoms, go for the source of all your problems. The cost of this war is not going to be as much as 47 years of treating the symptoms of the Islamic Republic constantly being the major number one source of instability in the world. The Islamic Republic is the number one source of instability around the world, and the costs associated with responding to that year after year after year after year is significantly higher than just paying one big price and fixing this problem. Just go for the source rather than treating the symptoms.
Wait, someone's saying why we don't hate Turks. What are you talking about? We don't hate Turks.
We don't.
Erdogan is Muslim Brotherhood. We're criticizing the Muslim Brotherhood government of Turkey. We love Turkish people.
We love Ataturk. And we will never forget the legacy of Ataturk. We are sad that Turkey has moved away from the legacy of Ataturk, and we Iranians especially have a huge respect for Ataturk because our king Reza Shah was inspired. His modernization was inspired by Ataturk. So
Cenk is a Muslim Brotherhood jihadi.
Yeah. Exactly.
Anyways.
We love Ataturk. Yeah. We were best friends during Ataturk time.
Yeah.
Well, let me just finish my point. I don't think that's true. But regardless, yeah, okay. Anyway, okay, listen. I said 38. Is it 39 or 40? I can't keep track anymore. We're close to $40 trillion in debt. We have major problems in our own country, including a drug overdose epidemic, a homelessness epidemic. We have we have tens of millions of people who are in our.
Yeah, all of these problems would be harder to deal with in a world where there's less stability. Guys, people are like, oh, things are so expensive in the United States. We should stop meddling around the world. Yeah, things would be astronomically more expensive if United States was not providing security to international trade. If it was not securing trade routes, the reason why so many things are actually more affordable. The only things that are less, which are very significant, the things that are less affordable in the United States are housing, education, and healthcare, which are exactly the areas where we have so much government involvement, right? As I said it as a limited government kind of guy. But when it comes to military, actually more America's presence all around the world, that has been a major contributor to international stability and the security of trade routes and more international trades, which is actually causes prices to drop. It makes things more affordable. So America, the whole Americans and the rest of the world should be thanking America for making things affordable for everyone around the world because of the U.S. military's presence everywhere, providing the security needed for modern international trade. These people don't even understand. I mean, okay, so they're basically uneducated when it comes to geopolitics, but it's also obvious that they're also uneducated when it comes to how prices and the economy works.
Country illegally, and yet we're flirting with what is obviously, definitionally, a war of choice, a war of aggression. Iran, we're not responding to an attack from Iran, and to move all these goalposts. Oh, they support proxies in the region. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah, in other words, they're a government. Yes, in other words, they haven't just.
Are you what? Oh, look at Goldie's. What are you talking?
Look at my face. Look at Elika's face.
Oh my God. They have ballistic missiles. Oh, that's not a problem because, in other words, they're a government that is threatening to not just annihilate Israel. They are on record threatening using their missiles against Europe as well, and eventually United States. Like, oh, otherwise they're just a country. Guys, I wonder how many other countries have threatened to bomb Israel, Europe, and United States with their missiles. Oh, they're just a normal country. Why shouldn't they have ballistic missiles? What other countries have ballistic missiles? Why can't the Islamic Republic? Because other countries are not insane. Other countries don't have this Mehdi Delulu and are not trying to dominate the entire planet. What are you talking about? How is that even comparable? What is this false analogy? Are you kidding me? Because other countries get to have, you know what this sounds like? It sounds like if you call the police because somebody is beating up their wife, and then you're the neighbor, you call the police, and they surround the house, and they're like, come out with your hands up, and like, guys, it's not fair. Give the man a gun. And like, why should he have a gun? Oh, because the police has a gun, so he should have a gun as well. That's the level of insanity that this guy's trying. The Islamic Republic is not a normal state. Obviously, you should be concerned regarding them having atomic weapons and long-range ballistic missiles. How is that even comparable? How is this a serious suggestion? Otherwise, they're just a country. No, they're not. They're not a. They're not a state. They're not even a state because a state is supposed to be serving the nation. These people are spending the nation. They're using the nation. They're not serving a nation. They're spending a nation to export Islam all across the planet and eventually dominate it. That's their goal. And I know that because we were told that in school. It's not like they hide it. It's not like this is a secret plan. This is not a secret plan. This is not like God, like we're not like connecting invisible dots like a goddamn conspiracy theorist like you guys. They publicly announced this. They teach this to us in school.
completely, as Witkoff said the other day, that Trump was curious why they haven't capitulated. In other words, they haven't completely capitulated to us and said they're going to make themselves entirely defenseless against the Israelis who attack them throughout the years with impunity. This is ridiculous. We have no need to fight this war. We're flirting with another catastrophe for no reason.
Okay, let me bring in the two ladies who've been waiting very patiently.
Look at Goldie. Look at Goldie here. They're like, what the hell? What is this guy's insane? I mean, why are we even talking to this man? Amazing.
Elika, I'll come to you one moment, but let Goldie Gamari respond first, and then Elika. Goldie first.
Oh.
Armin,
Well, thank you so much, Pierce. First of all, I just want to.
Armin, sorry, should we stop here because it's your discussion group?
Yeah, let's go, guys. We're gonna go to our discussion group. So let me remember. Okay, this is a good part to come back to because Goldie is not going to be talking. So, guys, we come back when we come back to this. We're going to be evaluating Goldie's response. But let me put the link to our discussion group. And guys, this time Goldie will be there with us as well. So you guys should come to talk to. I'm not gonna be talking much because this is a special day. I'm gonna be focusing on making. Yeah.
You want me to talk?
Well, yeah, people are gonna come there for you.
Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna be there to join you and to join the discussion group and listen to you guys talk.
No. Nobody is gonna want to talk to me when you're there.
Oh my gosh.
So wait, let me post the link. I don't know. Yeah, let me post the link in.
I'm setting up my profile. And guys, for those of you who are watching on Iran, like on my live stream, this live stream is still gonna go. So I'm just gonna have to figure out.
Yes. Yeah, guys, don't go anywhere. This live stream is gonna go. So Goldie, would you be able to pin the message that we shared with the link?
I've already pinned the link.
Oh, okay.
My live stream. Okay, I just need to understand, Armin, if you can help me. How do I like share that over here so that like it works? I never figured out that part.
So you just share the screen once you go into the discussion group.
So I'm in the discussion group. Where do I go to like? I'm in there.
Okay, you see other people there?
No, like this is what the screen looks like.
Okay, let me show me the screen. Oh, you see the open politics discussion group at the top?
Yeah.
Which is live. Just click on the text next. Click on the text next to it. Not there.
Oh, click on the text next to it?
Yeah, click on the text next to it.
Oops.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
That will get you inside. Click on it. There we go. So you see 21 people there?
So then how do I do it so that it doesn't like double up? Wait, what's going on here? Join?
It's not.
Smiley face, a little plus sign. Hi, Shauna.
So people are talking there now.
This and
wait, I should tell them. I should go in and tell
keep
them.
an eye on that list and ensure that you have been added to it. If you
guys,
go to the chat and see
Hi, sorry. That I had to jump in because Goldie is. I need to tell you guys that Goldie is. Oh, so here, there's an echo. I need to leave the stream. I'm just going to be only in there. Okay, 1 second.
So as Armin is getting that situated,
all right, guys, sorry.
If you are not up,
Goldie is coming now.
Microphone.
You guys hear me? Yeah. Sorry, BT. Sorry for interrupting you. So Goldie is coming here now, and she's streaming our discussion on her, not just the Atheist Republic, but also Goldie's channel. Let me see if Goldie is here. Goldie, could you open your camera? Yeah, I see. Oh, there we go. Goldie is here. Okay. Yay, guys. Goldie is here. Okay.
Hi. Hello.
Fantastic.
Hi, how are you?
So hi, guys. Hi, everyone who's new here. Guys, if you're watching us on YouTube, there's a link pinned to the top. and you could join the discussion. Guys, we need to be very well behaved today. Guys, by the way, BT is our mod. So BT is the one who's modding here. So BT, can you go over the modding? And today I'm going to talk less. And anybody who wants to talk to, we're going to focus on anybody. Guys, keep your questions or comments short. We want to have like we want to have a good impression here. This is Goldie's first visit. So I'm going to talk less. I'm going to be focusing on making sure everybody is behaving and nobody is swearing and there's no trolls here coming here and trying to take advantage of the situation. So BT, do you want to give people the instructions regarding how this works?
Please and thank you. So welcome in to everybody new, especially. I see we've got about double our usual. So welcome in, everybody. First things first, if you are not the one speaking, please keep yourself muted at all times. There's feedback, background noises, and the like, and it gets disruptive. If you unmute, whether to interrupt or on accident, I will mute you for the remainder of our time here. So ensure that you do not interrupt, please. We have a list if you would like to ask Armin or Goldie a question today. You can find that list in the side chat. I will do something like this and let you know where you are in the list. Down below, to get on the list, you will see a reaction button. You press the button to raise your hand. If you're doing it now as I'm talking, you are not on the list, just FYI, because I will not do both. We have about 2 hours with Armin generally. Please keep your question to about 3 minutes, and that will give plenty of time for Armin to respond. This is being live streamed, so if you don't want your face, name, or opinion put on YouTube, please keep off your camera. And what you can do instead is type your question to me in the side chat. I will read that out loud for you to Armin. Please.
Goldie, today we're focusing on Goldie. Today I'm.
Oh my gosh. Okay, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm here.
Okay. No pressure, Goldie. If you want me to take over, I'll like, you could just relax and just listen to the rest of us. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe Goldie, like, I didn't know this is going to be this much work. Yeah, maybe I should have. I didn't think this through. Okay. All right. So yeah. So do we have a list already?
We are beginning a list, but final reminder before we get started, if you are not called up to speak right now, please turn off your microphone or I mute you on my end and you can't unmute yourself. First on the list, we have Cameron.
Can I just say something really quick? Sorry. Please don't mute me. So first of all, hi everyone. It's so great to be here. I've heard a lot of good things about the discussion group. I saw one of you had like that picture of like me with like the hijab and the vodka. I thought that was hilarious. So I loved that. I love that meme.
Yeah,
there we go, Sammy. So funny. I laughed at that. No, I'm just here to it's not about me. Like, I'm just here to see what the discussion group is all about. And Armin told me the topic today. And I just want to thank all of you guys also for being super patient and loaning us Armin sometimes for Iran Revolution Live. I know that he's very dedicated to the discussion group, but, Armin's working so hard, especially with what's going on in Iran. So once in a while, we'll take him away, but then, I'll be here. So yeah, but Armin, it's not all about me. Like I'll, if there's other questions, sure. But I'm just mostly here to learn from you.
Oh my God. Thank you. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Goldie. All right. And thank you for being here, guys. Yeah. So guys, so questions, not just to Goldie, either to me or Goldie. And if it's too many questions for her, just remember that we need to make sure that there's not, like, we give her some rest. So that's okay. So BT.
Beautiful. First, we have Cameron.
Thank you very much. I haven't been on here very much, but the first time I was on, I did have a question for Armin, and I was curious how you would answer. After the IRGC is defeated and Iran is able to begin their new government, what is the feeling that you get from the Iranian people, both in Iran and in the diaspora, on how they feel about civilian gun ownership, if you think that's a good idea personally, and then how you think the people think about it.
Okay, so Goldie, do you want to go first on this regarding people being armed?
Sure. I mean, so in terms of gun ownership laws, I mean, right now, gun ownership is banned in occupied Iran because, of course, the regime doesn't want people to be armed so that they could, defend themselves. However, gun ownership is something very common among a lot of various tribes, especially in rural areas. So the concept of gun ownership isn't foreign to Iranians. I personally am a big fan of the right to bear arms, and I believe that gun ownership is a right, especially in a place like Iran, where we need to be on constant guard against Islamic terrorists and people who might try to attack us. However, ultimately, these are going to be decisions that are going to be made by the transitional government when they're determining what sort of constitution we're going to have. And then that constitution is going to be voted upon by the Iranian people. So ultimately, that decision will be up to Iranians themselves as to whether or not they want that, the right to bear arms. I have a feeling that that is something that people are going to want. Because I think it is important. It's also, it's in our culture. Like when you look at Iranians from 50, 100 years ago, they all had guns. It was like gun violence has never been an issue for Iranians prior to 1979 because it's all about responsible gun ownership.
Yeah, exactly. This is a topic that is very heated among Iranians right now. And I don't think it should, like, every time we bring it up, we have a lot of disagreements about this right now. A lot of Iranians love America and they see America as a role model, and they think, oh, America had success with the right to bear arms, so we should do that as well. Some Iranians suggest that obviously with the Islamic Republic, this experience shows that to protect democracy, we need to be armed. Some Iranians, the Iranians who are against it, they suggest that we need to focus on our central government having the highest amount of authority to bring security to the Iranian people. And that's why someone's mic is open. Someone's mic is open. Guys, close your mic. Oh. The highest amount, and the central government would not be able to. They need to be for them to have authority at the beginning, at least. Maybe the Iranian people should not be armed, right? But I think this, as Goldie mentioned, this is a decision that should be up to the Iranian people. And the way that is up to the Iranian people is first through the constitution and then through the parliament, right? So what we're going to have in our constitution is going to be based on who Iranian people will pick as the founders, the council of so there's there's a couple of elections, right? First, we're going to have a referendum. And then in the referendum, for example, assuming that Iranian people are going to vote for a constitutional monarchy, after that, we're going to have an election for the founding members of our constitution. They're going to be writing the constitution, and then after that, we're going to vote for the members of parliament. And then they're going to write the constitution. We're going to vote on that whether we agree with it or not, and then we're going to vote to have a parliament. So with regards to right to have to be armed, we might allow that in the constitution, or the constitution could be flexible about that, and the laws written in the parliament will be able to decide whether we can be armed or not. If it's in the constitution, it's going to be harder to change. If it's in the parliament, it will be more flexible. It might make sense for the constitution to be flexible about this, and the parliament to allow or disallow it, so that if we change our mind, it will be easier for us to change it. This is something, but again, I don't think, as Goldie mentioned, that there's a answer that we could have for it right now. I think the democratic process that we will have after Iran is free, whatever the result of that is the right answer, right? So a lot of people talk about the right to be armed, but we also shouldn't forget the right to determine your own destiny. So if the Iranian people for some reason decide that maybe at least at the beginning of a free Iran, maybe at the beginning we shouldn't have that, well, then the Iranian people also have the right to decide their own laws. So that limitation, it has been decided by the Iranian people. That limitation hasn't been forced upon the Iranian people. That's a limitation that the Iranian people decided that maybe at first they need to have before we maybe later we will change. Anyway, sorry, that took so long. I want more people to be able to get a chance to speak, so I will try to give the shorter answers.
Okay, next we have Kashayar. Sorry, that's probably not correct.
That's good.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hi. Yes.
Hey. Yeah, so my second time being able to talk to Armin, and hi Goldie, big time follower since prior to even this whole Iran revolution thing. My biggest thing is I was at the Toronto protest. I was at a whole bunch of different things, and now it was, going there. It's bittersweet because right now the constant divide, even within families. Like I learned a lot about how Mossadegh and all that other stuff, and when the Shah turned around and said stuff like, the idea behind a coup doesn't go from top down, it goes from bottom up. And then I found out recently that even my grandparents, and I think I spoke to you guys before, my grandfather was in the Shah's army. He was a commander in the Navy and the army himself. So prior to the revolution, I left similar to Goldie, and I landed in Canada in about 87. We fled because under Sharia, they wanted to wipe out bloodlines, not swearing allegiance to the new revolution or whatever. But that being said, now I'm finding it difficult. So how would you guys say you want to navigate even within your own circles where people are so anti this government, but at the same time turning around, there were such pro Mossadegh guys, but they don't even know who they are. It's hard to explain to people that Mossadegh wasn't this savior of the Iranian people, that he consolidated power, that he did a whole bunch of nasty things, and that's why the Shah came in prior to that, because of the 1906 constitution that he had instilled. When you dissolve government, he has the right to remove. He was not elected, he was appointed. But fighting amongst these people is just driving me crazy. It's the energy should be better spent somewhere else. But how would you guys go about discussing it with people that are slightly more sensitive, trying to make them see rather than trying to, when you have to tiptoe around family and friends?
Sorry, I'm on mute on my end. No. In the discussion group, I'm fine. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. On YouTube, I was muted. Okay, I'm back. I'll go from the beginning. So, to respond to your question, I would answer by saying, ask those people who are trying to defend or promote Mossadegh, who was the prime minister before Mossadegh and who was the prime minister after Mossadegh. And you can actually just ask them to Wikipedia it, right? If you search for, if you Google a list of Iranian prime ministers, a Wikipedia list will come up and you'll see all the prime ministers starting from 1906. That's one way to debunk it. And then the other thing as well is you just ask, what year did the Shah of Iran, the previous Shah of Iran, ascend to the throne? He didn't ascend the throne in 1953. He ascended the throne in 1941, I believe. So those two facts alone, regardless of what may or may not have happened during 1953, those two facts in and of itself will go very hard to dispelling the narrative. Of course, the whole Mossadegh narrative is basically communist propaganda that's now been promoted by the Islamists. So it's one of the biggest, I would say that the whole Mossadegh narrative is one of the most successful examples of communist propaganda. However, it's pretty much been debunked at this point. And thankfully, when you look at the media, no one's talking about it anymore, because the only people who support and promote Mossadegh are like the MEK and others, because Mossadegh was funded and supported by the Tudeh party, and the Tudeh party, of course, was created by the Soviet Union because they wanted to bring Iran under the Iron Curtain at that time. There's actually a really good documentary about it that I've uploaded to YouTube. More than happy to send you the link, and you could watch that, and that'll give you a lot of good info on.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, like it's that, and I find that the other end of it too is not just when it's on the simple thing of the narrative of going against, like, okay, people that you have to be more sensitive. But I remember right after the protests, and I watch you guys a lot, so I repost a lot of your content on Twitter and stuff. And this guy from LA is like, the whole population of Iranians in Canada was only like 200,000. So you're telling me that double the population of Iranians came in and they went to Toronto? And I'm just like, dude, you're Iranian. You're obviously an MEK. So, and then finally I got him to admit it. And he's like, well, the MEK wasn't bad. That's all just propaganda. And I'm like, are you out of your mind? Like, this is just like widely known. And like, now you're just being willfully stupid. And you were obviously born in LA. I was born in Iran. I know what's going on. And I'm not saying that one's better than the other, but if you're being that willfully dumb, what do you like? How do you just, it frustrates me to no end. You know what I mean? And watching you with Dave Smith and Elika and Armin, you should definitely go on, because I think that would be hilarious for you to just shut up. Even Dave Smith, forget about Cenk and that chunky yogurt douche. But like, I'm talking about like it's just unbearable. I tried to watch it with my mom. My mom was sitting there just beating her head against the wall yesterday going, who is this animal? And then where is he from? And then I'm sitting there like, Mama, and like she's Turkish. And then she's like, oh, those Turks. And then like you look at like these Erdogan and all these other, everybody knows this. And if you speak to any Iranian out there, you know that none of those Gulf countries want to see Iran free, because they immediately lose everything. They lose tourism, they lose oil, they lose all sorts of profitability.
Because there are other
sorry. Anyway, so that, and I still want to reiterate the last time I said it, Goldie and Armin, one of you need to make a shirt saying Noon Khamenei smashed with a Noon Khamenei on it. That needs to happen, and I'll be the first purchaser of that. But Javid Shah. There you go, guys.
Javid Shah. I would say, you know what, Khashayar, fantastic name, by the way, Khashayar. Guys, so Khashayar in English, that's Xerxes. Amazing name. Like,
I have a question here.
Wait,
I just want to say,
let me gonna kick this.
Khashayar,
sorry, kick this person.
Don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls. The small accounts, don't argue with them. Just block and move on, right? Don't even bother, because they're irrelevant to what's happening.
Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, I'm not going to answer because I know more. I'm going to let more people talk to Goldie. Just, guys, when Goldie is responding to you, please close your mic, because there's going to be, if you don't close your mic, we're going to be hearing some echo. Okay, so who's next?
Beautiful. Next, we have Nina.
Hello, my name is Nina. I live in Sweden, but I was born in Iran. So I want to thank you, both Goldie and Armin and all of you. I've been looking at these broadcasting things for weeks now, like many people. So my question is, Javid Shah and I'm Israel Chai, and thank you, US and Canada, and we all in this together. My question is, when the regime has fallen, because it will fall, how will we manage the oppressed people? I'm not saying that they're not smart or they're not, developed in their brains, but how will we softly learn and teach them how to cope with the freedom without hurting themselves? Yeah, anyone can answer. Thank you.
Armin, do you want to take that one?
Okay, just quickly, I don't think we need to teach Iranian people anything about freedom. I think the Iranian people would be the teachers when it comes to freedom. I think the Iranian people are, if you look at the level of maturity and the level of political awareness that they have, I think the rest, when it comes to lessons about freedom, there is the rest of the world who need to be taking notes. That's my perspective. But what do you think, Goldie?
Yes, I agree. I mean, I think a lot of people make the mistake of assuming that Iran is like some backwards third world country, and that's not the case whatsoever. I don't think we need to worry about how Iranians are going to deal with freedom because we were literally free 47 years ago. So that's not going to be an issue. Iran is a very different culture, very different mindset than the other countries in that region. So I would just say, like, don't confuse us with, I don't know, Pakistan or Iraq or things like that. Like, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We had a country, we had a proper country. We're actually the oldest country in the world, and we invented the concept of human rights and freedom of religion. So we'll be fine.
Goldie, I thank you. I know all of this because I'm born in Iran as well. But I was just thinking about how it was when the Nazis were and the Jewish people were in the concentration camps and they were released, and they will have to be firm with them about food, everything, because they lost their ways under the oppression. That's the only thing I meant.
Well, I mean, we don't have concentration camps in Iran because everyone in Iran is occupied by the regime. So the Iranians are still oppressed, but it's not like a concentration camp. So I don't think it would be fair to compare. If you're referring to the PTSD, like the mental health issues that Iranians have, well, I mean, that's something that we're just going to have to deal with. But we're a very strong people. We're a very strong nation, and we've survived for thousands of years. And just given the fact that even now, despite the fact that the regime has tried to murder 90,000 of us, and we're still fighting, and we're moving forward. I think the future of Iran is going to be very bright, and I think if you are like what's like a psychologist or like a therapist, I think you're going to have a very lucrative future in Iran when it's free.
Right. Yeah. So when it comes to the Holocaust, I mean, who are the Iranian people are being compared to? Because if we're being compared to the Jewish people didn't lose their way because of the Holocaust. They found their way. If we're being compared to the Germans, well, the Iranian people are not doing anything, like they're not doing the oppressing. The Islamic Republic is doing their oppressing. The Iranian people are the victims. So in Nazi Germany, the Jews didn't lose their way. We're the victims, and just like the Jews were the victims. And in fact, through that struggle, they found their way. And it's actually true struggle and hardship. You actually become more aware, and you become more appreciative of freedom, and you learn to understand the value of freedom more than most people who are born in it. I mean, if we're being compared to Germans, that is not a fair comparison, because the Germans didn't really as much. They didn't fight against the Nazis when the Nazis were in power, but the Iranian people are fighting against their oppressors. So again, if we're being compared to the Jews, then the Jewish people did not lose their way. They didn't need to be re-educated regarding their ancient values. They kept it, and they managed to actually, as soon as they had their country back, they flourished. So, and this is the same thing with the Iranian people. But anyways.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nina.
Okay, next we have Leonard.
Hey, how are you doing? First time I was here, I noted that the Revolution live stream benefits from having both Goldie and Armin, as they complement each other. So just wanted to reiterate that. My question is for Goldie. I mean, if you know, I'd be thankful for an answer. What's bothering me with these debates with Piers Morgan, I mean, I sort of get what Piers is doing. He's showing both opinions. He's sort of on the fence, not rooting for any side, so to speak. But mainly it's generating views through, I don't know, rage clicks. So what's bothering me is the lack of proper disclosure when debating, right? So for Goldie, proper disclosure would be very easy. I'm Iranian, I live in Canada, I was MPP, my hands are clean. You know, I'm not speaking for, I'm not claiming to speak for the Iranian people, right? But I'm giving an opinion that is heard in the Iranian streets. And on the other hand, Chunky is a Turk living in USA, Muslim Brotherhood plant wannabe, whatever. And this is shown by the fact that his group is called the Young Turks, right? He's calling himself Turk before he's calling himself American.
Leonard, get to the question part sooner if you can.
The question is like, why is it not possible to call the spade a spade and say, look, this is my proper disclosure. I'm Iranian, I'm Canadian, and it's impossible for me to have a good faith debate with someone like Chunky, who is a bad actor, for lack of a better term.
So all I can say is that the Piers Morgan show is, the Piers Morgan show is basically done for views and clicks. And so I don't go to Piers Morgan's show to debate Chunky Yogurt because I'm not going to convince him, he's not going to come on our side. I go to the Piers Morgan show because that's a huge platform and it gives me an opportunity to speak the truth. So I go there to speak the truth and to share the reality of what's going on, regardless of what Chunky Yogurt says or does. And that's why yesterday, I made it very clear that I'm not going to respond to or legitimize the arguments of someone who is being promoted by the Islamic regime on Islamic regime state TV. So that was also an opportunity for me to call out Chunky Yogurt and to basically tell everyone who's watching that the Islamic regime broadcasts and plays Chunky Yogurt's commentary. So, there's a reason for everything. And, sometimes it's not about convincing the other person. Sometimes it's about convincing the listeners, the viewers, right? So that's why I go and speak on Piers Morgan's show. And I'm actually very grateful to Piers Morgan for giving me the opportunity and giving me the platform to speak. So I have a lot of time for Piers Morgan. I know people criticize him a lot, but the fact that he is using his platform to, give me a voice, I'm very grateful to him for that. So, I would say that, the best thing here is never look at what other people are doing. Just look at how you can contribute and how you can raise awareness. And so the opportunity to raise awareness about Iran on Piers Morgan's platform is fantastic. And I'll always accept an invitation from Piers.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, next we have Danny.
Hello. So first of all, I want to thank you, Goldie, for so much as existing on the same planet as me. And I wanted to ask for some tips from an Iranian lioness about debates. So I saw on Piers Morgan's show that the token Jew tried to interrupt Elika, and she basically, uttered some magic incantation and turned him into a pouty kindergartner. And I've seen you practice similar dark magics when you somehow say, "You will not interrupt me," and it magically compels people to not interrupt you. So I was hoping to get into this type of witchcraft myself, and I wanted to ask you for some tips.
I appreciate the joke. It's not witchcraft, it's self-confidence. So for example, the first time around when Chunky Yogurt was interrupting me, I didn't yell, I didn't raise my voice. All I said was, please keep your mouth shut until I'm done speaking. And then I just stopped. I stopped talking. I didn't engage. I just let him rant on. And then because I wasn't engaging with him, that's when Piers Morgan said to Chunky Yogurt, maybe you should, keep your mouth shut. And again, this time around, the same thing happened because, again, when he tried to engage with me the first time, I basically called him out. And then when he started yelling at me, I just smiled and I just drank my coffee. And that was it. I didn't engage. And so he recognized and understood that I'm not going to play his games. So, a lot of that has to do with confidence. a lot of that has to do with practice as well. Keep in mind, I was a politician for I was an elected official for 7 years. I was in politics for 10 years. I did a lot of political debates. I did a lot of debates in the Ontario legislature, in the media, during the election. So it's something that I've had a lot of practice with for a very, very long time. So there's no magic to it. It's just practice. It's self-confidence. I've also had professional media training as well as part of my political career. So that's why these random people, I'm all casual on Iran Revolution Live, but when I have my game face on, it's a totally different, totally different scenario there.
Well, thank you. And much love from Toronto.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a question from the chat. The question is for both of you. You know Israeli Update with Gadi Taub and Mike Doran. In one of their last shows, Mike said that he fears Persian nationalism. What do you make of this? He is known to be a friend of Azeris and Turks.
Goldie, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I mean, I think that's a very racist thing for him to say, because there's no such thing as Persian nationalism. It's Iranian nationalism. And as someone, I'm actually not Persian. I'm Lor Bakhtiari. So I always find it very offensive when non-Iranians speak about like Persian nationalism. And I'm like, what are you talking about, right? These people who speak about again, this goes back to the whole separatist narrative, right? The separatist narrative of, all these groups are oppressed, right? And everyone speaks about the separatists who are outside of Iran. But you know why? You know why none of the separatists ever speak about the Lors? Because there are no Lors outside of Iran, because we're such a small minority that we only exist within the borders of Iran. So to anyone who says they're worried about Persian nationalism, no. You're actually trying to attack Iranian nationalism, because regardless of our ethnicity or whatever, we're Iranian first. And quite frankly, I find it incredibly racist that people try to divide us amongst, Persian or not Persian, when we Iranians within our own culture and society, we don't care if someone's Persian, Lor, Turk, Azeri, whatever, right? Like it's actually very rude. It's very rude in in Iranian society to comment on someone's which part of the country they're from. So yeah, as a Lor Bakhtiari, I would tell that person that he needs to keep his mouth shut and not speak on behalf of Iranians.
Yeah. Yep. Ask them, where is this Persian nationalism that they're speaking of? Like, who is doing that? Where are you seeing Iranians? Like, are you seeing any Iranians going out and saying Persia, Fars? Like, what? How? Like, point that to us, because it doesn't exist. This is Iranian nationalism, and we're all of us Iranians are united over this. And also challenge their claim that they're pro-Azeri. I don't know which Azeris they're speaking of, because they're anti-Iranian Azeris, because the Iranian Azeris are nationalists, they're patriotic, and they're united with the rest of Iranians when it comes to their national unity. So even the claim that they're pro-Azeri is nonsense, because the Iranian Azeris will be the first to dismiss them and call them out as the enemies of Iran, and therefore the enemies of Iranian Azeris. So no, these people are not pro-Azeri, at least not Iranian Azeris.
I also don't like this, because we also do have we have Persian population as well, and again, we're interchangeable. When you look at someone, you can't tell if they're Persian or Lor or Kurd or whatever, with a few things here and there. And so I actually I get really, really pissed off when people try to demonize Persians, right? Because Persians are no different than the rest of us. And this anti-Persian racism that's coming from the separatists, it's incredibly offensive to me, right? Because as Iranians, we're Iranian first. So if you come after one of us, you come after all of us, which is why I have zero tolerance for Persian racism. I zero tolerance for that, right? I'm actually pretty sure, I don't know, a quarter or maybe even half Persian. I don't know, but like because we're so intermingled, right? Like we have been an Iranian nation for 3,000 years. So we're already so intermingled that like we're all Iranian. And so yeah, like this anti-Persian racism needs to stop. It's very, very inappropriate, and I personally take very great offense to anyone who's attacking Persians.
Okay, Armin, yes, all is good. Next, we have Ali.
Hi, Goldie. Thank you for coming today. Thank you both, Armin and Goldie, for all that you've done, which has been a tremendous amount. I've watched your stream since the beginning. Really appreciate it. As a politician, how rare is it for someone like Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi to be stating his points for 47 years, not be caught up in any scandals, and to consistently be on the right side of debates? Do politicians act the same on and off camera like he does with such a noble personality?
So, former politician. And I would say the reason that His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, acts the way that he does is because he's not a politician, right? He's not a politician. He's a leader. He's a Shah. And Shahs and leaders are above politics. That's why he doesn't get involved in politics. That's why his message has always been the same. In terms of like politicians themselves, yeah, like in my personal experience, yes, I've seen many politicians who act one way in private and then another way in public. The reason that His Royal Highness has always said the same things for the last 47 years, he's had the plan, and the reason that everyone trusts him is because, again, he's a Shah, he's not a politician, two totally different things. I hope that makes sense. Like he's above politics. You know what I mean? Like he's above politics.
By the way, I disabled Craig Young's camera because he's like he's chewing on I don't know what. So I was very disrespectful while Goldie was speaking. So I disabled his camera. I don't know what the hell was he's doing on camera. But yeah, it was like chewing on a straw or something. So weird.
Maybe he was chewing his cud. Okay, next we have a question from Jewish Samantha. She says, first, please tell Goldie she is my absolute hero.
Aww.
Her speech about anti-Semitism in Parliament after October 7th made me feel a little less alone. 2 questions. The first, I want to know if there is any way she can organize her politician shame list, perhaps alphabetically by name, so as to get it easier to find people, I think is the first question.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. Let me make a note of that here. I'm hoping that at some point, like someone will actually like take this politician shame list and maybe turn it into a website or something for reference. I don't have the capability to do that, but the data is there. So if anyone wants to do that, more than welcome to. But I'll make a note here to organize it alphabetically. Okay.
And second, I made a list with links of organizations who made actions such as calling senators to try and stop the US from helping the Iranian people. Does she want me to do anything with this?
I mean, I would say you maybe send that, add the info to the politician shame list then, right? Or are these groups or organizations?
They're groups, they're not individual people.
Groups. I guess I would say reach out to an organization called Act for Iran. Their website is basically just Act for Iran. Reach out to them and share the information with them and let them know like these are, keep track of these groups and keep an eye on them. Because like that's more sort of internal American politics and policy, which, as a Canadian, I can't get involved, but there are groups. So I would say reach out to Act for Iran for sure.
Thank you. Okay, next we have another question from the chat. How does Goldie feel about America's hockey win?
Congrats, guys. Congrats. Well deserved, well earned.
Okay, next we have Remteen.
Ramteen, guys, be ready to open your mic whenever.
Yes,
if
can
you're
you-
on the list. Yep.
Awesome. Sorry. Hi guys. Good morning. It's nice to finally meet you too, Goldie. I'm Project Vendetta. I made one of the Revolution songs you play. I've been following you and Armin during all of this, and I really appreciate the space you create for these discussions. I've got a few related questions built into one, mainly about Iran's past and future. There seems to be a lot of disagreement around the Shah. Some people say he was a dictator, while others say people were happier and Iran was more stable under his rule. So, how should people understand that period in a balanced way? And looking forward, what realistic chance do you think there is of regime change? And what concrete safeguards would ensure Iran remains stable afterward, including how divisions amongst Iranians with very different political views would be handled? And what would happen with groups like MEK, IRGC supporters, or others so the country stays united after any transition?
Armin, do you want to take that one first?
Okay, regards to the dictator, first of all, that is so unfair regarding Mohammad Reza Shah, because Mohammad Reza Shah was obsessed with getting Iran to be democratic. Democracy is a spectrum, it's not binary, and it's not something that you could achieve overnight. And if Mohammad Reza Shah, like when he came into power, Iran was still under lord and serfdom model. We still had lords and serfs. So Mohammad Reza Shah took us out of feudalism with his white revolution. So it's so insane for people to say, like, why didn't we have absolute democracy? Like, they were like, people were expecting Mohammad Reza Shah to go through 1,000 years of the history of Europe in just one generation, and just over like a 20-year span. Like, that is an unreasonable expectation. And if you look at everything Mohammad Reza Shah did, he was obsessed with getting us to there. And in fact, if there's any criticism, a more valid criticism might be, and I say might be, that he was too much in a rush to get us there, right? I mean, Iran was one of it gave the women the right to vote ahead of many European countries. Mohammad Reza Shah is the person who forgave the person who shot him, trying to kill him. Mohammad Reza Shah is the person who constantly be calling Savak, the intelligence agency, fighting with them, trying to release different political prisoners. Mohammad Reza Shah is the person who was obsessed with making sure that there is no physical torture anywhere in Iran, and he was obsessed with trying to make sure that that does not happen in Iran. Mohammad Reza Shah, I mean, Mohammad Reza Shah is a person who asked Savak to come up with a report to see what would happen if we all of a sudden have completely free elections in Iran. And Savak gave him a report showing that the commies will win and the Soviets will basically be able to come and take a huge portions of Iran. And he got angry with his own intelligence agency, saying that you guys just want to make a dictator out of me. Mohammad Reza Shah was the person that eventually said that maybe like getting to that complete democratic model will not happen in his time, and hopefully will happen in his son's time. And he was focusing on improving the culture and education of Iran, which is arguably the foundations that you need in a country to get to democracy. So that's what I have to say regarding dictatorship. When it comes to all the other metrics, every single metric that you put your hand on, Iran did not just improve during the Pahlavi era, but improved in such a degree that it looked like a miracle. This is why Iranian people say Pahlavi did not rule. They say Pahlavi hukumat nakard, Pahlavi mu'jize kard. This is a common saying among Iranians, which means Pahlavi did not rule. Pahlavi did miracles, right? And again, when you say there's a lot of disagreements, there's not a lot of disagreements among Iranian people. The disagreement is mostly among foreigners, but Iranian people are more united than ever when it comes to Pahlavi. But Goldie, go on.
Just a quick note on that as well, Ramteen. There's an excellent documentary from 1974. And the documentary is called The Heirs of Cyrus the Great. It's publicly available on YouTube. I've played it on my channel several times, gone over the commentary. So I would highly encourage you to go and watch that documentary, The Heirs of Cyrus the Great, from 1974. And you will see that the only people who called the Shah a dictator were the Islamists and the communists. The Islamists called the Shah a dictator because in 1963, the Shah of Iran gave women the right to vote, and the clergy, the Muslim clergy, said that this was problematic because, according to Islam, women should not have the right to vote. The Shah of Iran also, let me finish, please. The Shah of Iran also banned child marriage. Which, of course, in Islam, that children can get married. So because the Shah of Iran made education mandatory, not just for boys but for girls, and he banned marriage up until the age of 18, the Muslim clergy accused him of being a dictator because he didn't respect their religion. With respect to communism, communism was banned because during the 1960s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, Iran bordered the Soviet Union. And so Iran was in a Cold War situation. And many of those communist political groups that were present in Iran were being funded and trained by Moscow. So the Shah of Iran, rightfully so, banned communism. And he was well ahead of his time because I believe, just like last year, Czech Republic, which is, a parliamentary democracy, they recently banned communism as well as a dangerous ideology. So unfortunately, history belongs to the victors. And so when the Muslims, like when the Islamists and the communists were successful in overtaking Iran, that's when, all this historical revisionism started. But I would highly encourage you to go watch that documentary, the Children of Cyrus the Great. It will explain a lot about who the Shah really was and what he was achieving during that time.
Thank you very much. That's actually really helpful. It was a pleasure meeting you too.
Also, I love your song. I love your song, but I just want to say that part where you have me pointing, honestly, I look like an ogre. That's like the ogre Lord of the Ring versions of me, because like my face is so weird, but I love it. Thank you for the song. It's fantastic. It's one of the hit songs in our intro. So really appreciate that.
Thank you, Ramteen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, guys. And thank you so much for that song, Ramteen. Really is one of our favorites. Just guys, remember when Goldie is speaking, please close your mic. Okay, so thank you. Who's next?
Okay, next we have Iron Shogun.
Hello there. Hold on. Can you guys hear me now? All right.
Yes, and try to keep your questions, like, get to the point. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So very quickly, I just want to share a quick story, right? Because this is a very common, jihadi Islamist talking point. So really quickly, I'm going to share you this story from Israel, and it's about ISIS. So it says here.
How long? Wait, how long is this story? Is it a 30-second story?
It will be like 6 seconds, I promise.
Okay. Go.
All right, I'll run through this really fast. So basically, it says here, on March 27th, 2022, there was a mass shooting. There was a terrorist attack in northern Israel, in the city of Hadera, where there were 2 ISIS terrorists who actually shot and killed 2 Israeli police officers. And there's a very common talking point saying that ISIS was actually a terrorist group that was set up by Israel against the Islamic regime. And my question is, I just want to know, has anyone ever told you that ISIS was Has anyone told you that ISIS was set up by Israel?
Yeah, I mean, by Jew-hating anti-Semites, yes, all the time. We hear that Israel did ISIS, Israel did Al-Qaeda, Israel did 9/11, Israel stole my shoe, Israel is the reason why I couldn't find my keys. Israel is like, I mean, yeah, of course. Like, I haven't. Israel is responsible for bad weather. Israel, like I haven't heard. I can honestly say there's not a single bad thing that happens in the world that the Jews have not been blamed for it. But what's the point? Like, who cares? Who cares what Jew haters say? Yeah. All right. So yes, I've heard. That's the answer. All right, let's move. Unless Goldie wants to add anything to that, like, I mean, why would anybody take this seriously? This is the most insane like claim ever. Why would anybody? It's just so low IQ claim that I don't even know if it's worthy of a response. Okay, let's go to the next, I guess.
Thank you. Next, we have Junior.
Junior, let me allow audio. Allow audio. Okay, try again, because you had your mic open. I had to disable your audio at some point, but now try again. Unmute yourself. Okay. Okay, Junior 1, Junior 2, it's not working. Junior 3. Okay, let's move.
Okay, next we have John Stewart. John Stewart, are you with us?
Okay, John 1. Oh, there we go. I have no idea. Is someone speaking? All right, let's move on then.
Okay, we have Keke Panya.
Okay, let me actually disable the audio of Junior. Okay, KK Panya, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Guys, if you don't use your opportunity to speak, then we're going to move on fast to the next person. So be ready when it's your turn.
I had muted that person in the past. I don't see them still even here. Let's double check. Okay, let's, Keke Panya, why don't you try again? You'll have to unmute yourself on your end, but you should be allowed now.
All right, just 1, 2, let's just move on.
Okay, Soraya.
Do you guys hear audio? Because I'm not hearing anything. Okay.
Okay, next we have, oh, go ahead.
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to say thank you to you, Armin, for everything that you're doing.
All right, Soraya, your audio quality is very low, so we can't understand what you're saying. So we have to move on. Sorry, because we couldn't understand what you're saying. All right.
KK Panya, why don't you try one more time?
All right. Let's move on then.
Jeffrey.
Hey, Goldie, nice to see you. Great to have you here. As you know, the battle of the narratives is crucial regarding overall efforts to liberate Iran from the mullah regime that's illegally occupied Iran since 1979. Indeed, you and Armin do such a good job of being combatant commanders in the battle of the narratives. Concurrently, the mullah regime has ramped up its disinformation campaign to undermine perceptions of legitimacy of His Highness Prince Reza Pahlavi, within the broader goal of rolling national will regarding critical efforts like the moves to have His Highness Prince Reza Pahlavi officially recognized as the head of the transition government in exile. So given the significance of the battle of the narratives, I have 3 quick questions. 1, what are the key common thematic elements you see being leveraged by the Mullah regime's soft power proxies? 2, how effective has been pre-bunking lines of disinformation, specifically the Red-Green Alliance's attempt at revisionistic history to morally flatten the Shah versus the Red-Black Alliance? And 3, what specific lines of effort can members of the broader diaspora that supports Iranian resistance play in anchoring the news cycle, as well as minimizing issue fatigue and amplifying Iranian resistance's inside Iran's message of their support for His Highness Prince Reza Pahlavi?
Well, thank you so much for the questions. Let's go through them one by one. So could you please repeat the first question?
Sure thing. So question number 1 is, what are the key and or common thematic elements you and or Armin have seen being leveraged by the Mullah regime's soft power proxy? So think chunky yogurt, think members of the Red-Green Alliance.
So the key like things that they put out is, the Shah, he's like an Israeli puppet or an American puppet. He has no legitimacy. No one supports him. That's already been completely disproven. And that narrative is long gone. And, unfortunately, we Iranians, we had to disprove that narrative with the blood of our people. Over 90,000 Iranians have been murdered. And I think that's why, in the Piers Morgan, episode yesterday, Chunky Yogurt didn't even go after the Shah anymore. Whereas a month ago, he was trying to attack the Shah, accuse him of being an Israeli puppet or whatever. So yesterday, he didn't even mention King Reza Pahlavi because he knows that argument is done. So that's already done. And whatever narrative that, the Islamic regime has tried to throw against the Shah of Iran has been destroyed. And one of the very good indications of that as well is I would refer you to the Munich conference with Christiane Amanpour and how she tried to attack the Shah of Iran. That didn't work. And then afterwards, when Senator Lindsey Graham came on, Senator Lindsey Graham, even though he was with a bunch of leftists and the leftists were talking, Senator Lindsey Graham was even like looking at them and then he was like, "Who are you?" And then he winked at the Shah of Iran. So like the United States is already, and then on top of that, there was also Steve Witkoff, which I spoke about this in the live stream a few days ago. And I said the fact that Steve Witkoff is now coming out and saying that President Trump wanted him to confirm that the United States administration have met with King Reza Pahlavi, that in and of itself is indication that everyone already knows who the legitimate transitional leader is. So there is literally nothing that the Islamic regime or their supporters can say or do at this point to attack the legitimacy of the king. They will try, they will continue to try, but it's pointless at this point. It's a lost cause. So that's my answer to the first question.
The second question was, well, you kind of answered the second question too. I'm going to move on to the third one. What specific lines of effort can members of the broader diaspora that supports Iranian resistance play in both anchoring the news cycle so we can minimize issue fatigue and, more importantly, to the point you mentioned, amplify Iranian resistance inside Iran's messages of their support for His Highness? I guess I call him King Reza Pahlavi now. I usually call him Prince, so I don't know if I should call him King or Prince.
That's fine. Some people call him Prince. Some people call him King. Totally up to you.
I wouldn't want to be disrespectful.
No. Prince is completely fine. Armin calls him the Prince. I call him the King. That's, it's freedom of speech. We're very respectful. So I would say calling him the Prince is perfectly fine. So to answer your question, the best way to support and amplify would be to make sure that you're following his accounts on X and Instagram, not just his main account, but also the comms account. And then, one of the best ways to support is to, share, retweet, repost everything that he posts, not just on his main account, but also the comms account, because the comms account has a lot of extra additional information. So, those are very, very good ways. And then also, just writing to your elected officials and asking them to come out and support the legitimacy of the transitional government and declare that the Islamic regime is an illegitimate government as well. I don't know, Armin, if you have anything you'd like to add to that.
That was just so perfect. I'm not going to add anything to it. I'm just going to allow.
You're just saying that because you're enjoying having a break here, and you're making me talk all the time now. I see what's going on, Armin.
Yeah. well, let me know if you want to take a break.
No, not at all. No, I'm enjoying this. This is not tiresome for me. Like I could talk about Iran all day long, so I'm actually really enjoying. You know what? Maybe I'll just have to like take over your discussion group and I'll just claim it for myself. Who knows, right? Just saying.
I'm pretty sure everybody loves that idea here. So I don't know. Please do. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Goldie, if you come more often next time, like we'll let you just sit there and relax, and I'll tell people only to ask her question when she says that she's available for questioning.
So maybe what we can do, Armin, because we're collaborating and everything, why don't we do like a little bit of a give or take? So why don't we figure out a time where maybe like on a Saturday or a Sunday, you don't do your discussion group because, we just want to go through the news. And then in return, I'll have like a scheduled day, let's say like once a week, where I come and join the discussion group. How about that?
Perfect. Teamwork. Amazing. Teamwork. Love that deal. Oh my God. All yes. Right. Okay. Fantastic.
Let's do that.
Oh my God. That's the best deal ever. Okay. Oh my God. All right. Everyone here is happy. Okay. Who's next?
Okay. We have Cat Lady up next.
Okay, can you hear me? Because I'm not sure. Okay, good. So first of all, Goldie, I love you, and I'm sure you hear it all the time that you have such a Jewish name. I was absolutely not even considering that you're not Jewish. Like Goldie, who calls themselves like I have a sister, Goldie.
Honestly, it's a nickname. Like people just started calling me Goldie when I was 13 because my real name is Golsa. But in high school, like people just started calling me Goldie, and it just stuck. So that's just been my nickname this entire time. It has nothing to do with like anything. But what's really weird, Cat Lady, sorry to interrupt, but what's really weird is that now, like all these like crazy Jewish conspiracy theorists, they're like, oh, she must be Mossad because her name is Goldie. And meanwhile, it's like, no, it's literally just my high school friends started calling me Goldie, and it just stuck.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. Well, the full name is Golda in Hebrew, but yeah, wow, that's great. Does it have any meaning? I'm sorry for like this.
Golsa? So Golsa means like a flower. Although I tell my parents they should have named me Kharsa because I'm more like a thorn in the side of the Islamic regime.
I love it. And okay, my point was, just when I started listening, I heard you talked about Gadi Taub, maybe talking about Persian nationalism. I want to make sure one point, if I didn't understood, is it Gadi Taub or Mike Duran, which is an American Christian? Who said it? I just want to know. Is it the Israeli guy or is it the American guy? That's what I'm. Oh, and
I can't answer. I don't know who brought up that question.
Oh, it was a question. I didn't understand it. So, okay. So never mind. Okay. That's it. Thank you. That's what I wanted.
Thank you. By the way, for people who want to raise their hand, if you're new here, there's a smiley button at the bottom of your screen. And if you click on that, then you could just by clicking on it, like raise your hand like this. That's how you get added to the list. Okay. And thank you, BT, for everything, by the way. This would not be possible without BT, so thank you.
You would manage, I'm sure. If I didn't see the side chat, but please, if you know the answer to Cat Lady's question, please tag her in the side and let her know. Also, in regard to the hand raising button, we cut that off in about 23 minutes, give or take. That way we have enough time to get through the full list. So get your hand up if you need to do so, and that way I don't have to cut it off later. Next, we have a question from the chat. As a Pakistani, I'm interested to know, do you know the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, at one point proposed a joint currency agreement between Pakistan and Iran? When Iran is free, do you see any room for collaboration between a free Iran and Pakistan?
You're on mute, Armin. Armin, you're on mute.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Honestly, I did not know about that, and that if that is true, thank you for educating me on this. I'm gonna go look into that. So that is very interesting. Thank you for letting me know. No, I did not know. But regards to the future, I really do think that a free, secular, democratic Iran is going to be a major positive influence to all countries in the region. I do think that obviously Princess of Pahlavi, his focus and his team's focus is to try to maintain a positive relationship with all the countries in the region. It's going to be difficult with Afghanistan, with the Taliban, and I think we might have some conflict with the Taliban, which is a challenge that we have to deal with. With Pakistan, there's a challenge and there's an opportunity here, right? Because the main challenge with Pakistan in the future is going to be the terrorist groups inside Pakistan, right? Especially Islamic and separatist groups that will try to come and attack Iran and then go back to Pakistan as a place to basically be safe from the attack of the Iran's Artesh, Iran's army at that time, right? So there's an opportunity to collaborate with the Pakistani government to secure the Iran-Pakistan border. So, and there's a challenge because if the collaboration is not successful, and the Iran might have, and the future Iranian government might be concerned regarding Pakistan's government not being able to do enough to maintain stability across the border of Pakistan and Iran, because Pakistan's government, like a lot of people say, Pakistan is moving closer and closer to a failed state, and there's so many different terrorist groups and separatist groups who are basically not being responded to by the army in Pakistan as much as they should be. So usually sometimes you're going to have a challenge between in relationships when one country is a source of tension in another country and the government of that country is not able to or willing to do what is needed to provide that security. However, guys, don't spam the YouTube chat. So that's something that we need to be managing in the future. When it comes to the people, though, I think there's a lot of opportunity here. I know I have been in touch with a lot of secular activists in Pakistan, and I know a lot of them are fighting even a bigger obstacle sometimes than the Iranian people, because for the Iranian people, the problem is the regime, but the society itself has moved on away from Islamic ideology. But in Pakistan, the Islamic ideology, unfortunately, is widespread among the people as well. So for the secular activists in Pakistan to be able to liberate their country, they're dealing with an obstacle that is going to take decades to overcome. But I think the Iranian people liberating themselves and secularism growing inside Iran is going to provide momentum to the youth in Pakistan. In the same way that the Islamic Republic coming into power caused Pakistan's fall into more Islamism. All of the madrasas and mosques in Pakistan after the 1979 revolution was built in response to the Islamic Republic by Saudi Arabia, and a lot of the problems we're dealing in Pakistan is caused by the Islamic Republic. I think in the same way, Iran becoming a secular democracy will provide a lot of momentum and motivation and inspiration to the secular activists, and we are going to turn Iran into a base of operations for democracy. I mean, we the people, I'm not talking about the government, we the people are going to do a lot of activism when it comes to spreading democracy and secularism in the entire region. Again, this is not the government thing, this is the people. And I think that's going to have a huge positive influence on countries like Pakistan and eventually Afghanistan as well. We need to create those bridges. All right.
Jeffrey, I saw the hand up. Are you looking to be on the list or do you have something for now? Yeah, go ahead.
So real quick, because you guys actually, this is important with regards to the insecurity flows that come out of Pakistan. As I posted in the chat, Pakistan has nuclear weapons and they have a lesser level of what's sometimes called stockpile stewardship or accountability. Gary could definitely speak to this. So keeping that in mind, because that brought up the WMD issue in mind. Goldie, you and Armin had a person that was on your show 2 or 3 days ago that had, presented unconfirmed reports that elements within the mullah regime have plans to leverage their chemical and biological weapons of mass destruction as a last act, a final act of scorched earth against Iranian people during the last parts of their fall. And there's also unconfirmed reports regarding small-scale use of chemical weapons against Iranians and or the mullah regime putting chemical and biological warheads on their missiles. So there's a reason I'm asking that. Have you heard anything else besides what that person, it was like 2 or 3 days ago, forgive me if I can't remember the exact day. Did you hear anything, any further information on that from throughout the diaspora and your contacts throughout the diaspora?
Whatever we've heard is what we've already said. If we had heard anything else, we would have spoken about it.
Yeah.
Okay, up next we have Marco.
Hi guys, I just wanted to say I love every single one of you. I hope you have my voice.
Yep.
And I love Armin. Armin is my brother. By a little bit search, I find out Goldie from the dad side is related to me. I'm Bakhtiari from Awas too. I'm the guy behind the scene. I have a couple things I want to discuss with you very quickly. I'm at work. I have my sister just
when you say a couple of things, it makes me worried. Like, just remember that we have like short amount of time. Okay?
You're gonna be very happy. You're gonna be extremely happy. I'm very proud of you. I'm proud of every single one of you. We are army. We need more army, all of us. We thought we are gonna actually fight the Islamic regime, but there is a lot more forces we have to fight. So I love every single one of you to join us all the time. I just joined Armin an hour ago. My sister landed in Vancouver last night. So if you want to ask me a question about those things, I will tell you. And I have one question for you. I have a ticket for March 8th to go to Iran. Should I go? Should I not go? Thank you, Armin. Thank you, Goldie. Thank you, every single one of you. My daughter is on the way to come to the shop to collect some money. So I'm ready if you guys want to. Oh, somebody already said, no, don't go. Okay. I know. My daughter showed me a clip on Sunday, and she said, Baba, look, everybody's leaving the embassy. People are leaving and stuff. Please don't go. We don't want to lose you and stuff like that. So lots of people. I have
what do you mean? To go to fight? To go to fight? Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm going to go to the fight.
All right.
I would
So
say,
honestly,
wait, Armin, can I just answer this? We're not the right people. We're not the right people to tell you what to do. You need to listen to the government travel advisory for your country and what the government travel advisory for your country is saying. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you so much.
I was going to say the same. I was going to say the same thing. Like, we're not going to be able to make personal decisions on your behalf. You have.
But your opinion matters to me. Anybody has an opinion.
I'm not going to give my opinion on something like that. Not giving my opinion on something like that. Yeah. You're an adult. You have to decide for yourself. Listen to the opinion of your government travel advisory.
If you want to know the truth, I have a mechanic shop in Edmonton. I answer all your mechanical issues later, but most of my customers, I have to let them know, my friends, they're loyal to me. I'm loyal to them. I gotta let them know that I'm leaving March 8th. I'm coming April 12th.
No, okay. So that's Marco. We already answered that, so we can't give you any advice regarding that. You could make that decision based on the information that you have. Okay. Thank you, Marco.
Yeah, Armin. Every single one of them telling me, Marco, we thought you're educated and you're a smart guy.
That's okay, Marco.
But if you want to know, my sister came
last
night and she has a lot. She told me lots of things. If you want to know, I love to discuss that.
Okay, Marco. Thank you, Marco. Let's move on to the next person.
Okay, next is Samaray.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, watching from New Zealand. I hope everyone's well. Either you or Goldie can answer this, Armin, John. Many people in the West, we all probably experience this in our workplace and people we come across, see what's happening in Iran through the lens of another Middle East war, right? How can advocates effectively frame the situation as a liberation or a rescue mission in those kinds of terms while still respecting the complexity of Iranian society and avoiding the oversimplification of what's going on? Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thanks.
So I mean, I would say maybe the best talking points is to just, reiterate that 1979 was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was basically foreign interference, and it was supported by Jimmy Carter, France, the UK. And you always want to make that distinction, right? Make the distinction between Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, and never say Americans, because it wasn't the Americans. It was democratic foreign policy. As I've shown in various videos, Richard Nixon was actually a very good friend of the Shah. And Richard Nixon went on record to say that if he was still in power, he would have stood by his friends, because the Shah was an ally of the United States. It was the Democrats. And there's so many issues with Jimmy Carter. So that's the one thing, the first thing. And then the second thing I would say is, I actually said this on Piers Morgan. So when we're done the discussion group and we go back to the commentary on the Piers Morgan episode, I basically say, don't look at this as a war. This is a liberation, right? This is a humanitarian intervention. And basically compare it to World War II. Compare it to World War II, where the United States went in and got rid of Nazi Germany and freed Germany as well. So that's how that's I would say the best way to frame it is like that, is to, and then whenever someone is like, well, we don't want Iran to turn into a failed state. Well, Iran became a failed state in 1979 when the regime took over. So we've been in that failed state situation for 47 years. We've been in that forever war for 47 years. So what's happening right now is we're correcting that mistake, and we're ending the forever war, and we're getting rid of the failed state.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you. We have a question from the chat again for Goldie. How and when did Goldie start exploring Zoroastrianism? And does she think that it can make more of a comeback in Iran or regain a presence in Afghanistan?
I think religion is a personal choice, and I'm not going to speak about that. Religion is private, and it should remain private. I mean, I'm happy to speak about geopolitics, but I mean, I think it's inappropriate to ask someone. I mean, you can ask, but I don't have to answer it. So, because religion is private, and religion, ultimately, like, we're all fighting for a secular democracy, and that means respect of all religions, respect for no religion, and yeah, I don't want to talk about religion. Thank you.
Okay, another question for me to read from the chat. Western universities have been teaching propaganda against the Shah and pre-regime Iran. Has anyone found out which individual started this? Any original publications with their authors? Wondering if it's possible to find links to the IR or Russia.
Sorry, what was the question? What was the question again? The question was, where did all of this, all the propaganda against the Pahlavi start? Like, what was, like, are they trying to find a single source? What did
Within Western universities, the person is wondering if it's ever been traced back to a start.
There is no like one start. It's just like the leftists in the Marxists in Iran had like a network, like the global Marxist network has always been connected with each other. And you know, they against what they call imperialist West, they're against America, they're against Israel, and they're all connected, so they have their networks. And as soon as something as soon as there's a new way of framing things or believing in things through their networks, everything gets distributed all around the world. So if the Marxists in Iran believe in something, like if they're advocating against the Shah, I mean, the Marxists all around the world will basically just take that in like a sponge, especially because they didn't even require that much of a convincing, given that the Shah had a good relationship with Israel and United States, so that would immediately put them on their bad list. So they didn't need to be convinced that much by the Marxists in Iran. And again, you know how far leftist ideology was so common in academia, and therefore they had so much influence over publication, think tanks. So you're not going to put like your finger on a specific person or a specific event. I mean, we did have that regarding the entrance of the Muslim Brotherhood ideology inside Iran. Sometimes it's a case that you can put your finger on one person, like for example Navab Safavi, but when it comes to what you're asking, no, there is no single person. It's just more of a network rather than specific individuals or specific events.
Beautiful, thank you. Next we have Shai.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Goldie. You are such a breath of fresh air. I totally understand how you're being treated in Canada, because I went through high school, university in Canada, and I know exactly what you went through. I want to tell you that you're a rising star, and hopefully you become something like, I don't know what, president or something, prime minister, some huge politician in Iran. I think with this Iranian alliance with Israel. I'm a refugee to Israel from Canada, right? I went back to Israel. I'm from Israel, went to Canada, back to Israel, and I'm feeling like there's finally a political movement that I feel like I'm a part of here. Iran-Israel alliance. That's what it is. With some Americans, like I would say the person across the table from Tucker. That would be the milieu, and I think that's the alliance that we're forming here, a global network. I don't know how to even say it, but Armin, thank you so much. Goldie, thank you for being the modern Golda Meir, even better than that. Not to compare, but thank you so much. One thing I wanted to say, I wished you would say to Chunky Yogurt yesterday with Dave Smith. I wish you would have told him, yes, please bomb us. Not bomb us, obviously. Please bomb the IRGC. They're shooting at us. As soon as he said, the Iranians, they don't want to be bombed. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, I realized I was on mute on my YouTube channel, so I just wanted to say, because my people watching on YouTube didn't catch what I said, I want to thank you for comparing me to Golda Meir. Like, such an honor. I don't think I'm at her level, but she is one of my favorite politicians. Her, Farouk Ruparsa, and Margaret Thatcher, my three favorite women politicians.
I see such a future for you, Goldie. Like, I think the fact,
I don't know. Listen, my Persian's not that good, and I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like,
don't worry about Persians.
So much
don't worry about
talent.
Persian. I think it's bigger. I feel like you're right now. You're placing yourself exactly where you need to be, and
you know what?
it's going to be great.
There's so much talent in occupied Iran I would never ever want to,
Well, you're in Canada, right?
Yeah, I'm in Canada.
Okay,
Canada. But thank you.
don't interrupt
Anyway.
Goldie, guys. Yeah,
No, it's okay.
guys,
Thank
when
you.
Goldie is responding, try not to interrupt him.
You're right.
Okay, I'm
Sorry.
done. It's okay. I'm done.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to call up Junior next. And to the user Iron, I don't see your last Iron Shogun. Because this is your second round, I'm going to move you to the bottom, but there will be no additional names on the list. That way we give everyone a chance to do their first question. So Junior, please. Okay.
Junior, I think Junior keeps having mic issues, so I think we should just.
No problem. So next we have Mr. Gary.
Yay.
Can you hear me okay, BT? Thanks. First of all, Goldie, it's my first time hearing you, and it really brings me back to, I used to live in Iran, and I spanned between President Nixon and President Carter. And when I hear Carter's name, it's kind of like hearing Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. So I don't allow friends to ever mention Jimmy Carter's name, but I'll forgive you.
Where did you live in Iran?
I lived everywhere. I lived in Tehran, Esfahan, Mashhad, and Tabriz.
I love that. Okay, so this was in the 70s, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Say that again?
This was in the 70s, I'm assuming?
Yes.
So
yeah,
what was your
72
experience
and
like?
about 78. Yeah.
I'm so jealous right now. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Oh
Well,
my gosh.
I've already offered Armin that when the change does come, I'm willing to help lead a joint mission to Iran and take you to my favorite restaurants in each of those cities. And I'll foot the bill. But if I could step back just for a second to Pakistan. So before anybody spends a lot of time on Pakistan and Iran, I want to follow up on what Jeff said, which is I think that time travel will be solved before working well with Pakistan will be feasible for any country on planet Earth. So I would put that way down on the priority list for everybody. And I think that whole Baluch thing is going to be a sticking point for maybe the next 10 millennia. I don't know. But this is really a fall of the Berlin Wall moment that's about to unfold here. And I just want to say how much I appreciate hearing all the points of discussion here. I did want to ask a question, though. And Armin, this is for you. Goldie, it's also for you. Do you think I'm overtly psychotic when I say the following, that Iran, as soon as the government changes and all the sanctions are released, do you see value in Iran positioning itself as a member of the Abraham Accords and forming very close alliances between Israel, India, and itself?
No, because we already have the Cyrus Accords. We don't want the Abraham Accords. We're going for the Cyrus Accords. The Cyrus Accords are something even better than the Abraham Accords. The Cyrus Accords is basically going to honor and recognize the 3,000-year history and alliance between Iranians and Jews, which existed prior to the invention of Islam. So we don't care about the Abraham Accords. We're going to make the Cyrus Accords, which, can work in parallel with like the Abraham Accords and, whatever the Arab countries want to do. But our relationship with Israel is much different.
Yeah. And having lived in Tehran when there was very large Israeli population there, I look forward to it happening once again. Armin, I do have a question, though, for you. After all has been said and done, knowing what is about to unfold and hearing what you and Goldie have updated us with, can I have a Diet Coke? That's all I can request.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But Gary, before Goldie asks you a question, but I want to ask you again because I think
Yeah.
you didn't hear it. She asked you what your experience in Iran was like, and what was your job in Iran? Like, what
So
did you do?
I was involved. You may have heard about the Iran America Society and the American Field Service, and this was a cultural exchange experience between Iran, the United States, and a few other countries. And we made it a requirement that people not talk about politics, but they go and live in the region. Yeah, and that
My
kinda
grandpa
changed.
was working. My grandpa was part of that project.
Ah, very good.
Yes.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Okay, but
It
continue.
was very effective. I mean, half of us went into foreign service, which was my direction, and half of us went into the U.S. military. And so we all stay very much in touch, and we all have still have people in Iran. As a transplant physician, I still communicate with transplant physicians in Iran and nephrologists. So I am looking forward, Goldie, to being back there because it was a very, very heady time. And I can just tell you all that Iran is not Afghanistan. Iran is not Pakistan. Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is a very civilized nation with excellence in medicine, in engineering, in mathematics, in civilization, but most importantly, in juju kebab and chilo kebab.
We cannot wait. We cannot wait until our country is normal and we can welcome Americans back to our country with open arms. And someone like yourself, Gary. So first of all, thank you so much because we love to live vicariously through people like you because what Armin and I are fighting for, you've experienced it, you've lived it, you know what we're talking about. And so just hearing your experience gives me goosebumps and gives me chills. So thank you for that. And your experience is so invaluable because you know what Iran was like. And so thank you for everything. And come to Iran. We'll all of us, we'll be amazing hosts. We'll take you to the best places in Iran for kebab. Can't wait.
I'm looking forward to seeing the prince because the last time I saw him, I was visiting with his father, and the prince was still a very young boy, kind of running around and being kind of boisterous with some very private meetings going on. I look forward to that. It was in Shimron, but I'll end it at that.
So sorry, quick question for you. Sorry, Armin. So when you were living in Iran, did it ever feel like a dictatorship? Did you feel like you had no rights? Like, because the communists and the Islamists were like, oh, the Shah is a dictator. Like, what's your experience when you were in Iran? Did you ever feel like it was not a free country?
No, it was a free country, and I can tell you because I mean it was where I decided to pursue foreign service. I had interactions with people from essentially every government on the planet. People who wouldn't come to the United States would come to Iran without any hesitance. But between being at the Caspian Sea in Chalus, being in Tabriz, being in Mashhad, and going over to Turkmenistan to get really nice carpets, and then being in Esfahan. Esfahan was the most beautiful city I had ever seen in my life. I have to tell you, there was no feeling of oppression. Yes, I did meet people whose family members were disappeared by Savak. There's no question about that.
Yeah, the communists, the communist leaders.
It was an absolutely incredible experience. One of the things I had influence over was some of the sales of children into essentially indentured work in the cities, and so there were some not so nice sides. But then again, my wife and I live right near New York, and there are a lot of not so nice sides in New York.
Wow. Thank you for that. Thank you
What?
for that.
No, thank you. And I'm sorry to take up so much time here, but BT, thank you for calling on me.
Just a very short addition to what Gary said. Like when obviously Iran had some of its challenges, even during the Shah's time, and like people like Goldie and I don't claim that it was like everything was 100% perfect. The way that we judge it though is how it was before the Shah, right? So, and how things got improved. So did we have poverty, for example, during the Shah time? Yes, but we had less poverty than before the Shah. Everything was improving. Me and Goldie don't claim that the Shah fixed absolutely everything. It wasn't like heaven on earth, like with no flaws. It's the point is that the flaws were being reduced every single year. Everything was improving every single year.
But the food could never get better, just so you know.
Okay, very good. So before we move on, Jeffrey, you're next. Armin, I am out for today. I've got to leave and go pick up my son from school. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm going to hand it over to Danny, and you are in great hands with him. As a reminder, keep your mics off, and the list is done. We'll keep you updated in the chat. A quick remark to Mr. Gary before I go. You compared Iran and New York, and I think even under the horrible regime that they're under right now, there's probably still not shit on the sidewalk in Iran. Thank you.
True, and good luck on your move.
BT,
Thank you.
so nice to meet you. Thank you for tolerating me. And I know like I'm kind of disrupting the whole like system today with the discussion group, but thank you for tolerating me. I appreciate that. It's so nice to meet you.
Interruption, that's okay. And actually everyone is very well behaved today. So I will expect this out of all of you tomorrow, by the way. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, BT. All right, Danny.
Yeah, Jeffrey is next.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm going to give my time to Gary because Goldie was having such a good time with Gary. You guys living, so you should do that.
Oh, I'm great. We'll have to do that at the next discussion group, but I'm good with the questions for now. But thank you.
Real quick, so I very much appreciate the fact that you set up the petition to recognize His Highness Prince and/or King Reza Pahlavi as the officially recognized head of the transition government in exile. How is that going? Can you elaborate on some of that experience? Because that would really help streamline a lot of efforts on a lot of different, a lot of different lines.
It's going great. It's going great. I'm working with a lot of various people behind the scenes to, work on that and promote that and get more signatures. There's been some issues with the Government of Canada website, but that's going fantastic. I would encourage everyone. A lot of people have asked me to create petitions for their own countries. I can't do that because I'm not a citizen of your countries. I can only, as a Canadian citizen, I can only create an official Government of Canada petition, for the Government of Canada. But I would encourage all of you to look at what sort of similar options you have in your countries. And given the fact that the text that I have used for this petition is already approved by the Government of Canada and the clerks of the Government of Canada, feel free to just copy and paste and create your own petitions in your own countries in, whatever the official language is, because I think that is a very good way of showing solidarity.
All right. Next, I have Cat Lady.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure. Actually, you said that you took over whatever. I welcome it, so it's great. So I have a question. It's not specifically towards Goldie, or if it is, if you can answer. But so if it doesn't fit here, so tell me. My question is, I heard that right now, instead in Hezbollah in Lebanon, instead of Lebanese Shiites guys being there, now all the commanders are actually from IRGC physically. They came over and took over. Is it true? If anyone knows, that's my question.
It would it would be hard to believe that. I think
Exactly.
because I don't know if Israel would allow that. For just IRGC members to just, well, first of all, that would be a very unsafe place for them to be. I mean, I hope they could try, because I would like more IRGC leaders to be close to Israel, where Israel could basically take them out without having to worry about, I don't know, going to Iran. And I mean, right now, Israel has to wait for this war to start before they could take out IRGC leaders. If the Islamic Republic wants to send them some of our leaders for Israel to take out before this war starts, that would be, first of all, insanity, and also we would welcome that. Like, please do that. Please, like, send them over so Israel could take them out before even we start a war with the Islamic Republic. So I don't know how that would make sense. Yeah, I don't know how would that make strategic sense, unless there's just a maybe this is an exaggeration. Maybe what has actually happened is that they sent a few RGC leaders to basically get Hezbollah to remind them that who's boss, and the fact that when the war starts, the expectation of the Islamic Republic is for them to participate and support because I would assume that the Islamic Republic is feeling its proxies moving away from it, not wanting to tie themselves to a sinking ship. I mean, we already saw Hash Shabi, or the Popular Mobilization Front, announcing that if once the war starts, that they're not going to be participating, which is kind of like backstabbing the Islamic Republic. So the Islamic Republic might be feeling that its proxies are not being loyal, and they don't want to be betting on a losing horse. So maybe they are sending some people there to convince, or I don't know, promise them something or convince them of something to try to see which parts of Hezbollah will continue to be loyal to the Islamic Republic and fight for the Islamic Republic when this war starts. I don't know if they're basically going there to take over, but by the way, I haven't seen this news, so I might be wrong. But
So
my
can I
guess
add?
would be,
Oh, sorry,
yeah, go
sorry.
on.
I
No, go
think
ahead.
that what you said is actually the same as what I said, because it's like when you have a proxy, the whole point is to deny it. It's not. If it's true, obviously it's only commanders, but it means a lot, because it means that there is a different stage from the point of the Islamic Republic. They went through a different stage in their war ideology. The entire like the word is blanking, strategy. Okay, and it's also much riskier for them, and it's also less deniable. Yeah, it's completely, it changes a lot of things. It can mean many things. That's what it's very interesting.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
okay.
also know that within Lebanon there's so much pressure right now against Hezbollah, because the Lebanese people are very, very, very concerned that once this war starts, Hezbollah is going to drag Lebanon back into a war. And the Lebanese people have lost all patience for constantly being involved in wars that has nothing to do with Lebanon, and the Islamic Republic is constantly dragging their country into wars that has nothing to do with them. They basically are completely done with this BS. So there's a lot of pressure on Hezbollah to like a lot of people in Lebanon are like, don't let, like, a lot of people in Lebanon are very in favor of disarming and getting rid of Hezbollah. The unfortunate thing is that Hezbollah uses the same tactics as the Islamic Republic. So the Islamic Republic knows people don't love them in Iran, so they come and say like, okay, we're bad, but you know what happens if we're gone? You guys are going to get screwed if we're gone, right? So Hezbollah does this to the Shia community in Lebanon. So they're like, okay, we might suck, but we are the only defense for you guys against Sunnis who would want to come and basically commit massacres on Shias if we're not here. So you're stuck with us. So that's why the way that the Lebanese constitution has been written is really, really stupid. Like the way that it's so tribal and different. The Shias will basically get a guaranteed position in government based on the way that the constitution is written, and you don't. And because of that, Hezbollah doesn't have to be popular in Lebanon. It only has to convince the Shia community in Lebanon that without us, the Sunnis will basically walk all over you. And that's how they, at least politically, remain in power. Yeah. But
Can I add
anyways,
one
yeah,
thing,
it's so
or
dumb.
can I
Yeah,
add?
just one thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like the Lebanese all of a sudden are tired of them. It's that they're weaker, so they're less afraid. And also, the constitution is stupid, but they don't do like checks about the population, so they cannot determine who will need to be leading, because they still have like this uh, representation of like sections of the society like they had like ages ago. So yeah, thank you.
Right. Okay, thank you, Cat Lady. All right, guys, we only have a few more minutes left, so let's try to. Is there anybody left on the list, Annie? Like we're like almost done here.
Yes, but I have 5 people on the list, and 2 of them will be pretty quick.
Okay.
So the first is a question from chat, and I'm going to read it verbatim. Goldie, as past politician working in Canada, would you provide service structuring Iran constitution monarchy?
I'm willing to do whatever's asked of me to help rebuild my country, whether it's helping rebuild the democratic system or whether it's going there and like cleaning streets. I don't care what I do. I'm happy to help rebuild the country, whatever's required of me. Ultimately, it's going to be up to the Shah and his team and the transitional government to determine who's best qualified to do what. So whatever's asked of me, I'm happy to do it.
One great position, one of many great positions for Goldie, which I hope they ask her to do, is Iran's ambassador in Canada.
Yeah, maybe, but again, like let's not even go. Like I always hesitate talking about these things because like it's just we're all fighting for a free Iran. What happens next? That's up to the Shah and his team, and none of us are doing this because we're hoping for something in the future. We're all doing this because we love our country, and whatever happens next, up to the Shah. So, but thank you, Armin. I appreciate that.
Okay, next I have a request from Lee HS. Please tell Goldie to read my email, subject The Unseen Prince. It's a YouTube video links about His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi in a casual conversation with comedian Max Amini.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you.
And then after that, I have Johan. Oh, he said to be taken off the list. Sorry. I have Parsa.
Parsa? Is he still here?
He's
I see him here.
4 times. He better still be here.
His mic is open, but I'm not hearing him. Are you hearing him?
Not hearing anything.
You hear me now?
All right. Yep, go on.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys for doing this wonderful job. I want to share my concern about the whole situation that's going on with our country. I feel like there are forces that are helping us, and at the same time, they don't want to amplify Crown Prince as the leader of the transition. I can totally understand why a leftist doesn't do that. They don't align with the Crown Prince's nationalistic ideas. But someone in the right in the United States, like PBD, he doesn't support Reza Pahlavi, and I don't get it. Like, why some people on the right, they don't support him? And I want to ask a question: why is that, and how can we change that? Thank you so much.
I mean, I can't comment on why PBD is an idiot. You'll have to ask him himself why he's a narcissistic idiot. But all I can say is no one in Iran knows or cares who he is, and his opinion is irrelevant. So I wouldn't worry about narcissistic idiots.
That's one way to look at it. Awesome.
Yep.
Right. So next I have Iron Shogun.
Oh yeah, basically I just had a question for Goldie. Yeah. Like recently there was like a stream where we saw like a huge uptick in these Iran rallies that were happening in different cities. I just wanted to know, did you ever Did you ever get the chance to attend one of them?
Yes, I attended the Global Day of Solidarity on February 14.
Awesome.
All right. Okay, that was it. Okay, thank you. Let's
Armin, thank you so much. This was fantastic. I need to like go back to the main live stream, but I want to thank you. Thank BT, thank Danny, thank everyone here. This was really enjoyable, and we should do this more often.
Really?
What do you mean, really?
I was so
Armin,
worried.
I was a politician. I used to do this all the time. Are you kidding me? I would hold
Well,
town
thank
hall
you.
meetings all the time and answer people's questions. So this is enjoyable.
Well, I just want to say that's 2 hours of your time, so we're so grateful. Thank you so much.
Can I
really
say one
appreciate it.
thing?
But just one thing. I still can't believe, by the way, Goldie, that you did this. So thank you. But go on, cat lady.
More than happy.
I think you need to have like this drum behind you after every answer you say, like boom, like this, ka-ching, and that's it.
There you go. Mic
Okay,
drop.
well,
All right. Thank you so much. All right, Armin, I'll see you back on the other side in a little bit.
Okay, Goldie. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, bye. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so that was fantastic. That was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I know some of you were commenting here in the chat, but guys, when like those of you commenting in the chat, like we don't see it on the other side. So if you want to join the discussion, you have to come and join the actual discussion group. So there we go. I'll work something out with Armin. Maybe I'll join the discussion group once a week, and then in return, he'll just be with us for the entire day without going to the discussion group. So, okay, I do need to take a little bit of a break now because we've been going for 4.5 hours with no break. So poor Armin needs a break as well. So I'm going to message Armin, and I'm going to say to Armin, take a, let me message him now. And I'll say, take a 15-minute break. Okay, you know what? I'm going to say, take a 20-minute break. See, this is what I mean when I say, like, when Armin leaves, for the 2-hour discussion period, when Armin leaves, it's not like he's taking a break or eating or something. He's literally live streaming. So I'm going to tell him to take a 20-minute break. And we're going to resume Iran Revolution Live in 20 minutes, okay? Because I also need to take a little bit of a break as well. All right, so I just messaged him. Let me add. Okay. I'm going to do 20-minute break. We still have to finish the Pierce Morgan commentary. Guys, like they're already starting like their attacks against us. It's really, really funny. So I have updates for you guys. But here, let me see where we're gonna go here. Let's go. All right, let's just start here. Where is it? All right. All right, you guys in 20 minutes.
پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم. به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما. در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت مزنان ز سرابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز سرابت ایران جوان. نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت مزنان ز سرابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز سرابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000, 6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the
Shah? ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره
Across Iran, ordinary people took to the streets in peaceful protest. Millions of citizens, more than 400 cities. Their demands clear: dignity, justice, freedom. The response from the regime was absolute brutality. Security forces opened fire on unarmed protesters. Tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children were killed on the streets. But the killing machine did not stop there. Despite what the regime has told the world, the machinery of terror has only intensified. Dozens of detainees, many of them children, are being forced to confess to crimes they never committed.
الان میدونیم چه حکمی به شما دادن؟ چه حکم شما محارب است.
خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا.
اعدام.
تو رو خدا آقا. تو رو خدا اعدام بده. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خدا. تو رو خدا آقا.
با غلط کردن خود چیزی درست میشه؟
به خدا من اونجا بیکار بودم. من جامعه به خدا خطری ندارم. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خدا.
Right now, at least 8 people are at risk of imminent execution. Their lives can be taken at any moment. These are not criminals. They are peaceful citizens who dared to hope for a better future. The world must not look away. The world must not negotiate with a regime that has an insatiable lust for blood. The world has a moral obligation to stop this cycle of terror, now and for good.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
Streets are burning, voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls have gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war trains, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap or which chick is out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump. the crown prince, hear his name. There's a Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door, stability in Middle East. We're longing for the people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's we all hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame from broken streets to freedom strong. The new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته ایم قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه، پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه. رو زبونم اسم شاه بگینین عشق بی انتهاست، هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست. فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار، بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو. بگو از بخت مادرها شیر زنا و دخترامون، بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه.
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی، منم همون هوادار قدیم.
سید سلام چطوری مردک کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک،
سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میافتین توی تور ملت. سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت تا که دش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین، حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم، تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفسی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شمع واحد که شیر و خورشید، ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهر چی اهریمن. رخه رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه، برن سلامتی نوش کنن و آبادی باشه. مقصد کجاست؟ میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
اگه به این خوشگلی با نوایده بود اسم این عشقانه رو توش بیاریم، ولی خب لازم بود دیگه. فکر کنم با نوایده.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. The not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our own ally, USA. We stand with you. Basset are on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you feel
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنیم بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایی داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Welcome, guys, to Iran Revolution Live, Part 2. let's look at this amazing super chat from Deborah. ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش. Thank Deborah, your Persian is almost as good as mine now. I love that. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Armin, I would say welcome back, but I think I need to welcome back myself.
Yes, welcome back, Goldie.
That was so much fun. I really enjoyed that. I really
Really?
enjoyed that.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so
Absolutely.
happy.
Absolutely.
I was nervous.
Why? Why? Listen, I used to do like town hall meetings all the time. Like usually once a week, I would do town hall meetings as a politician, and just anyone can come ask a question, and I would just answer. So, you know what? It was very nostalgic for me because I was like, oh, look, it's like a town hall meeting, and people ask me questions. So, we'll do it
Oh
more
my
often.
God.
We'll do it more often.
Okay, sounds great. I'm so happy. Okay, that's
Absolutely.
fantastic.
That was
Okay.
like I said, I might have to end up taking over your discussion group, you know. And just,
Please do.
No, I'm
Please do. I'm
teasing. I'm teasing. So no, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for inviting me. I really enjoyed it. And you know, everyone in the you know live stream as well, everyone enjoyed it. I was looking at your comments. I just couldn't respond because your comments show up on my live stream, but they weren't part of the discussion group. So but I saw the comments, and Armin, everyone who was watching really enjoyed it as well.
Really? That's
Yes.
amazing. Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, this is great. My God, when you left, I told everybody there that I'm so proud of them for behaving well.
So you know, actually, I was going to ask about that. So how does it usually go? Because everyone everyone was like very, very polite, very professional. Everyone was on their best behavior. Is that not how it usually happens?
It's usually the same way, but like I mean, people. It's not like we swear all the time when you're not there, but people might use we don't have any restrictions when we're talking about the Islamic Republic to use the F word or something like that. So that's the only thing that changed, but everything else was the same. Yeah.
Well, then you know what? I want to thank everyone who participated in your discussion group. Thank you so much for not swearing. Out of respect, not even out of respect for me, but out of respect for King Reza Pahlavi and his team, and you know what King Reza Pahlavi said about Iranians holding themselves to a higher standard because the world's eyes are on us. So I just want to thank everyone who participated in your discussion group for respecting the wishes of Iranians, and no, I really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you guys to do that. So means a lot to me.
Oh, another thing that changed is that the number of people who were participating exploded. So that was another difference. Like there was so
how many
many
people were there today versus like other days?
So there were at some point I saw like close to 100 people live. Usually it's like 20 or 10. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, we'll have to do it more often then. Bring more people to your discussion group.
Yeah, people were so excited.
that was fun. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. My God. I was surprised that anybody wanted to talk to me at all, given that you were there. People were like, Armin, I have a question. I would like people like, Armin, I have a question. Like, are you kidding me? You get me every day. Like ask Goldie a question.
But you're an expert. So like listen, I ask questions of you all the time. So I was really grateful that people were asking you questions and I was just able to be a part of it as well, right? So yeah.
You're so good. You're so amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. No, I enjoyed that. We need to do that more often. We need to collaborate more often on that. That was fantastic. Okay. So is there I know there's some new videos coming out. So do we want to go to like some breaking news, or do we want to continue with the Piers Morgan analysis and commentary? Because that's also like relevant breaking news as well. So I'll leave it up to you how you want to proceed.
We have some new breaking news regarding some statements by Witkoff. I haven't found the link I was just like when I was like inhaling food, I was like listening to the news, and he has made a big it's I don't know if we would be that much interested in covering that, because he's talking about when if the agreement, if the negotiation works with the Islamic Republic, there will be, we could, like, he's talking about separating it into focusing on nuclear first right now, and then eventually maybe have agreements upon the missiles later. But I don't know. This is like, I don't know if we want to even talk about that much, because this is completely what. You saw something important? Ooh, guys, something big has happened.
This was posted 3 minutes ago by Iran International. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said on Wednesday that Washington has seen evidence suggesting Iran, Islamic regime, is attempting to rebuild its nuclear program, underscoring the stakes ahead of scheduled talks.
Ooh.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try and address the problem. As the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address the problem diplomatically. But of course, the president has other options as well. Vance said at the White House. Oh my God, the Islamic regime is done.
But guys, this is such a big deal coming from Vice President J.D. Vance. It's such a big deal because he's usually what people categorize as an isolationist. The fact that he is this, he reminds the option of military attack so openly without any hesitation is a big sign. I think President Trump basically uses the help of Vice President Vance. Let me know if you agree with me with this, because Goldie, you have expertise when it comes to being a politician. I think when it comes to the isolationist wing of MAGA, J.D. Vance is the person that President Trump uses to convince them that this is necessary, because they listen to him more than people like Rubio or Lindsey Graham.
Well, I have a feeling, and Americans, correct me if I'm wrong here, but when I look at this politically, I have a feeling that one of the reasons that President Trump chose J.D. Vance as his vice president is because J.D. Vance brings in the other side of MAGA, right? So between President Trump and J.D. Vance, it's like a unifying force, right? It's how you can unify various opinions and perspectives across the Republican perspective. So, choosing the right vice president is very important. And J.D. Vance has been incredibly helpful and beneficial to President Trump in terms of uniting everyone, on the Republican side. And so you're absolutely right. For someone like J.D. Vance to say something like this, that's huge. That's huge. That's a big deal. Yeah. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Okay, so that's great that you agree. Another big thing that just happened is that Witkoff just told the Islamic Republic that any nuclear deal would have zero expiration date. Zero expiration date. This is the reason why that's such a big deal, is because this means that even based on Witkoff's understanding of what this deal needs to look like, it's something that the Islamic Republic cannot tolerate. Guys, remember the JCPOA? The JCPOA, or the Obama deal? It had some sunset clauses in there. And this one, Witkoff is saying no expiration date. Not 10 years, not 15 years, not 50 years, not 100 years. It needs to be forever. Like, based on everything I know about Khamenei, he would not accept a deal like that. Unless the IRGC forces them or something. Like, this is Witkoff's understanding of what the deal needs to be like, means that war is inevitable if this is actually the deal that the United States wants. This is important because this is coming from Witkoff's mouth, not President Trump. And Witkoff is also known as somebody that prefers a deal, like really heavily leans towards a deal happening. So the fact that he is saying that the deal should have no expiration date is very significant. Like, this is a red line that the Islamic Republic would not be like. If this came from, I don't know, Marco Rubio, we were like, okay, Marco Rubio obviously would say things that is basically asking for the maximum. But no, this is not coming from Marco Rubio. This is coming from Witkoff. So this is a very positive sign. This is, by the way,
I agree.
Go. Yeah, I agree. Okay. By the way, this is from just a few hours ago. This what I'm telling you. Like this just happened. Yeah. So I'm hearing. Yeah. Axios is also reporting. Witkoff says that any nuclear deal should last indefinitely. Yeah, I cannot imagine the Islamic Republic saying yes to this. I just cannot imagine that. Amazing. This is good news, guys. This is a big deal. Yeah. Good.
Okay. I just want to give I'm just looking at the updates. So here's another one. This is from a couple hours ago. American military has begun moving another 6 F-22 stealth fighter jets towards the Middle East. The Times of Israel reported, citing analysts monitoring open source flight tracking data. The 6 F-22s are expected to be deployed at an Israeli Air Force base where 11 other stealth fighters landed a day earlier, according to the report. So there's that. So there's still more American military assets are being being sent to the Middle East. I'm pretty sure it's not because President Trump wants a kebab recipe, right?
Right.
Honestly, so Armin, this is actually, because a lot of people have been commenting on my, appearance yesterday on Piers Morgan. They're like, how did you stay so calm? How did you stay so calm? Because the guy's yelling. And I was like, guys, because I already know what's going to happen. And so no matter how much these random insignificant people yell and scream and insult and interrupt, it's irrelevant because the decision's already been made. So my role in going on Piers Morgan is to just amplify the voices of Iranians, regardless of what these crazy psycho people are saying or whatever, because they have zero influence, literally zero influence on American foreign policy, and they're losing their minds because of that.
So Goldie, I received a video message from inside Iran, and because I told people on the Persian channel that your strategy regarding how we need to be talking about, instead of demanding things from President Trump, the most helpful messaging is to show that we are grateful and be thanking President Trump. So this young lady sent me a video in response to what I said regarding your strategy from inside Iran, and I posted it on X.
I'm gonna go find it and I'll retweet it right now.
Oh, thank you. So, guys, this is based on Goldie's strategy on being grateful, and this is a video.
Well, it's not strategy. It's more like it's more like a recommendation. It's like, it's better to be grateful and thankful and to it's better to show appreciation than to criticize. So it's not a strategy. It's just
you're so right. Strategy. Okay, so you're a lot more mindful with when it comes to the using the proper words, because the word strategy suggests that we don't actually mean it. Okay, but we do mean it. So that's why we shouldn't be using the word strategy as if we're just trying to play a trick or something here. So you're right. Okay, so sorry, that's not the right word.
That's okay. I forgive you.
No, I'm learning from my teacher. Okay, so let me just play, guys. By the way, she sent this. This is inside Iran. She's saying she's recording herself with this message, saying, "Oh, look, she has a cast as well." She's saying, "Thanks to Trump and Prince Reza Pahlavi." And So at the bottom she wrote به امید بازگشت شاهزاده پهلوی. So in hopes of the return of Prince Reza Pahlavi. So let me just, it's only 9 seconds, so let me just play it.
I am Iranian girl in Iran. I want to say thanks to Trump and praise Reza Pahlavi.
عزیزم فداش بشم من.
That's cute. All right.
I just
Oh,
shared
Goldie,
that.
look at. Oh, thank you, Goldie. Appreciate that. Oh, let me. I'll post this in the. I'll post that that tweet in the chat as well. Guys, you saw this?
Yeah, but you need to explain it because this is really funny.
Guys, look at this. You know who this is? Look at this. They're trying to steal everything from us. Like, by the way, this is a confirmation of how successful we have become, that the Islamic Republic is trying to steal the lion and sun flag from us. And by the way, the Iranian people responded by turning it apart, right? So like Gandalf is laughing in the chat. Gandalf is like, knows what's happening here. Hi, Gandalf. So look at this.
What is it? Najaf.
Well, so Javid Shah Najaf. So guys, you know who this person is? This is Haydar. That's Ali. That's Ali with his. So they tried to take our lion and sun flag because it has become so popular in Iran, and they replaced the lion with Ali's lion and the sword with the Zulfaqar of Ali, and they replaced the sun with the halo, with the lights around Ali's head, according to their own thing. So Ali, the sword is the Zulfaqar, the lion is Ali's lion, and the sun is the light around his head. And at the bottom, they wrote Javid Shah Najaf. So when they say Shah Karbala, the king of Karbala, they're referring to Hussein. When they say the king of Najaf, they are referring to Ali.
So they're basically saying, "Long live the king of Iraq."
Yeah. Well, no offense to Iraq.
No offense to Iraq, but like Najaf, right? Like,
yeah.
like guys, this is like, you want an example of like cultural appropriation or trying to like steal someone's identity or symbols right here. It's like literally the Muslim Nazis have no identity, have no culture, have no history. All they can do is try to like steal Iranian symbols, and then they're desperately trying to like reclaim it and make it as if it's like Muslim or like whatever. And like, we're just like, what is this garbage jihadi? Like, what in the Allahu Akbar Durka jihad is going on right now? Because I have no idea.
Oh my god, I love that. By the way, look at this. The Iranian people responded to it, right?
Yeah.
But thank you.
There you go.
All right. So, and then let's go. This one. This is a video of. Yeah. So this is one of in the middle of the protest. This young lady was dancing in the middle of the protest in Iran.
So brave. You know what? Like, it's cute, but it's also incredibly brave of her, because we don't know if she's alive or dead right now. We don't know if she's alive or dead, because this footage is from January 8 and 9. So we don't know who she is. We don't know if she's alive or dead, but like, her courage and bravery is exemplary, right?
Oh my God. Yeah. Now I'm worried. Okay. Yeah. So this is from the heart of Iran. And the caption at the bottom says, "How lucky I am that the woman of my homeland danced like this in the middle of a battlefield."
یابونا واسه ماست موضوع دورا همه شدن آسباس این روزا جهنم حاکماست کارتون تموم اینجا خاک ماست سر ما رو میبریم بشین بار بمونین جلومون میکشیم زنگ مردم رو بزنی با تیرت بدون با خونه تو زیر پا بیشوریمه ایرانی غیرت و احساس داره جلوش واسی قصاص داره تو دل سه پهلوی و شاه داره واسه بسیجی همین فشار داره همه جا بو اتحاده مردم یکی اعتقاده اونا شاهشون رو میخوانه میذاری میبیسیده بکنی سو استفاده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده
That is so badass.
It is. And the comment below, so this is what I was referring to. So this Giselle is saying daran tir mizanan pushtish, which means so while she's dancing, I think this is like some sort of like Gen Z TikTok dance trend or something, right? Because everyone knows like the Gen Zs are all connected. They all know the TikTok dance trends. So she's taking one of those viral TikTok dance trends and she's doing it. However, while she's doing this, the Islamic regime terrorists are shooting people in the background. So this is basically her way of saying that she's not afraid. She's not afraid of death. She's not afraid of being murdered by the Islamic regime. She's not afraid of being shot at. She's going to go out there and she's going to do what she wants to do because she's fighting for her freedom. So this is not just a normal regular dance trend, right? This isn't like some random YouTube influencer. Because I would dare, like, because we've all seen like the young people and like they block the street and they block traffic to like do their weird TikTok dance, whatever, fine. This here though, she's taking that to the next level. So this is a message. She's saying, I'm a young person. I want to have the right to dance. I want to have the right to do the viral TikTok trends. I want to be able to like live a free life. And she's exposing the brutality of the regime by dancing literally in front of them while they're, remember, this is when they were like shooting at people with machine guns. So this is what I mean when we don't know if she's alive or dead. So this isn't like a random dance. Like she's so incredibly brave. Let's play that again, Armin, because people, I want you to like pay attention to what's going on in the background. Look at what's going on behind her as she's dancing, right?
Yeah, and look at the boy that moves here, like walks here. He has a street sign. The boy is badass as well because he has taken apart a street sign and is carrying it on his shoulder. And the reason why he is doing that is because to create a barrier in the street. That's what they were doing. Yeah. So
like our Gen Z, like Iranian Gen Z, are next level. They are brave and they are fearless. So this isn't her like discounting what's going on. Like this is her showing resistance through dance.
Yeah, so let's play it.
یابونا واسه ماست مزدورا همه شدن آسفاس این روزا جهنم حاکماست کارتون تمومه اینجا خاک ماست سر ما رو میبریم بشین بار بمونین جلومون میکشیم بزن که مردم رو بزنی با تیرت بدون با خونه تو زیر پا بیشوریمه ایرانی غیرت و احساس داره جلوش واسی قصاص داره تو دل سه پهلوی و شاه داره واسه بسیجی همین فشار داره همه جا بو اتحاده مردم یکی اعتقاده اونا جایشون رو میخوانه میذاری میبیسیده بکنی سو استفاده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده یابونا واسه ماست.
God,
so brave. I pray for her safety. I hope she's safe.
So Goldie, do you want to see another video of the bravery of the woman? Okay.
Yes.
So this is a more this is in the university campus, and this is just only a few only 5 seconds, but it says when you're bored when you have a fighting girlfriend, so you have to take her out like this. So you can see a boy basically carrying this girl. This is on university campus. Look at this. So it's like so people are saying this girl was like, these are the Basijis here, right? So this girl was like fighting the Basijis, and this boy is taking her away for her own safety. Just watch this. She's like, oh no, my girlfriend's gonna get herself killed. So I don't know, this was going viral.
That's really sweet.
Yeah.
But you know what? This just shows, like, so guys, so a lot of people are like, why aren't Iranian women at the forefront? That's because Iranian men protect Iranian women. Why? Because we all know that if Iranian women are caught by the Basijis or the Muslim Nazis, they're raped, they're tortured, they're executed, right? We shared a report from a few days ago that showed that Iranian women who were captured by the Muslim Nazis, they actually had their uteruses removed before they were executed in order to destroy evidence of sexual assault and sexual violence. So that is very cute, and it is laughable, and I think it's cute, but at the same time, there's a reason behind it, right? So it's not a misogynistic reason. It's because he cares so much about her that he does not want her to be arrested by the Basijis, because we all know the horrific things that happen to Iranian women when they're caught by the Muslim Nazis. So, but this is why we love Iranian men. Like, Iranian men are so amazing. They look out for us, and just amazing. Iranian men are honestly, Iranian men are like the ultimate feminists. And I don't mean that in like the woke left way. I mean that in the way that Iranian men respect Iranian women. We see each other as equals, like the real feminism, right? Like just basically equality, not like the weird woke lefty feminism. Yeah.
The first and second wave feminism, not the third and fourth. Right. And Goldie, do you know why Iranian men have that perspective regarding women? Because of Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah. And this is why I consider Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah to be the greatest proper feminists in history. Because the reason why Iranian women have this position that they do in Iranian society and Iranian culture is that they reintroduced us to our ancient history, where we had such a perspective. They brought us back to our ancient history, to our ancient culture of having such high value of women. And because unfortunately, before Pahlavi dynasty, women in Iran didn't have such a high position.
No.
During the Qajar dynasty, it was the position of women in Iran before Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah came to power was basically was worse than what it is like now in Afghanistan today. It was worse. So we owe all of this, the strength of the Iranian woman, the culture that gave rise to women like Goldie here. You see the fierce, the strength of the Iranian woman. The reason why we have that, the reason why it's so common for women to be perceived in such a way in Iranian culture is because of Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah.
100%. And also Shahbanu, our empress, because Shahbanu Farah Pahlavi, she also played a very, very critical and important role in women's rights, right? And she was basically the role model for that. And she encouraged women, like she encouraged the women empowerment through all the programs that she also initiated.
Goldie,
So
Ali in the chat just sent me a video. There's a banner inside addressing President Trump.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, look at this. Wait, let me see. Look at this. It's a lion and sun flag. Okay, saying so it's basically Trump, you are a man of action. It says, however, every single day that passes, there are tens of people being executed. So it's basically, it starts with praising Trump, saying, Mr. President Trump, you're a man of action. And it says, but however, every day that passes, tens of Iranians are being executed. I think the Amma would have been helpful if they removed the however part to be more respect. What do you think, Goldie? What's your view?
I mean, it is what it is, but I think it's still, like I appreciate that people in Iran are feeling frustrated.
Right.
But it's like a supportive frustration, right? It's like they're not frustrated because Americans because they don't like Americans. They're frustrated because they love America, they love President Trump, and they're like, everyone's just waiting for America to act, right? So that's where the frustration comes from. So think of it as like angry supporters, like angry, happy supporters, right? Because of course there's a lot of emotions inside of occupied Iran, with of course the Muslim Nazis murdering Iranians. So yeah, that's what it is. So it's still a supportive message, but I mean, we also have to, I think, give a little bit of grace to Iranians in occupied Iran who are being murdered by people. But I mean, ultimately the message is still a positive one, because this is even more proof that Iranians are waiting for the United States to strike, which flies in the face of all of the jihadi Islamist propaganda that Chunky Yogurt and others put out there, right? They're like, oh, Iranians say they want to be bombed. Trust me, bro, right? Well, here's your trust me, bro. Here's literally video from occupied Iran proving that Iranians are waiting for the United States to come liberate them.
Yeah, you're right. Goldie, exactly. That's the part that we need to focus on.
Yeah.
The part that people like Anna Kasparian or Chunky Yogurt or Tucker Carlson are denying, the fact that this is what the Iranian people want. That's the main thing that we need to focus on. By the way, Gandalf just visited our chat on Atheist Republic, and I just realized that he's not admin. So I just fixed that right away. So Gandalf, now you're an admin on our channel as well. Thank you for visiting our side. Appreciate that. And I have another video that was shared by Neil Bunny. This also just happened. Let me see. Yes, this just happened. So this is Iran International went and talked to a couple of U.S. senators regarding their views on. So let me just read this. Several U.S. senators from both the Democratic and Republican parties expressed their views in response to a question from Marzia Hosseini, a reporter for Iran International, regarding the potential nature of the United States reaction to the Islamic Republic. These conversations took place on the sidelines of Trump's annual speech to the U.S. Congress. Okay, so this is a good summary. This is a good 1 minute summary of what different senators on both sides of the aisle think about the response from. Let's just see what different people's perspectives are. This is really good. Thank you, Nobody.
I think the Iranian regime needs to listen very carefully to what President Trump is saying. He's a man who does not make idle threats. He does things about it. As you can see, he is preparing to do something about it. So the regime needs to listen very, very carefully.
We'll see what happens we'll have to see what happens with the Iranian regime with regard to their seriousness with regard to the negotiations. I think President Trump is right to give them a deadline.
Clearly, the administration has all options on the table, and I don't think that's something you telegraph ahead of time, other than this is serious and Iran needs now to come across and do some things. And right at the top of that is to quit not just oppressing their people, but actually killing and incarcerating their people.
I think the president's looking at all the different military options. I applaud his affinity for an agreement. But the truth of the matter is that I wouldn't turn my back on the Ayatollah if he were 3 days dead. I don't think you can trust him. And if the president does strike a deal with him, we better have a rock solid protocol in place to enforce it, because I don't believe him. I think the only thing the Ayatollah understands is power.
Oh wow! So I wasn't sure. So support for President Trump across the board, both the Democrat and Republican. That's pretty nice to see, guys. Remember that not all Democrats are as delulu as, I don't know, AOC or. So this is good. What do you guys think? This was support. I was expecting like at least one or two disagreements or lack of support. I don't know. What do you guys think? This was very encouraging. Let me see what else I have. I don't know if Goldie saw this, because I was wondering what she would think about this. Let me see. Ooh, we have more. We have more. What is this? So Neil Bunny just sent me this saying Iran's playing this. I don't know if I can. قربان همه فهمیدن ما تجزیه طلبیم چه کنیم؟ برو این دفعه هشتگ بزن از دموکراسی بیشتر Oh my god, this will take ages for me to explain. I don't know. This will like I'm not gonna maybe later. Maybe if Goldie thinks it's a good idea, because that would take like maybe people would get bored. But oh wow, Senator Lindsey Graham just posted something saying if media reports are true. Oh my God, Goldie, we have a new post from Lindsey Graham saying if media reports are true that there is consideration of allowing Iran to have very small enrichment of uranium for face-saving purposes, screw that. This regime is made up of religious Nazis that are the largest state sponsor of terrorism. The regime has American blood on its hand, and they have killed over 30,000 of their citizens simply because they demand the end of their oppression. I could care less about efforts to save face for this regime. I would like to see the people of Iran change the regime. It's long overdue. I hope help is on the way. So I would need to. What do you guys think about this? So I wanted to ask Goldie when she comes back why Amul Lindsay is saying hope here instead of like, because if this is happening for sure. And also, does this suggest that maybe they're going to allow, because guys, remember the Islamic Republic would not accept a zero enrichment deal because that would be so. Guys, does this not confirm what I said? Because when I say safe face saving purposes, this suggests that I am correct regarding the main priority of the Islamic Republic being face saving among its own remaining supporters. Remember how I told you that priority number one for the Islamic Republic is for its last remaining supporters not to defect away from the regime? That shows this. Like the if the Islamic Republic has to choose between United States and Israel not attacking, United States and Israel attacking, and them not attacking but losing face in front of its followers because it accepted zero enrichment, it will 10 out of 10 times it will say, let's go with the war. Let's go with the war. The Islamic Republic is so much more afraid of its last remaining followers abandoning it than even American and Israeli, fighter jets and air power. So that's why this is so important. So the Islamic Republic is asking the United States, basically, this suggests to me that what they have on the table is that, guys, let us just enrich uranium a tiny bit. Like just a tiny little bit, just so that we could go tell our followers that this is what I would do if I was Islamic Republic. If I was Islamic Republic, I would come to the Americans in secret behind closed doors and I say, like, listen, you know that we can't, we're not going to win in the war with you. Okay. And you know that we know that if we could, we will just do whatever to get you guys off of our back, right? However, we have these followers that we ourselves are responsible for. We have these wild, crazy, lunatic, radical people that we created as a way to legitimize our power and also as a way to suppress our own citizens, the Iranian people. However, because this is our base support, there is no way that we could go to 0% enrichment of uranium because these people are crazy and they will come and eat us alive. We're more even afraid of the people that are. The Islamic Republic is more afraid of its own followers than the opposition. I repeat, the Islamic Republic is more afraid of its own followers than the people who are against the Islamic Republic. So they need to be satisfied. They cannot go to 0% enrichment of uranium. And they need at least a tiny, tiny little bit of enrichment of uranium so that they could tell their followers that we didn't cave in, that we didn't surrender, that we didn't capitulate. Just a tiny symbolic amount. Just give us a tiny symbolic amount of enrichment of uranium. That's what they want. But yeah. So Goldie. Oh, Goldie's gone. Let me go to.
I'm here. I'm here. My dinner came late, so I'm just eating my dinner really quickly right now. But I'm listening. No, I'm right here. I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay. All right. So sorry for interrupting your dinner.
You're not interrupting. Not at all.
Okay.
You know what? I should have ordered my dinner earlier, but I was preoccupied with the discussion group, so I didn't order my dinner in time. So it's all good.
Awesome. Well,
No,
thank
all
you.
good, all
Okay.
good, all good. I'm here.
So so with regards to this bottom part, if some people, some Iranians, we need some Goldie hope. Okay,
This is political
we need some
talk.
Goldie. Political.
Political.
Talk, yes,
This is all political. The decision has already been made, and you know how we know the decision has been made because of the Democrat. Remember, Schumer. Remember what he said? Play
Yes.
that again.
Yes. Ooh. Okay. Let me get that ready.
Because if you play that, all this makes sense. This is just all politics now. This is just playing games with the regime.
Yes. And we have to, even if something is, almost guaranteed, it's not over until it's over. And we need to put maximum pressure to make 99.9% to 100%. Okay. So it's not, so that's what Senator Lindsey Graham is doing, is as soon as he notices that anybody is trying to do anything else, they put, okay, why is this not? Let me see. I have another version. Hold on. Sorry. Sometimes X videos don't work, and then the same video works on a different post for some reason. Give me a second. I found a Schumer video that does work. This one for some reason doesn't. But yep, there you go. Found the one that works. Sometimes I think like if a video gets too many likes, all of a sudden it doesn't work. So this is the one that works. So let's play that again. Guys, this is a confirmation here. 7 seconds only.
This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
So, guys, the context for people who were not here, this is what Senator Schumer said right after Marco Rubio. Look at this, saying, "Damn, what did Rubio tell him?" Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, following Gang of Eight briefing on Iran. Look, this is serious. The administration has to make this case to the American people. So basically, the impression that we're getting is that whatever Marco Rubio told the Gang of Eight behind closed doors, they realize that this is going to happen one way or another. The concern that he's having is the American people's buy-in, the American people feeling like this is a justified war. So he's basically, his concern now is that we need to make the case to the American people that this is happening. Listen to this again.
This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
Yeah, that statement that would not make sense unless we're going to war, unless we're going to start attacking the Islamic Republic. It wouldn't make sense in that context, right, Goldie? Yeah. It wouldn't make
Yes,
sense.
it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. Like, you're not going to make that statement if you're just going to maintain the status quo. If people were maintaining the status quo, he wouldn't be making that sort of statement.
Okay, so look at this, guys. The Islamic Republic is unraveling like a spider web in a storm. Defections among military and security ranks have surged to a degree that the IRGC has resorted to fear-mongering and boasting about alleged mass arrest. The end is near. Look at this. I had this yesterday to show. I forgot to show it.
What, is he defecting or what?
No, he's basically reporting regarding the people who are defecting and the way that they're trying to stop them. I mean, if he was defecting, he wouldn't be able to come in front of a camera and say that, because that would
That's
be
true.
the last thing he did. But he's basically admitting that thousands of people are defecting. Look at this. So he's saying all units, including our brothers in the Ministry of
همه
Intelligence.
مجموعه ها اهم از برادران عزیزم در وزارت اطلاعات، برادران عزیزم در
Oh my God. Our brothers in the Ministry of
برادران
Intelligence,
عزیزم در وزارت اطلاعات،
in all units, including our brothers, yeah,
برادران عزیزم در
our dear brothers in the intelligence
Armin, I'm here. I'm
organization
just gonna
of.
eat. Okay.
Okay,
But
okay,
I'm
yeah,
watching.
yeah. Nushijun. Intelligence organization of Faraja. By the way, guys, this is the institution that the Islamic Republic created specifically for suppressing protests and opposition. And the intelligence organization of the RGC. Guys, remember in the Islamic Republic, we usually have two of everything. We have two of everything. One non-IRGC version of things and an IRGC version of things. So when it comes to intelligence, we have the Ministry of Intelligence, which is the non-IRGC branch of intelligence. And then we have this other organization, the intelligence organization of the IRGC, which is the same, like a similar institution, but under the IRGC.
فراجا و مجموعه اطلاعات سپاه عدد
So saying we contacted a significant number of individuals who were
قابل توجهی از افرادی که در حال
in the process of defection. Straight out of the horse's mouth. Guys, oh my God, this makes our job so much easier. You see how, did we not told you that this is happening? Did we not told you that this is happening? Don't believe us? Look, the Islamic Republic is admitting it. Why are they admitting this? Why are they admitting this? It's in Hebrew. Why are they admitting this? Do you know why? So they're saying there's. I'll tell you why, but I just want you guys to see if you guys understand.
از افرادی
So you're saying we contacted a significant number of individuals who
که
were
در حال به اصطلاح اقفال شدن بودن رو زنگ زدیم، تذکر دادیم.
Oh, so they contacted them, they called them, and they issued warnings. They issued warnings to the people who were were being leaving the regime. So we told them that they are going in the wrong direction and gave them warnings. Guys, can you hey, this is the Islamic Republic. We noticed that you're defecting. Stop it. Okay. Oh my God.
شما یه راه اشتباهی دارید، میرید توجه بکن. بعضی از
Some of them whose violations were more serious.
اینها یه مقدار
Guys, English in my entire chat is now in Hebrew. Guys, English only. I mean, we could do some Hebrew sometimes, but I don't have any idea. Like if anybody comes into this chat, they're gonna think that this chat is not for them.
بعضی از اینها یه مقدار حرکتشون تندتر بود.
Yeah, so it's saying some of them whose violations were more serious.
دعوت کردیم یک عدد
So we invited them to talk. We invited a significant number of individuals.
قابل توجهی رو دعوت شدن و باز رو در رو نشستن.
So our officers told them face to face that they are making a mistake.
بچه‌هامون صحبت کردن که شما اشتباه دارید میکنید، یک حرکت هایی دارید انجام میدید که به ضرر خودتون تمام میشه. بعضی از اینا خطا.
Okay, now my chat is Persian. We have my chat on the other channel is now half Hebrew and half Persian. There's there's no English. What the hell is the guy saying? What are you guys doing? Okay. Okay.
به ضرر خودتون تمام میشه.
They were told that they're taking actions that will ultimately backfire on them.
بعضی از اینا خطاشون بالاتر از این بود.
Some individuals had even worse violations, so they were summoned.
احضار شدن و با اونها با
These individuals were spoken to, advised and guided.
صحبت شد، ارشاد شدن، راهنمایی شد. بعضیاشون خطاشون
Some of them whose violations were more serious and who insisted on continuing on the path
برجسته تر بود،
were arrested.
مثلا ادامه بدن، دستگیر شدن.
By the way, he's lying, okay? Like, let me tell you what he's lying, okay? Any sign of defection would make them want to treat you the most harshest way possible, unless the numbers are so high that they can't.
Armin, I want to add something to that. So that goes back to what His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi was saying about how because the number of defections are so high, the Islamic regime had to bring in external proxy groups, right? They like the regime had to bring in the Iraqis, the Afghanis, the Pakistanis, the Lebanese, the Palestinians, right? So they had to bring in their non-Iranian proxy terrorist groups to murder people because the number of defections are so high.
Right.
And it also ties into the message he gave a couple of days ago as well about defections.
Yeah, exactly. This confirms that this is happening. Exactly. Yeah.
اینا همه رو تا قبل از جنگ تا
These all happened between the 12-day war and the recent sedation. Basically, he's referring to the Lion and Sun Revolution. Guys, imagine the amount of defection that the Lion and Sun Revolution has and will continue to cause. So, guys, we had so much defection caused by the Mahsa uprising. And then we had so much more defections caused by the 12-day war by Israel. Thank you, Israel. But I think that the Lion and Sun Revolution that we're seeing right now, since early January, this is going to cause the highest amount of defections. So much so that this is why I think that even hypothetically, if United States and Israel don't attack, we will still have the toppling of the Islamic Republic. The reason why we need the attack on the Islamic Republic by United States and Israel is not because that's what's necessary for regime change. Regime change will happen one way or another. The reason why we need that is because the cost of regime change will be astronomically high, and it will take so long, and so many Iranians would have to die for that to eventually happen. But look at this. Defections are already happening.
قبل از شروع فتنه اخیر. یعنی فقط در مجموعه مثلا
So he's saying, look at this. He's saying only in the RGC.
سپاه پاسداران اسلامی که اتفاقا سوژه‌های
These were a number of there were a number of these interesting cases. Guys, look at this in IRGC. Imagine if this is how bad it is in IRGC, how bad is this going to be in the Artesh? If we have defections in IRGC, like holy hell, what about the other branches of the government?
که اتفاقا سوژه‌های قابل توجهی هم تو همین ایام برخورد شد 2000.
So you're saying 2,735 individuals were invited, summoned, and guided against their wrongdoings.
735 نفر
تو همین ایام چی؟
برخورد شد 2735 که اتفاقا سوژه‌های قابل توجهی هم تو همین ایام برخورد شد.
Oh, these days, he's saying these are some, for example, some interesting cases that we just had in these recent days.
2735 نفر دعوت و احضار شدن و ارشاد شدن، تذکر گرفتن.
So yeah, they were summoned and they were guided. Sure, buddy, sure. Oh, look at this. 13,000 individuals were served warnings through SMS and text messages. Guys, either he's lying or the number of defections are so high that they have to just only send an SMS. Like, imagine a scenario where somebody from IRGC is, I mean, doing an act of treason based on the Islamic Republic standards, and they're like, okay, let's just send him an SMS message. But like, and you get an SMS message, and you're like, it says, "Stop it, stop." You're like, what? Like, we stop it. Okay. And like, okay, so we see that you're considering treason. We would like you to please stop. Okay. Okay. We beg of you to reconsider. Do not commit treason. Thank you very much. Okay, so either, I mean, the punishment for such a thing, based on the Islamic Republic, is death. They will kill you for this without hesitation. But either he's lying that we're just sending text messages to people to tell them to like reconsider, or he's not lying. I mean, I hope he's not lying. I mean, both of these scenarios are good. So either he's lying and they're basically just coming down hard on these people and giving them the worst imaginable punishment for like, and basically arresting these people and torturing them and intimidating them. Either that's happening, it's horrible. It does show a high level of defection, and he's like basically trying to he's admitting the high number of defections, but he's trying to pretend that we're nice about it, even though they're not. Either that's option number one, or option number two is that he's being honest and they're doing just like SMS messages, and the only reason why they're not going more extreme is because they can't, because it's just too many defections and they can't just wage war against their own troops. So let's continue. Which one do you think it is, by the way? Option number one or option number two? So he's saying 13,000 individuals were served warnings through SMS and text messages.
1000 نفر به صورت تلفنی و پیامکی به این شیوه به حساب مطلع شدن. تعداد
Saying we discovered a significant number of unauthorized weapons. Huh?
قابل توجهی سلاح‌های
Guys, there's something wrong with my chat. They're saying English messages are getting removed. Let me test.
It could be a YouTube glitch because that was happening a few nights ago. And then like
Really?
the YouTube like channel was also buffering. So it's happening on my channel too, because like sometimes I try to like type something and it just gets removed, even though I'm literally like the channel owner. And YouTube sees it as like spam or something. So it's a YouTube issue, unfortunately.
Okay, there's a bug. Okay, that's why my entire channel is now Persian and Hebrew and other languages. Okay, well, sorry guys. Hopefully it will get fixed tomorrow. Keep speaking in your own local languages then with each other.
تعداد قابل توجهی سلاح‌های
By the way, that was very revealing that with English is removed, the number one, the two top languages on my chat is Hebrew and Persian. Guys, I've been exposed as a Zionist agent. Like Hebrew was actually first before Persian. As soon as English was not available, my entire chat became Hebrew. So thank you guys. Thank you for exposing me as a Zionist agent. Okay, amazing.
Okay, so apparently I can post in English on, oh my gosh, I can post in English on my own channel, but now people are like, salud, oh, someone's in Spanish, que pasado? Oh my gosh. Not German. Oh no. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry about this.
Okay. Okay. What's happening? Okay. All right. So we're almost done with this. So, oh, look at this. It's saying we discovered a significant number of unauthorized weapons.
سلاح غیر مجاز کشف شد بالای
We discovered more than 1,000 to 2,000 of these weapons. Guys, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic are not only defecting, they're arming themselves for some reason, like arming themselves not the weapons that the Islamic Republic gives them, but illegal.
یکی دو سه هزار تا سلاح کشف کردیم.
No, but actually the translation is wrong. He said yeki do 3,000 ta. So 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 of these weapons.
و قریب 5
And about 50 individuals were arrested who were working directly with the Mossad. 50 individuals within IRGC were arrested who were working directly with the Mossad, he says.
جا نفر کسانی که مستقیما با سرویس های مثل موساد کار میکردن دستگیر شدن و بعضی از
Also, some people were arrested who were under the impression that the regime is on the verge of collapse.
افراد دیگری دستگیر شدن که اساسا رفته بودن در یک فضایی تحت تاثیر فضای مجازی تصور کردن که نظام در یک مرحله پرتگاهی قرار گرفته. حتی
These people were planning for the future and had a number of meetings. Oh God. Why, guys, why is he admitting all of this in front of camera? I'll let you know why.
برنامه‌هایی رو برای آینده داشتن، تدوین می‌کردن، جلسات داشتن. اینها رو همه قبل از اینکه برسه
They were all arrested before the sedition days, the Lion and Sun Revolution. Guys, all of these defections were happening even before this revolution. Imagine what's happening now.
Yeah, because the defection started in the summer, remember? So he's just admitting that defection started in the summer when King Reza Pahlavi put out his QR code back in the summer.
So he was, guys, this is a confirmation that Prince Reza Pahlavi was telling the truth. And I know, like, oh, of course, I mean, some of you might say, but the thing is that so many anti-Pahlavi people were trying to make fun of him by saying that he's making this up. Where's the proof? Where's the proof that all of these defections are happening? Well, there you go. There you go. Amazing. Okay. So, let me see what else we have here. Okay. So, we have this.
And don't forget, you still have to finish watching Piers Morgan and giving your commentary.
Okay. So, let me just do that then. Oh, I was supposed to show the name of somebody. Hold on. This is important. Before I do that, let's do this. Okay. So Sarah asked me to share this on the English channel. ناشنوا و توی رشت بهش حکم محاربه دادن. مبین بازیار. Guys, am I pronouncing his name right? مبین, right? مبین بازیار.
Yeah, we spoke about him a few days ago. He's deaf.
Yeah, he's
I'm glad
deaf.
you're bringing him up again.
Yes. So, guys, this person, Goldie showed a video of a woman who was basically talking about her during one of the protests, right? But I just wanted to remind you, the reason why we bring him up again, it's important to bring him up, is because he can't defend himself. Okay. So let me tell you, he's been arrested in Rasht. And he's been charged with muharebe, means that his sentence will be execution. His name is Mobin Baziar. And the reason why it's very important for us to be his voice is because he's deaf and he can't really defend himself because of that, right? So he's even more vulnerable because it's really difficult. There's nobody there to help him. He's arrested and by the way, the Islamic Republic doesn't give them access to lawyers or anything. So that's why a lot of people want us to to continue bringing him up because of his condition and the fact that it's even more difficult for him to defend himself compared to other people. Okay. Let me go here. So, okay, let's continue with this. Oh, guys, remember where we left off? We left off where Goldie was about to speak. So this is a great place to start.
Thank the general
Why don't I have audio? Oh, unmute.
for his service. Well, thank you so much, Pierce. First of all, I just want to thank the general for his service, and thank all American military for everything they've done to defend democracy and freedom around the world. So thank you for your service, General.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched this before. By the way, I just want to say how amazing it is that Goldie did that, because this was not just a thank you to the general. I mean, I don't know if maybe Goldie could tell me that this was also a big FU to Chunky Yogurt and a demonstration on how you treat a 4-star general who has served their country, right?
100%. Yeah. It was, but to that weird comedian as well that were like interrupting the general and correcting him, right? So yeah, no, you show respect. So yeah. Yeah, it was totally an FU to both of them.
and guys, imagine people watching this and looking at these two, I don't know, Americans speaking so rudely to the men in service who have protected their country, and all of a sudden this Iranian Canadian woman teaching these Americans on how they're supposed to behave. And imagine from the perspective of the audience how the contrast, like immediately when she says that, people will be reminded of the misbehavior, of the rudeness of these two other idiots, right? So that was so good, Goldie. I'm so glad that you did that, because immediately when I can imagine immediately when you said that, the viewer will be like, oh my God, thank you. That's how you behave. That's how you speak to a person like that. That was so good.
Thank you.
All right,
Military for everything they've done to defend democracy and freedom around the world. So thank you for your service, General. So the way that we have to frame this and the way that we have to look at it, Pierce, is that right now we are in a forever war with the Islamic regime. And what happened is back in 1979, it was Jimmy Carter and the Democrats that backed the Ayatollah. And that's what basically led to the Islamic coup d'etat. And so right now, Iran is unfortunately a failed state. And so what Iranians are trying to do is, we're trying to rectify the mistake. Is regime change the goal? 100%. Absolutely. We Iranians, we have been trying to fix Jimmy Carter's mistake since 1979. And this is the first time since the Islamic regime took over that we actually have a.
So let's go back.
Go back. So as soon as this switches back to the view, you can see the general's like nodding along. He's like, "Yeah, I agree with her. I agree with her." And this is.
Let me see.
The first time.
Yes. Oh my God. That's good, guy. Goldie and the 4-star general agrees with your analysis. I mean, obviously.
4-star general basically says everything that Chunky Yogurt says is nonsense, and then with the Iranian Canadian, he's nodding along like, "Yep, there you go. That makes sense."
Guys, look at the nod again. As soon as the show's over.
Jimmy Carter's mistake since 1979, and this is the first time since the.
There it is. Oh my God. I'm so glad that you pointed that out. Oh my God. That's fantastic. Okay, guys, that's great.
Islamic regime took over, that we actually have a United States.
Oh, guys, you got the shake head from Chunk and the nod from.
Chunky Yogurt saw that the general was nodding, so he shook his head. But do you see Armin khafe khun gerefte? He's not interrupting me because I taught him a lesson, right? So he knows not to interrupt me.
Good job. You humiliated him.
President who is standing with the Iranian people, recognizing full well that U.S. and Iranian interests are aligned right now. And by Iranian, I mean the Iranian people. I don't mean the Islamic regime that's occupying us. Because, as the general said, prior to 1979, Iran and the United States were allies. So right now, the country is currently in that failed state situation. And I can say that, Iranians in occupied Iran are incredibly grateful that the United States is coming to help liberate them. This is not a war, Pierce. This is not a war. This is a rescue mission. The United States.
Oh my God. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that we have these voices. It used to be so frustrating listening to shows like this. It used to be so frustrating. people not knowing what the hell they were talking about when it comes to Iranian issues. It's such a, oh my God, it's so refreshing to actually have a voice that truly understands and speaks on our behalf the way that we want to be represented. It's so, like, it used to be so frustrating with a whole bunch of panelists, all of them, even the people who were against, like supporting us, not really knowing exactly what we want there to be said. And I don't know, we're so lucky to have people like you two. Amazing. Oh, thank you, Goldie. So thank you, Goldie. All right.
Is coming to help rescue 90 million Iranians who have been held hostage by a brutal and savage dictatorship.
Oh, by the way, guys, I will bet you that President Trump has been watching this. I will bet you that this is something that President Trump has watched. Okay, so,
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
So.
I'm pretty sure Mark Levin watched it, because Mark Levin reposted what I said about how chunky yogurt was insulting the general. So just based on that alone, everyone wants to see how chunky yogurt was insulting the general, right? So they've probably seen the rest of it.
Yeah.
The United States is coming to help rescue 90 million Iranians who have been held hostage by a brutal and savage dictatorship. With respect to,
it's so shaking his head like in disapproval. While there's this Iranian woman who has so many Iranian people have demonstrated how grateful they are to her for being their voices. She's speaking about Iran. She's speaking about her own country. And this non-Iranian, who the vast majority of Iranians, every time they hear him speak, start swearing at him. He thinks that you disapprove of Goldie's perspective on Iranian affairs, on Iranian issues. Like, who made you the expert on what Iranian people want? She, as an Iranian who has demonstrated is the voice of Iranians, is speaking, and you are like shaking your head in disapproval. Like, you think you understand what the Iranian people want better than Goldie?
What Dave Smith was saying about the proxies, I'll leave that up to the general.
Okay, Elika.
Wait, what did Goldie say? By the way, yes, guys, in the chat, I know you can't write English, so write other languages that you know. You could bond with each other over the languages that you understand.
A brutal. I mean, maybe try restarting the live stream. Like, guys, like maybe close your browsers and start it back up again. Maybe that'll do the trick. I don't know.
Or have fun with it. Like, sure. Use other languages. Or if you don't speak any other language than English, use emojis to talk with each other, and just try to see if you can find other people who speak your language.
90 million Iranians who have been held hostage by a brutal and savage dictatorship. With respect to what Dave Smith was saying about the proxies, I'll leave that up to the general.
Okay, Elika.
Look, this is also a way for Goldie to, I think, like, show that she has respect for the general's knowledge. So when she says, "I leave that up to the general," like, she's also like recognizing the fact that the general should be listened to in his areas of expertise.
Nonsense.
So when there's
nonsense right after. Wow. Okay. So what did Goldie say? Goldie, as an Iranian, said what the Iranian people want, and this non-Iranian calls it nonsense. Okay. Sure.
These constant examples of where the US has failed.
And by the way, like, look at this. Like, Cenk doesn't really have any arguments for his points. He just says nonsense. This is how it is. This is what people. He makes claims, and he thinks a logical argument is when I'm the most expressive about a point. Like, he doesn't, if he wants to communicate a conclusion that he has in his head, he doesn't actually have any arguments for it. Like, he doesn't add some premises together for us to eventually get to a conclusion. He just thinks that his method of explaining it, because it's very emotional, should be convincing. And when somebody does actually makes a point with evidence and with history to back it up, with the knowledge in what she's talking about, then his only comeback is nonsense. So you just heard a a lot of great arguments, one after another, and he thinks that he could just say nonsense, and all of a sudden we have to dismiss it because Cenk Uygur said nonsense.
An intervention. You
All right, let's hear.
leave that up to the general.
Okay, Elika.
Nonsense.
So when there's these constant examples of where the US has failed in intervention, you have to wonder, why is it that they keep repeating the worst case scenarios? Why don't they talk about the US intervention in in Kuwait to stop Iraq's intervention, right? Which actually led.
Yeah, and also fantastic points. And Japan and Germany and Panama.
To stability in Kuwait. Why don't we talk about Bosnia?
Oh my God, he thinks Iraq. He doesn't even understand his history. He doesn't know that what she's referring to is the first Persian Gulf War.
Why don't we talk about Kosovo? Why don't we talk about the times when NATO and the US have done tremendous work to bring stability with targeted strikes? Okay, the reason that they keep mentioning this is because they want to constantly frame this in the worst case scenario for the US so as to defend the terrorist regime, which makes you wonder why. Second of all, this claim that we don't want to, intervene.
Look, they have nothing. They just said not. They just interrupt. They interrupt. Look how none of the Iranians ever interrupted these two idiots, these two anti-Semites. But they just interrupt. They say nonsense. Jesus. This is all they can do. They cannot tolerate. They cannot tolerate somebody correcting them. Like, they're used to just being able to just spew their nonsense without anybody correcting them. So when somebody spends the time, logically corrects them, you could see them suffering. You can see them suffering because they're being humiliated in front of an audience.
In Iran, because it's going to be a failed state and it's going to kill hundreds of thousands of people. I'm sorry, you don't care now that it's a failed state. You don't care now how many people are being killed. You want to talk about Iraq? You want to say hundreds of thousands of people were killed in Iraq. How many people did Saddam Hussein kill? 180,000 Kurds alone. Chemical genocide against Kurds. The ethnic cleansing of Turks,
and
of
we
Kurds,
backed them.
of Shia Muslims. So you want to say that if we should have just left Saddam Hussein, and he's expanding his war in Kuwait, his war in Iran, and you want to say that what the US did was so bad? Fine, it was bad, but before it was worse. And if it was left unchecked, how much worse would it be? So this isn't about what the facts are. This is about.
So let me say something about Dave Smith saying we back them. Okay, first of all, United States is not flawless. Obviously, we could find some things in the foreign policy that some of us disagree with. However, when it came to Saddam, sometimes when there's two great evils, it does make sense for you to, sometimes support the lesser evil to fight the bigger evil. It does make, like, that has all world powers throughout history, through the past 12,000 years of civilization. At some points, you take advantage of the conflict between your enemies. That's what every world power has ever done in history. So I'm not saying whether it's good, it was 100%. I'm not suggesting that it was 100% correct and everything United States should be 100% approved. However, like on average, United States is the major source of stability all around the world. And the good that United States has done for the world outweighs the bad by a factor of 10,000, right? Or much even more. I mean, we wouldn't have all of the great advancements in technology, the internet, computers, medicine, everything, like world trade, stability around the world, the great boost in economy, safety, everything. Okay, access to water, lower child mortality. All of this is because ever since we entered into this new world order that has been protected and preserved by America's economy and America's military. So even if you could find some flaws, yes, okay, nobody's perfect. However, it's very unfair to judge United States sometimes having a relationship with evil characters like in history, just because those people are also attacking or against America's enemy. I mean, at the end of the day, America's government should prioritize the American people's safety. So if there is somebody who is attacking your main enemy, even if they might not be a good person, it might make strategic sense to support them for a small period of time. So, for example, when communism was rising all around the world, the United States supported some not very good dictators, all right? But honestly, even though those dictators were not really good, the rise of communism was a bigger concern. If communism had succeeded during the Cold War, the consequences of that would have been 1,000 times of some evil dictators in some areas gaining more power because the United States is supporting them. So sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two evil. And even though, yes, United States worked with Saddam against the Islamic Republic, I mean, the Islamic Republic was a big concern. It made sense to sometimes work with a lesser evil to fight the Islamic Republic. But at the end of the day, the United States got rid of Saddam. The mistake that was made there was not getting rid of Saddam. Getting rid of Saddam was a good thing. Saddam was evil, and it was good that he was removed from power. The mistake the United States made there was the justification for it was not honest with the American people. 1, 2, the debathification that came after removing Saddam caused a lot of chaos and lives of American soldiers and hundreds of thousands of people dying. So removal of Saddam, a net positive for the world. The debathification was the mistake. Okay, but again, even if we acknowledge that America makes some mistake, at the end of the day, we have to be very grateful, because compared to any other option as the world superpower, America is number one, is the best option with a huge margin from anyone else.
How you are looking at the facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt. This is an intention.
No, we don't interrupt. That's pretty good.
The facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt. This is an intentional.
I was just going to ask a question. You interrupted me before, plenty of times.
Ask me my question after. You can ask me my question.
Yeah, you're not my teacher, so don't scold.
She should be your teacher because your teachers failed you.
Stop. We're not looking at this through the lens of fact. We're looking at this through the lens of how can we.
Oh my God! Look at him. He feels humiliated. I think he just received a beating. Let me see.
You're not my teacher, so don't scold me.
Stop. We're not looking at this through the lens of fact.
Look at him. He feels humiliated.
Looking at this through the lens of how can we look at this in the most negative way so we don't support attacks on the regime. Second of all, this constant thing about Israel is the one that wants this war. We have all conceded and acknowledged that Israel does for obvious reasons. You're talking about, you take Israel and you take the IRGC, you take this terrorist regime that has enshrined an eschatological vision to eliminate Israel in its charter and has repeatedly acted on that vision. Any sane country in the world, whether it was US or Israel, would obviously want to protect itself. So you're talking about a liberal democracy that seeks safety and protection of its own people, and you're talking about a terrorist state that wants to eliminate that state.
So Jenki, I don't know if Jenki is listening, because when she said liberal democracy, this was a moment for Cenk to go because every time somebody says something about Israel that Cenk doesn't agree with, I think he's like thinking about something else, because this is one of those moments where he was supposed to do that.
And so to even look at this in any other lens is just to be out of touch with reality.
Are you awake, Cenk? Are you awake? She said Israel is a liberal democracy. You were supposed to laugh.
And so to even look at this in any other lens is just to be out of touch with reality. You talk about Israel doing these strikes on Hezbollah when Hezbollah is the one that is
guys, he woke up. He's awake now.
Throwing its rockets into Israel. You talk about its strikes on the Houthis. Think about this. The regime created Hezbollah as a second IRGC to station it in the closest border to Israel for the sole purpose of eliminating Israel and creating a second Islamic Republic in Lebanon. Now, you want to say that in response to that,
absurd. That's history. You goddamn idiot. Go study this. This is history. What do you mean absurd? She's not even being normative. She's being descriptive. This is like beyond just making judgment on whether or not this is true or not. This is actually what happened. Unbelievable.
Israel should just bend over and do nothing. Of course, Israel wants this war because it is.
Come on. How much more can Israel do?
It is
Endless goddamn war because of Israel. Can I respond to this utter rubbish, this garbage Israeli propaganda?
Can you? Did you see? So now he's calling it garbage Israeli propaganda because I constantly accuse him. Like I always say, I'm like, this is garbage jihadi propaganda. I'm not going to respond to it. So now he's basically using my line, trying to use it against us, right?
Oh my God. Yeah, guys, Iranian women have no agency. If you speak positively about Israel, I don't know this. Oh my God.
It's a mind virus.
Do.
By the way, every time they interrupt you, Goldie, it really means that you got on you hit a nerve, like you got under their skin. Like they can't take it. They cannot tolerate being corrected like this.
It is
endless goddamn war because of Israel. Can I respond to this utter rubbish, this garbage Israeli propaganda?
Okay, try to respond to it with that by making an actual argument rather than just shouting out claims with no evidence.
It's a mind virus.
Yeah. Oh.
And you've lost your mind. Okay. So just be.
Oh. Okay. You've lost your mind.
War because of Israel. Can I respond to this utter rubbish, this garbage Israeli propaganda?
It's a mind virus, and you've lost your mind. Okay.
Anti-Semitism is a mind virus, and you have lost your mind. Look at Jake's face here. Yeah.
Let me just read the super chat really quickly. So, ce yaourt croustillant est le champion de la propagande de gauche, which means this chunky yogurt is the champion of leftist propaganda in French.
Right. Wait, Goldie, your chat is no English as well?
Yeah, it's the same issue.
Oh my God. Okay.
So just be quiet.
Yeah. Anti-Semitism, blah. We've heard that garbage.
It's so amazing that it says, oh, anti-Semitism, blah, 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 blah. When he himself calls everybody a Mossad agent and paid by Israel as soon as they disagree with him. Who are you to complain
he's calling
about?
an Israeli agent several times in this one episode, right? He's already called me an Israeli agent like 3 or 4 times. Like he's crazy.
He has no arguments. At least when you guys say that, you first make an argument and then and then tell him that he's an anti-Semite, which he is, but he has nothing else. He has no arguments.
Over and over to shield Israel from criticism. We're not going to take it anymore. You call the whole country.
You do not criticize Israel. You want to annihilate Israel, and I know. And you stand against you and Anna Kasparian hate anything and everything Israeli. That is not a criticism of Israel. A criticism of Israel is somebody who loves Israel and has some feedback because they want Israel to be better. When you hate everything about Israel, that is not criticism. That is not criticism. That is war against Israel.
Anti-Semites. You think Israel has called all of America anti-Semites. 85% of us don't want this war. And then you come in and
it's not 85%. I just looked. It's like 49%. You're making numbers up.
So you dirty anti-Semite Americans, you owe us more war. You owe us trillions of dollars. We are beloved Israel. We want endless wars.
Who wants endless wars? Goddamn idiot. Like, he has nothing other than this clownish behavior. He's just a freak. Like, this is just a freak that you bring in the show for views. He has zero arguments. What is this?
Thank you, Noam.
Damn it. Oh, yeah, thank you.
They're thanking me for going after Cenk the way I did, and they're saying everyone in Iran is proud. Thank you so much. We tried our best.
Yeah, merci, دمت گرم. Merci از حمایتت. Guys, every time they say you want endless war, just remind them that there has been endless war for the past 47 years. Goldie said that. We have had already. We are the people who are against war. Guys, if you are anti-war, then you have to take out the source of war. It's as simple as that. The people who are acting like the Tucker Carlsons and Cenk Yogurt and the Dave Smiths and the Anna Kasparians of the world, if they are pro-war because they want to stop Israel and America to eliminate the source of war. If you're genuinely anti-war, you want to eliminate the source of war, and the Islamic Republic is the source of war and conflict.
Take one question for you. What percentage of Germans were anti-Semites?
What the hell does that have to do with this? The real fascists here are Israel.
Is that really a
You want to ask me
gotcha?
what percentage of Israel are fascists? Unfortunately, the percentage is over 50%.
It's not 50, it's 49%. I don't know what he's getting there.
You know what the point is, Cenk? The point is that it is a mind
Can
virus.
I actually answer any of this garbage that they're putting out there? Total-
Oh, good. I forgot. I keep thinking it's you here when you're speaking over there. Okay, so oh wow, you came and defended her.
Point is that it is a mind
Can
virus.
I actually answer any of this garbage that they're putting out there?
Can you stop interrupting her,
Total Israeli
please? It's getting,
propaganda.
you're very rude. You're a very rude
Interrupting
person.
her. She's gone on for 10 minutes.
How long do you think you went?
What do you mean? It hasn't been 10 minutes, you idiots. It hasn't been 10 minutes at all. And we have a host. The host decides who speaks when.
And you know, but I distracted him because I was like, "Can you stop interrupting her, please? You're a very rude person." And then he's like, "What do you mean?" Like it just like totally caught him off. Like literally, he switched gears. Right? Go back.
Yeah,
and
you
listen.
derailed.
I
Yeah, you derailed
him.
his. Yeah, you derailed him. Whatever he was trying to do, you stopped it.
They answer any of this garbage that they're putting
Can you
out
stop
there.
interrupting her,
Total Israeli
please? It's getting.
propaganda.
You're very rude. You're a very rude
Interrupting
person.
her. She's gone on for 10 minutes.
What the hell? You speak longer than her. She has been patiently waiting without interrupting you for a very, very, very long time. And eventually, when it gets to her, she should be able to have some time to make her point, and it hasn't even been close to 10 minutes. And there's a host there. You shouldn't be the person who decides who speaks when. The host should be able to decide. And Goldie, amazing job in defending her.
And look at the poor general. Thank you. Look at the poor general. The general's like, "Oh my gosh, these people are like so rude," right? Like referring to Chunky Yogurt and Dave Smith, right? The general's not impressed. He's like not having any of this.
Yeah, Goldie is so wholesome. How you like two Iranian women having each other's back and supporting each other. That was very wholesome. Good job. That was so sweet.
Well, you know what, Elika was basically playing offense, and then I was defense, right? So Elika was going in with like the facts or whatever, and then I would go in with like the putting people in their place, but also like summarizing from more of a political, like geopolitical perspective, right? So it was like an offense defense type thing. We did well.
Yeah. It's frustrating that people, when you call out anti-Semites, they say like, "Oh, every criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism." No, you goddamn idiot. But if you blame everything that goes wrong anywhere on Israel, then that is anti-Semitic. You know who criticizes Israel? Israelis criticize Israel. Zionist Israelis, patriotic Zionist Israelis criticize Israel. Nobody calls them anti-Semitic. What you're doing is not criticizing Israel, and we can tell.
How long do you think you went, sir?
Okay.
Let me, Cenk, I'll give you a brief right of reply there, and then I want to go to the general.
So, guys, this is a total illusion. The country starting all the wars in the Middle East is Israel, not Iran.
Israel, not only that's not true, it couldn't be any further from the truth. He said the country starting all the wars in the Middle East is Israel. Israel has not. Again, guys, I will repeat this forever. Come challenge me on this. Go look at the history of Israel. Israel has not started a single war. A single war. Come and show me which one they have started. Every single war, every single one of them that Israel has been involved with, it was a response to the enemies of Israel attacking Israel.
Iran. The ones that have the religious ideology of taking over the Middle East is Israel. They call it great.
The ideology, that is also insanity. In Israel, there's a tiny minority of Israelis who are extremely religious, not the type of patriotic religious people, but like really far right religious people who believe in when they say greater Israel, we're talking about two different concepts. So let's not mix them with each other. There's one concept of greater Israel that I actually agree with, which means that Israel should include Gaza, Judea, Samaria, and the Golan Heights, right? And parts of the Golan Heights. That idea of greater Israel, that is just Israel. That is how Israel should be. Okay. So if you're talking about that, well, yeah, it should. I support that as well. But the idea that Israel's official policy as a state, okay, or as the majority of the Israeli people, is to expand the borders of Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates, that's an absolute lie. That's an absolute lie. Go look at every polling. The vast majority of the Israeli people do not agree with that, do not believe in that. And this has never been the policy of the state of Israel, not even once. But I have another counter to this, but let him say that. So because I have a really good counter to this.
The country starting all the wars in the Middle East is Israel, not Iran. The ones that have the religious ideology of taking over the Middle East is Israel. They call it greater Israel. It's a patch on their uniform.
Okay, can I just say something?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just imagine imagine saying all this like lies about like wars and stuff in front of a 4-star general, right? Like the general's just sitting there and he's like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad durka am I listening to? That's the general's expression right now, right? Because the general's sitting there, he's trying not to laugh at the conspiracy theory idiocy, right? Because I don't understand, I don't know if it's like mental illness or cognitive dissonance or something, or I don't know. Maybe he's like spouted the lies so much that like Chunky Yogurt now believes his own lies. But to sit there with a straight face in front of a 4-star general and claim that Israel has started every single war, right? Like it's insane to me. That's why like I'm laughing. I'm just like, is this reality right now? Like, is this actually happening? Is this guy so delulu that he's lying about like military history in front of a general? Like it's insane.
Yeah. And he's giving us another conspiracy theory right now by pointing at his arm, because this conspiracy theory, I kid you not, the one that is pointing to his arm, I'm not exaggerating, go look it up, comes from one picture that went viral on social media of look at him. So he's saying that the Greater Israel Project
over the Middle East is Israel. They call it Greater Israel. It's a patch on their uniform. It's
not a patch on their uniform. Go look at all the official patches of Israeli uniforms. Not a single one of them is like that. There's one picture that we don't know where that came from. Maybe one soldier just made it for himself or whatever many years ago. That one picture went viral. Go to Israel. Go basically look at all the soldiers. Find me that patch. It doesn't exist and it's illegal actually.
I've been to Israel. Never seen it.
Yeah, never seen it.
It's insane.
If this was the official patch, first of all, you have to pick your conspiracy theory. Is this the thing that they're trying to do, but it's a secret plan, or is this a patch on their military uniform? It can't be both. If this was an actual official patch on their military uniform, this would be everywhere all the time. It would be undeniable. Like, how stupid do we have to be? And guys, every time somebody tells you about the Greater Israel Project, as in making Israel expand its borders from the Nile to the Euphrates, just ask him this. If Israel wanted to expand its borders, then why the F are they the number one country in the world giving up land for the sake of peace. Multiple Israel had land. You know, Israel gave up Gaza. Israel gave up the Sinai Peninsula. Israel gave up so much land that they had complete control over, that they could have held on to easily for the sake of peace. No country on earth has given up more land as a percentage of their current land. No country. And all of that for the sake of peace. Like when Russia gave up Alaska, they did it for the sake of money. They got paid for it. Israel gave up land for the sake of showing good faith to her enemies, so that maybe it could de-radicalize them. So Israel, that gave up all of these land, guys, I was a kid. I remember watching this on TV. I remember being so shocked because we were told Israel is so evil against Muslims and Arabs. I remember watching on TV Israeli soldiers dragging Jews out of Gaza. They were kicking and screaming. Israel was taking out the bones of Jews out of Gaza. Not only they took out the living Jews out of Gaza for the sake of showing good faith to the people of Gaza, so that maybe they would have peace, they went and dig up the living Jews and dead Jews, just so that maybe they could have peace with these people. Worse, it backfired. You want to accuse Israel of having an expansionist, and this, oh my God, it's so crazy. It's so crazy because it's Islam. It's these Muslims who have expansionists. Like it was, guys, it was pan-Arabism initially and pan-Islamism. The very definition. Do you think these two idiots even know anything about the history of pan-Arabism and then pan-Islamism in the Middle East? The very definition of pan-Arabism by Jamal Abdel Nasser, and then pan-Islamism by Hamas, by Muslim Brotherhood, and eventually again by the Velayat Faqih of the Ethno-Ashari Shia Islam. The very definition of these ideologies are expansionism. And not only Israel is not expansionist, all of her enemies are expansionists. Every single one of them. From the very beginning of Israel, I mean, the entire reason why they want to destroy Israel is because they're trying to bring an Arab empire or a Sunni caliphate or a Shia imamate. All of these are expansionists. Every single one of them. In fact, Israel is the only country in that region that doesn't have expansionist ambitions. The only one. Oh, is English back? I just got an English super chat. Let me see. Saying Cenk and Dave are unbearable, narcissist, low IQ, people who believe they're intellectually superior, painful to listen to. Thank you, Goldie. I couldn't. Yes, thank you, Goldie. Anyways, let's continue.
Oh, you're welcome.
Map in their Knesset, they're trying, and their cabinet members say
See
we're
how I'm
going for
laughing?
greater Israel.
Yeah, look at Goldie.
When he starts going on about the greater Israel rant, go back a few seconds. Just look at my
Yeah,
expression.
yeah.
He's going about the greater Israel rant, and I'm just like laughing
this
uncontrollably.
look at this. I love this one.
I'm just like, what is going on here?
What is going on? Yeah.
Middle East is Israel. They call it greater Israel. It's a patch on their uniform. It's a map in their Knesset.
This is the perfect reaction, guys. Everything I told you is not as effective as just laughing into these people's faces. This is how you disarm these idiots. Look at Goldie, the way she's laughing at them.
They're trying, and their cabinet members say we're going for greater Israel. Greater Israel is most of the Middle East. The reason why knocking out
No, you idiots. You have, oh my God. Guys, be careful. But many Israelis, when they're talking about the greater Israel, they're talking about the first concept of greater Israel, meaning including the one-state solution. That's what they mean. Most of them, the vast majority of them, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, we're talking about Greater Israel. They're not talking about what this idiot is talking about. They're not talking about from Nile to Euphrates. They're talking about, the Israel as it is today, internationally recognized today, Gaza plus Judea Samaria plus parts of the Golan Heights.
Their nuclear so-called
I love your face here.
nuclear program wasn't enough for these warmongers is because they want every country in the Middle East defenseless so Israel can attack and take more land. And
every country in the Middle East defenseless, you goddamn idiot, is the Islamic Republic. I mean, guys, when was the last time Israel commented on reducing the military capability of Saudi Arabia? Anybody can remember when was that? Like, I'll wait. When did Israel suggest that Turkey needs to reduce its military capability? When did Israel suggest that, I don't know, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, Jordan? Did Israel ever suggest that Jordan should reduce its military capability? Did I miss those guys? Can anybody remind me in the chat? It's almost as if the only state where they're talking about when they're concerned about their military capability is the state where, I don't know, the one state that is threatening Israel with complete and absolute annihilation. I wonder why Israel is trying to reduce the military capability of the country that has threatened to completely wipe them off the effing map. I wonder why. And Cenk thinks they're like, oh, they just want to disarm everybody. Who else have they said this about? Which other country have they said this about?
I'm glad that we actually broke this into 3 parts, because I feel like if you were going to provide commentary on the entire 1-hour episode straight, you would have had a heart attack by now, God forbid. So I'm glad we're breaking it up. I remember people last night were like, Armin, save your energy.
Right.
Now you know.
Now you know. Okay. All right.
Because they actually attacked and taken more land. Yes.
It's really crazy stuff. It's really crazy stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
So Israel can attack.
Honestly, I don't mind, because to me this is therapy. Like, this is actually good. Like, people are like, Armin, it's okay, relax. No, this is so good, because usually I'm watching these idiots on YouTube by myself, and I'm like, what the hell am I listening to? So the fact that I'm here and I'm being able to say this in front of you, this is like free therapy. Right.
And take more land. And have they actually attacked and taken more land? Yes, they currently have 53% of Gaza. They say they're never going to give back Golan Heights.
Oh, guys, they took out 53% of Gaza. They just came in for no reason, okay? Like, nothing happened. Guys, nothing happened on October 7th, and Israel was just doing and the people in Gaza they're just minding their business, and Israel was looking at them and like, it's nice land you have there. It would be a shame if somebody came and took it. And people in Gaza were like, but why? We're just living here peacefully. We're not bothering you. Why would you come and take our land? Why would you do that? We never did anything. And it's like, sorry, not sorry. I see your land. I like it. I'll come take it. I know you haven't bothered me ever at all. You haven't committed the worst genocidal attack in the history of Israel upon my people. I just see land I like, I take. It wasn't me who gave it to you. I'm like I just remember like, oh, they just went and took out 50% of Gaza. They owned Gaza. They gave it up willingly. They just volunteered to give it away, and it didn't work out. They did October 7th. I'm like, okay, we need to undo what we did. Cenk, do you not remember that it was Israel who just gave them that land? And not only that, the people of Gaza rewarded Israel's kind show of good faith by immediately electing the one group that had promised to wipe Israel off of the map, and then Israel had to build a wall around them. They're like, okay, I need to protect myself. If that's who you elect, I need to protect myself. And guess what? Israel, all of these years, even though Gaza had elected a government that was constantly trying to wipe Israel off the map, you know what Israel did? Israel provided vaccines, provided water, provided food, provided aid. Israel moved more calories into Gaza after October 7th than any other country in the world has moved food into a war zone ever. They broke the record. They were vaccinating people in Gaza in the middle of a war. In the middle of the war, the Israelis were going into Gaza and vaccinating people. Oh my God.
They currently have 53% of Gaza. They say they're never going to give back Golan Heights. They
shouldn't. Why should they? Why did they even ever let anybody have that? The Golan Heights, if anybody is on top of there, they could so easily attack Tel Aviv. Why should they allow anybody have? If you have the high grounds, you have such an advantage. You could put raiders there. You could see, if you could get there, you could see your enemies from miles away. Anybody who has the Golan Heights has dominance in the region. Given that Israel gets attacked so often and is threatened with annihilation all the time, shouldn't they hold? It's a survival. This is a matter of survival. Of course they should have the Golan Heights. Oh, the chat is cured? Yes. Okay. Right.
Instead of rage
Talking
quit, it
about
was a rage cure.
Rage cure. Guys, we did a rage cure. Okay. Yes, it's working. Okay.
How Israel should exist. Israel already exists, already has nukes, and is super dangerous with those nukes. They already have Iron Dome. They already have the greatest military.
Oh, yeah. Israel is the only country in this region that is not dangerous, that is responsible with nukes. And why shouldn't they have nukes? Why shouldn't they have nukes? They're being threatened with annihilation more than any country in the world.
Nukes, and is super dangerous with those nukes. They already have Iron Dome. They already have the greatest military in the Middle East. It's the Palestinians who don't exist because the Israelis won't allow them. The Israelis...
The Palestinians don't exist because Israel doesn't allow them. Oh my God. The Israelis offered the so-called Palestinians to have the Palestinian nation state not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 goddamn times. And they said no every single time because they said, we don't want part of this. We want all of this. We don't want Palestine to be a nation state as long as Israel also gets to be a nation state. We want you dead more than wanting a nation state. We rather our children live in misery if it means that we don't have to accept your existence. They hate you more than they love their own children. They have chosen a life of misery for their children because they cannot give up their hate for you. How could you negotiate with people like this? Israel offered them a nation state 5 times. They said no every single time. They don't want a nation. Guys, this is a lie people tell you about the Palestinian cause. This is what a lot of leftist Westerners don't understand. They think the Palestinian cause is about bringing the nation state of Palestine. It's not about that. That's fake. That's fake. The Palestinian cause was, and will always continue to be about the destruction of Israel. It has never been about bringing up a nation state of Palestine side by side in Israel. And it's not even about making all of Israel and Gaza and the Judeo-Samaria. It's not even about making all of that Palestine. They have admitted from the very beginning of the Palestinian cause that the Palestinian cause is an excuse for initially a pan-Arabist and then eventually a pan-Islamist empire that doesn't even recognize as nation states. This is about bringing back an Islamic empire. It has nothing to do with establishing Palestine as a nation state.
Are doing a fascist, a greater Israel project, and our press won't talk about it, even though the Israelis talk about it nonstop. We've shown video after video on the Young Turks of how they're going for greater Israel. And the idea that Iran is taking over their neighbors, they haven't taken over any neighbors. Israel keeps taking land.
I love it.
I'm just like, what? Like Lebanon with Hezbollah, they've taken over that. Iraq with Hashd-e-Shabi. I don't know, the Houthis in Yemen, right? Like they've taken over a lot of places, even places in Afghanistan. Like it's insane. Like he's literally insane. He's literally spouting IRGC propaganda. I'm just like, literally, my face is like, Chidari Migi, Ching.
What are you doing?
Chinge Mongol, Chidari Migi. Like, that's literally my face. I'm like, what?
Oh my God. look at this.
And the idea that Iran is taking over their neighbors, they haven't taken over any neighbors. Israel keeps.
First of all, it's not Iran. It's the Islamic Republic. You goddamn idiot. Okay? Goldie explained that to you. Second of all, the Islamic Republic hasn't taken over any of their neighbors. Maybe you should go talk to the people in Lebanon and the people in Iraq and the people in Syria. Ask them how they think about that. Maybe go look at how much Iraqis' politics has been dominated by the Islamic Republic. Maybe go talk to the Lebanese people with regards to their politics. I mean, by the way, Israel has liberated some parts of, Lebanon. It has reduced the influence of the Islamic Republic in the politics of Lebanon and Iraq, and completely has almost completely removed them from Syria, obviously, with the fall of Assad. But before October 7th, where Israel masterfully removed so much of the Islamic Republic's influence in these countries, Iraq was basically a huge section of Iraqi politics was just the Islamic Republic. All of the Syria was basically the Islamic Republic politics taking over. And Lebanon, I mean, do I even need to talk about Lebanon? I mean, do we have like even today, after Israel took away 80% of the power of Hezbollah, even though Hezbollah is only 20% as strong as it used to be before October 7th, still in Lebanon, the greatest military power is not the Lebanese army, it's still Hezbollah. It's still Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is the Islamic Republic. Hezbollah was founded by the Islamic Republic and is loyal to Khamenei, directly loyal to Khamenei, as admitted by Nasrallah himself. So say that again, Shank. Say that again.
Taking away. And the idea that Iran is taking over their neighbors, they haven't taken over any neighbors.
Sure, buddy. Sure. You have no clue what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. IRGC leaders, commanders, bragged about the Islamic Republic's empire being a seven-nation army, have been taken over 7 nations. They said it. They said is Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon. All of this, they claim that all of this belongs now to the Islamic Republic. They bragged about it on state TV. Yeah.
Israel keeps taking land while our press keeps lying to.
Israel is keep taking away. Where are they taking away? Where? What are you talking about? You're talking about Gaza, the area that they already gave up, and now they're taking parts of it back because of October 7th. You're talking about Golan Heights after Hezbollah started using that territory to keep attacking Israel after October 7th. what do you want them to do? Not respond? Even under the backwards international laws set by the United Nations, you have the right to maintain control over your territory that has been used to attack you. That's legal under the international law. Every time I pause, by the way, Goldie has there's a new expression of Goldie here that is just priceless. Guys, by the way, we call these Goldie's golden expressions. Goldie's golden expressions.
You and pretending that Israel's the victim when they are the aggressor, and they don't do it with their own money, and they don't do it with their own troops. They force America to spend trillions of dollars and lose.
That's nonsense. First of all, the donation, the military the donation the United States give to Israel is a fraction of Israel's military budget, which honestly, Israel is in the best interest of Israel for United States to stop that anyways, because that donation is more of a leash than a support. And Israel gets United States support for Israel should be like in intelligence cooperation, military cooperation, and military equipment selling and stuff like that, instead of just giving them donation, because many Israelis have realized that the donation they get from United States is more of a leverage than any form of a real support, because it's so small compared to what Israel's military budget is anyways. And when it comes to the relationship between Israel and United States, it's not America that is sacrificing so much for Israel. It's actually the other way around. Israel has given up so much. Israel actually pays the major cost, killing not just its own enemies, but America's enemies. The cost to Americans, both in economic metrics but also in lives, would be astronomically higher if Israel didn't exist. If Israel didn't exist, all of Israel's enemies right now would have moved to focus on United States, and it would have been astronomically more expensive in both dollars and American soldiers' lives if United States had to move more of its military assets and soldiers to the Middle East to fight its enemies so far away from its borders. Israel has been a major money saver and saver of lives, given that Israel is there already where United States enemies are coming from, and also Israel is more has more information regarding how everything in their backyards operates, because they have experience there, they know the region, they have expertise in the region, so they are so effective at eliminating America's enemies. When it comes to the relationship between Israel and United States, America has gotten the better end of that deal. There are way more benefits to every American citizen than Israel benefits a lot from America's as well. But honestly, like every single time there's an Israeli soldier in the battlefield somewhere shooting at a terrorist, that's one American soldier that's actually 5 American soldiers that doesn't have to be there.
American soldiers for Israel, 85%.
American soldiers for Israel? What are you talking about? It's the other way around. It's the other way around. Israeli soldiers are in the battlefield fighting America's enemies. Every single terrorist that an Israeli soldier has eliminated is a terrorist that wish they could attack America instead. They're attacking Israel because Israel is in the way. Israel is in the way between these terrorists and United States. That's why they attack Israel. Guys, this was a 3-step plan. Phase 1, remove Pahlavi.
Armin, actually, no. Continue. I was just going to say that. Please continue. The 3-phase plan. Go ahead. What you were just saying.
This was a 3-phase plan. Phase 1, remove Pahlavi. Pahlavi was the obstacle to get Iran and use Iran as a base of operations for phase 2. Phase 2 was remove Israel. Remove Israel as an obstacle in the way to basically have control over all of the Middle East and North Africa, and then instead of just using Iran as a base of operations, use all of this region as a base of operation to bring back this Islamic empire as a political and military bloc against Western powers. That's phase 2. Phase 3 is to go for the final boss. The final boss is the United States. The end goal is to bring down the United States, and by doing that, to remove the current global order and then bring an Islamic world order. So that was the 3-phase plan.
And now they're freaking out because not only did they never succeed in phase 2, but we Iranians were about to reverse phase 1 with the assistance of America and the United States. And that's why they're freaking out, because as soon as Iran is free and we Iranians take control of our country again, this entire plan for global jihad is going to go down the drain. And that's why they're freaking out. That's why they're freaking out.
Yes, and exactly, Goldie. And that's why Iran being free is not a victory for Iran, it's a victory for the whole world. Because not only were they not able to remove obstacle number 2 out of their way, which is Israel, obstacle number 1 is going to come back.
And it's going to come back in a way that's going to make sure that they never, ever have power or control ever again in that area.
Yes, exactly. And that's their worst nightmare. Exactly.
Of this country does not want it. When you hear this propaganda telling you, no, Israel wants it, and if Israel doesn't get what it
I'm just sitting. I'm like, what am I listening to right now? Like, this is insane.
Yeah. Like he's like a child. Look at
when you hear this propaganda telling you, no, Israel wants it, and if Israel
is priceless. Israel
doesn't get what it wants, we're going to call all of you anti-Semites. All you.
Oh, look at this, guys. Yeah, people. This is not a straw man at all, guys. This is not a straw man. Goldie. This is exactly what Goldie said. Goldie said, "Oh, if Israel doesn't get whatever it wants, then you're an anti-Semite." Wow, word by word, exactly
That's
what
not what
Goldie
I said. That's what Chunky Yogurt said.
No, I'm making fun of him.
Oh,
like
I'm saying, okay.
I'm making fun of like this misrepresenting what you're saying. Like, what the hell did she say that? Obviously, she didn't say that.
No.
Like, this is a straw man. What this is a straw man?
Look, they're jihadis. They're jihadis. Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. If their lips are moving, they're lying. That's it.
Yeah, because they can't deal with the actual argument that you're making, so they have to change it. Yeah, my God. No, the actual argument is that if Israel is being attacked and they try to defend themselves, you call them out. You don't call out the people who are attacking them and trying to annihilate them, but you call out Israel when they try to defend themselves. That is anti-Semitic. That's what we call anti-Semitic, because there's a double standard. And the only thing that seems to be different, like we have analyzed all your double standards, and the only thing that is the difference every single time when you're selective outrage is the involvement of Jews. It's Jews. If there's Jews, you condemn. If it's not Jews, you don't. You don't. The selective outrage proves that this is anti-Semitism. That's the argument.
And can I just say, I also find it really hilarious that the 4-star American general was agreeing with the Iranians against the crazy, American first whatever people, right? So,
right,
like guys. So this is what I mean when I say that, like, Iranians and Americans were natural allies. Look at this: the 4-star general is agreeing with what I'm saying, with what Elika is saying, and the 4-star general was getting frustrated at like Chunky Yogurt and was like, stop talking nonsense. He was getting frustrated at, Dave Smith, the other American, right? But when it came to the Iranians, like, the three of us were on the same side. And then the general is like looking at the other two, like Chunky Yogurt and Dave Smith, like, who the heck are you, like, idiotic, ignorant people?
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Americans are anti-Semites unless you give
Okay.
Israel $330 billion, spend $8 trillion on the global war.
You know what? Yeah, don't give them $300 billion. They don't need you any. They don't need that aid anymore. They don't need that aid anymore. That aid is a leash. Stop that. They already have more money. Their military budget. First of all, 300 what billion did you say? I think it's like-
Anti-Semites unless you give
Okay.
Israel $330 billion,
Okay, but
spend $8 trillion on the global
yeah, whatever aid that the United States is giving to Israel, I looked it up. It's a fraction of Israel's military budget. Israel can handle. Cut that aid. Cut that aid. Israel is fine.
war on terror, and we want another war and another war.
By the way, guys, when I say cut that aid, this is because I listen to Israelis. I'm not making this up. Israelis like, yeah, that aid is not helping. It's more of a leash rather than a support.
And then they pretend Iran wants endless war. Israel is making us pay for their endless war. Don't listen to the liars. Stand up for the American
Okay,
people.
you've made the
not
point.
the Israeli people. I'm looking at this propaganda. Now she's talking about how the Iraq war was
Okay,
a
you
great
made your
idea.
point, Cenk.
And how we're going to be greeted as liberators. That's what they told us in Iraq. No,
Well, you were great. You were actually, if you look at the record, when the United States went to Iraq, they were actually greeted as liberators. Everything, the chaos that came after was because of the de-Baathification. I remember all of the video footage. The American soldiers were actually greeted as liberators. I remember those videos.
Iranian people
Okay.
also do not want to be bombed.
But guys, and that happened in an Iraq which is not pro-American. The Iranian people are extremely pro-American. I mean, the Iranian people, you don't even need like before anything happens, the Iranian people, like what you saw that was some Iraqi people greeting American soldiers as liberators, not because they were pro-American before, but because they were so happy that Saddam fell, right? But in Iran, even before the United States does anything, like the scientifically collected data and polls shows that the number one favorite country by Iranians is in America. It's the most popular country in Iran. Most popular country in Iran. So
Even more popular
yeah.
than Israel. Israel is number 2, but America's number 1.
Yes, Israel is number 2 because the Islamic Republic, 47 years, we're only now, in the past couple of years, the Iranian people are rediscovering their ancient ties with Israel and all the nonsense that. Look at Goldie's face. Look at
Well, because he
every
was,
time.
he was like speaking on behalf of Iranians, and in my head, I'm like, تو دیگه چه غلطی، یعنی تو کی هستی که میخوای از طرف ایرانی‌ها صحبت بکنی؟
I know, yeah, right. Every time I pause, there's another Goldie expression.
That is an
Cenk,
Israeli lie.
I need to. Okay, we're running out of time. I just want you've actually reminded me, and I want to come to Dave Smith quickly for this, then go to the general. That Tucker Carlson interviewed the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, this week. And Mike Huckabee says something.
For a second. So I thought this was really weird because we're talking about Iran, but then
Right.
Piers Morgan, for some reason, decided to bring in like this interview with Mike Huckabee and Tucker Carlson about like Israel and Gaza. And then Dave Smith goes on this whole rant. So I don't know. I thought that was kind of disrespectful because if the topic is about Iran and the Iranian people, I felt like by doing this, Piers Morgan disrespected the 90,000, at least 90,000 people, Iranians who've been murdered by the Islamic regime by, taking away from the subject or something. You can listen to this part later if you want, because if you want to talk about this, like this is the Tucker Carlson stuff. It's like propaganda, like it's going to take forever. Maybe just go forward to what the general says, and then maybe you could leave it there.
Okay.
Or I mean, honestly, the rest of it, the rest of it is like is pretty much fine.
Ambassador to Israel.
Because I know it's also getting late, so you can you can watch the rest of it on your own, and then if there's like anything you want to comment about tomorrow, you can. But before you go, there is one meme that I want to play for you because I know it's getting late and you have to go.
Okay, but can I just say something? First of all, I really love Mike Huckabee's support for the Iranian people and Israel. Just a tiny, like you guys could tell me if I'm wrong about this in the comments. I'm open to feedback. I just want to give a criticism when it comes to the way people defend Israel. guys, I think even if you believe it, it's more effective if you don't use your religious Christians' beliefs to defend Israel. It's more relatable by more people if you focus on Israel's right to defend itself and non-religious arguments. Okay, it doesn't really sell well to the public. Even if you believe in it, try to find non-religious, practical, pragmatic reasons for why Israel has the right to defend itself against her enemies. And I just think that when I consider Mike Huckabee to be a great ally of us Iranian people and of Israel, I just think the anti-Israelis love it when you use the Bible for justification to defend Israel, because then they have so much. Because when it comes to non-religious arguments, it's so easy to crush them. So that's why they want to make it religious, because then they think that they have an upper hand in that realm. So don't give that to them. All right.
And that's what kind of happened here. So, but you can watch that later, and then if there's like any part of the rest of the interview that you want to talk about tomorrow, we can do that. Because I know it's getting kind of late. It's pretty late here as well. So I wanted to play a quick meme for you before you leave. But before I play the meme, you have to put on your green headband, and I have to put on my hijab.
Okay.
Let me grab my headband. I'll be back.
Okay. We're going full Durka again, guys.
There's a reason. There's a reason. And then you're gonna have to explain this one, okay? So, there's a reason for this. Let me just play it for you first.
Wait, should I go wear black? Should I change to black?
Yes. Oh, 100% you need to. I think Armin's gonna have a field. Not just Armin, all the Iranians are gonna have a field day with this one. I look forward to Armin trying to explain this one. Wow. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? You're on mute.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
I look very Shia. Guys, do I look Shia enough? Oh, I need to put on a beard.
You're getting there.
Okay. Oh my god, what the hell did I just want? Oh my god, that's from a cartoon.
That was from Madraseh Musha.
Madraseh Musha, yeah. They put Madahi گذاشتن رو مدرسه موشا.
So do you want to explain Madraseh Musha?
So Madraseh Musha is like the school of mice, The School of Mice. It was a cartoon that we grew up with in Iran when we were children.
It was basically like our version of like Sesame Street.
Yeah, it
And
was
we
like
called
our
it,
Sesame
and it was like a schoolhouse with like mice puppets in there, and it was like, you know, kind of like our version of Sesame Street.
It was a Temu version of Sesame Street, basically. Okay, so and then they took out a Madahi. Madahi is these like Shia religious songs that they praise Khamenei or Ali, Hussein, Hassan, Fatima, all that stuff, right? So that's what we call Madahi. But they changed the audio in a way that it sounds like exactly how these mice used to sound like in that cartoon. So they changed the audio. They basically made it more high pitch, so it sounds like exactly like the characters in that cartoon. But they're saying that Shia Madahi. Well, yeah. So that's the
Yeah,
explanation.
guys. So some people think that clip is an original one. No, guys.
No.
This clip is fake. This clip is fake. So what Iranians did is they took a clip of the children's show. They put they put the jihadi audio on top of it, and then they changed to the pitch to make it sound like the mice are singing "Hey Dad, Hey Dad." That's what it is. This never actually happened. So they're doing this to make fun of Khamenei because of because the university students were hanging the mouse puppet. So it's basically next level trolling. No, this song was not like, this was not part of our children's TV show, guys. It's Armin, you should have said that at the beginning because you're freaking everyone out.
Right. Yeah. So this is like it's
dubbed. It's dubbed.
It's multiple levels of trolling because okay, so let me actually simplify it. Because Khamenei is now being considered to be a rat because he's hiding in a hole, Iranians have went and picked up a children's cartoon that it's about, you know, rats going to a school or mice going to a school. And the reason why, guys, we keep saying rats and mice interchangeably, because in Persian we use the same words for both of them, mush. So they went and took this cartoon and they're putting Shia songs on it as a way to make fun of Khamenei being a rat now, because this is now trending.
Apparently, Armin, this TV show is now also banned in Iran.
What?
Because apparently people think it like the Islamic regime thinks it reminds people of Mush Ali. So this children's show is also banned in Iran now. No one can play it.
Right. So it's kind of like Winnie the Pooh in China with Xi Jinping.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know how Winnie the Pooh's banned? Same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So imagine, for example, if you show a CCP meeting and they put the audio of Winnie the Pooh on it, like that would be the opposite of this. Or if they no, it would be like, for example, imagine if they were in China, they showed the Winnie the Pooh cartoon, but they were putting a CCP propaganda music on top of Winnie the Pooh. That would be this. Yeah.
All right, we'll play one more time and then we'll call it a night.
Should we explain what the mice are saying or no? Like it's just a
you can explain it if you want. If people want you to translate it, go for it.
No, it's a bunch of Durka stuff. Just praising. There's one part that I want to. There's only one part that I want to translate, because it's saying "Ya ay Sahyun Khaybar Khaybar." Right. So listen to this part. Well, let's go from the beginning. I will just pause it when it gets there. So just saying, oh, the person who threatens are Sayyid Ali. So like, woe upon anybody who threatens Khamenei. Oh, so if you threaten our Sayyid Ali, if you threaten Ali Khamenei, we will destroy Tel Aviv and Haifa. Our leader, our supreme leader is love. Ishqas Rahbar, so he's love. Ya Sahyon Khaybar Khaybar. So, O Zionists, remember Khaybar. Remember, the Khaybar is the battle where Muhammad attacked the Jews and killed the Jews. So it say Ya Sahyun Khaybar Khaybar. O Zionists, remember Khaybar, the battle of Khaybar. Or our leader is love.
But keep in mind, guys, just keep in mind, this is how Iranians are making fun of the Islamic regime, right? So this is like a next level troll video that's gone viral among Iranians on social media, because Iranians are now sharing this everywhere and saying this is what the Islamic regime has come down to: a bunch of mice hiding in tunnels and yelling Khaybar Khaybar, right? So it's so the Iranians have taken like this Durka Durka Muslim jihadi song, and they're making fun of Khamenei and the regime with it.
Yeah. Basically, it's saying these are a bunch of scared rats acting like they're tough. That's basically what it comes down to. So finally, we have them talking about Allah. They usually don't talk about it. So Allah, Allah, Allah Akbar. Allah. So Allah is great. And they're going to say La ilaha illallah, which means there's no God other than Allah. This part is from a revolutionary song earlier, closer to 1979. So back then they were more focused on Islam, and Shia Islam, but these days they focus more on the Shia elements of Islam. But this is now going back to one of those songs that earlier part of the revolution they used to sing, which is Allah, 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 La ilaha illallah, La ilaha illallah. This was an early revolutionary song closer to 1979. Okay.
Okay, now
Oh
just
my
play
God.
without explaining it. Now that you explained it.
Okay.
we'll
Okay,
play
let's
it,
go.
and
through
then
this.
we'll call it a night.
Oh my God.
Craziness. There you go. There's
God.
your Durka Allahu Akbar jihad meme for tonight, Armin.
Where do you find these?
I don't know. It popped up on my X algorithm is very messed up right now. I have it's a combination of very, very dark humor, and then also other memes as well. So yeah, I sent you the video though, so you have it there if you want to share that with your if you want to share that with your Persian language thing.
Yeah, I should.
So
oh my God.
All right, guys. Well, thank you everyone for joining. This was day
Thank you.
60 of Iran Revolution Live. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Armin, any final thoughts or comments?
Guys, thank you so much for allowing me to respond to Chucky Yogurt, Goldie. That was very therapeutic. I really appreciate you. I have all of these thoughts, and I always wanted to have an outlet for me to express them. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, and also thank you for coming to the discussion group. It was the best, and
It was fun. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Okay.
Have to do it again soon.
Okay, sounds great. Amazing. All right, guys. So I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, پاینده ایران.
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye guys.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net.